going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Thunderpick World Championship. We're in the second European series, and we are coming to a close on the group stage. The majority of teams have already been eliminated or have been brought forward to the playoffs, but we're starting a new chapter with Group D. It's the only group that hasn't been played, and we've got some very exciting games on offer for you today. But before we get going, my name is Freddie Runner. I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Alan Ender. How are you doing today, my sir?
Not too bad. Bit of a slog yesterday, but was fun to see a team like Reason come out of nowhere and defy all reason for the entire day. Absolutely smashed everybody. Front side, it looks like the best player in the world, quite frankly, at this point. So yeah, all I hope is that today, Freddie, I get a similar level of surprise and confusion and entertainment all in one. That's what I'm here for.
To be honest, I think you could have that. I think we're only getting the first game, which is a shame because I think the new Sinners roster, honestly, I think would give you like a little bit of, you know, you'd get a sprinkle of that, right? But this first game we've got on offer is a really interesting one. We've got the new look Metizport. So obviously Metizport as an organization, as a core, played in the major in Austin. Little bit different to what we're seeing now, though. And then they're up against Sparta, which is ex-Fluffy Pandas. And this is a super random team that just seems to punch really hard and has the like occasional really big scalp. And then later, as I mentioned, there is the New Look Sinners. They've got some, honestly, it's funky, but I think it's going to work. And they're up against Ruby, who are up on an upward trajectory, which could be quite annoying for a team like Sinners. But looking at the game we have straight away, Metizport. Alan, this is a weird one because this team as a core made the major, but I don't know if we can put them in that context right now when we look at this roster.
No, yeah, I mean the Metizport team has actually seen an unreal number of changes in the last 2 years. They seem to cycle through a lot of players. Obviously, on occasion they get poached, but equally they themselves seem to make a lot of changes, and for me, that indicates that they're always looking for a solution. They're always looking at themselves in terms of like the world ranking, perhaps, and saying, "Oh, we need to be higher, or we deserve to be higher. Or we should make more changes." And it's always confused me because I think they let go some of their better pieces over the years, and they should have stuck it out for a bit longer. And that, for me, is the problem, Freddie. Is with this team, and not you know talking down the players, but with this organization, this team, I just struggle to get excited about it because I never know where they're heading. And every time it looks exciting, the team changes. So I know they've got some good players, but I need to see some more to convince me the Metizport is actually going to grow into being a top team.
Yeah, I think there's also the really interesting rebranding and rebuilding of Hampus and Adam B, probably their two strongest players, being now replaced by an AWPer who's, I don't think, AWPing anymore, but is IGLing in Jackinho. And then also Male09. I think that's how you pronounce it, Male.
Yeah.
He is the most exciting part of this team, and arguably one of the most exciting players as of now in the ecosystem of Counter-Strike. He's 16 years old, and some of the numbers he is putting up is simply quite ridiculous. On Johnny Speeds, playing against some pretty good opponents on a daily average, 1.13 rating for a 16-year-old is ridiculous. He's still boasting a pretty good rating on Metizport so far. And I think when you look at the names around him, that this guy, if he doesn't improve and kind of evolve to a very good standard with this team, then I don't know what would fix him, right? It has to be with this team. And I think this is the perfect step up for him. The question is he ready for it? That's the main one, because Metizport obviously demands a lot more than a Johnny Speeds.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be intriguing to see how some of these players develop. I'd assume you're right. I mean, I assume Lumi's AWPing.
Lumi's still AWPing, I think.
Yeah, and then Jacquinho, obviously historically in AWPA, briefly with Fnatic, most notably.
3 years ago.
I do know him a little bit, kind of behind the scenes. He certainly, personality-wise, is someone that definitely could be an in-game leader. He struck me that way when I was around him. So I'm not totally surprised, but that transition is a lot to take on.
He has IGL before. I know that for sure. And I can't remember if he did on... I don't think he did on Copenhagen Wolves, though.
Yeah, I mean, still, to actually succeed in the role and build teams and run entire systems and stuff, it's a whole level beyond what everyone else takes on a team. So that will be a linchpin for Metizport. They won't succeed unless Jacquinho can grow into that leadership position. And obviously in the past, they have had quite experienced leaders. So for them as an org, this is quite a change.
Completely. Quickly going over their adversaries. This is Sparta, a pretty unknown Russian squad, truth be told. Not necessarily young in age, all of them, because Mayata is like 28, but they're all very, very fresh in their career, by large. Obviously, like Invisible's played with ARCRED for like 4 years, but Mayata and Dijon, their stats since March, since they kind of joined Sparta, I don't know if this is a real org or like a placeholder, but Mayata's on a 1.22 since March, and Dijon's on a 1.13, and they've taken down, like, this is against, still playing like Fnatic. They qualified to play against them. Asahi, Sinners, Kono. They beat Iberian Soul. Like FAVBET, these are decent teams, and they've beaten some of them. So this is a very unknown squad for me, that it sounds like they can pack a real heavy punch. And I think for Metizport, especially when you've got this new roster, these guys who have been here for, well, they have changed roster a little bit recently, but the core have been here for quite a while. If they can hit this hard, this could be very scary.
Yeah, certainly. And there's a long, long history, obviously, of teams coming out of this region, and you'd be very unwise to just look at the name, say we're not super familiar with them, and just assume that they're not going to be good, because that is often wrong. I know a few of the guys from, I think it's Fluffy Gangsters. I mean, Yura Miyata rings a bell. I seem to recall he was quite a good player, and I've seen him in the past. But yeah, in terms of recent results, clearly you don't get those sort of wins unless you're doing something right. Still, if they're going to, progress up from the sort of ranking they are right now, they will need to do a lot more than just frag. And that tends to be the sticking point for a lot of teams like this, is how do you get, a good system going? How do you communicate well? These things are what decide who's 80th in the world and who's 40th. So it'd be interesting today to see how they match up in that regard.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the Veto. I'm actually quite surprised that Sparta are invited to these type of tournaments, just because I don't really know where their VRI's ranking came from. I was kind of looking at them and I was like, where did it come from? But anyways, looking at the Veto, we've got Metizport picking into Overpass, Sparta picking into Mirage, and then Nuke as a decider. Interesting to see a team or just any teams, instantly incorporate a brand new map when it comes back into the Veto, right?
I'm just checking. I don't think they played it.
This is their first match back from the... This is their first match back after the player break, even though they did play a little bit during the player break.
Yeah. Right, 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Okay, yeah. So they did play a little bit inside the player break, so it's not like it would be now, a month and a half. But yeah, certainly to pick Overpass, that takes some confidence. I guess the logic is that they didn't have a good B plan. What did their opponents ban second rotation? They banned... So Sparta was most scared of Ancient. Okay. I guess that would have been the other main option for them. But they chose not to.
Didn't Metizport quite solid on Mirage though, if memory holds correct, like with their old roster. Because I think, obviously it's quite hard to compare sometimes, but even though Mirage stats they look really bad on because it's been like the 3 months and the player break and stuff. But Mirage at one stage for Metizport was their map pick. It was the map they were picking into when they played at a tier 1 level at the start of the year, and they were doing well on that. So when I look at this Veto, Mirage might not be the most sought after map for them in the current landscape. There's definitely is a core know how to play it. And as we head into Overpass, Male09, he's already getting some kills, but on everybody, including his teammates.
Nobody's safe.
Yeah, nobody's safe from his wrath. This is a very chaotic pistol round where it looks like the Glocks at close range are just going to thrive. And Mayata, who has an astounding rating in the last 3 months, this is probably too tall of an order. I think it's 1 versus 3. They're playing it quite nicely, Metizport. And I don't even know if you can do the silent drop anymore. It doesn't matter. He's jumping out anyways. And it's the youngster to clean it up with the dual Berettas.
Yeah, blinking, you missed it, that pistol. Pretty overwhelming, but Mail does his job. He did get a team kill, but that's part and parcel of playing groups and aggressive on the Glocks. It happens. They won the round. So no harm, no foul. And Sparta do not feel like an investment. USPs across the board. Soul Flash on Solby there. I guess they'll try and use that to get aggressive as a team. B stack. They're hoping for a rush, but it's not going to come. But perhaps they would just get aggressive on this flash and try and at least get a kill.
I remember back in oh, I saw this nade on Twitter last night, and he's missed it. Jaquinho's tried to nade where we are looking at right now, towards barrels. In Go, you could obviously nade and mollo. You could mollo, but the nade was a little bit finicky. It was always a bit awkward to nade barrels, and I think Jaquinho actually just showed us it's still awkward, as that nade missed. I don't know where it went. But I remember on the T side, the one thing that did always really work, that's a big nade. The one thing that did always really work was just like abusing Monster. Like the T side was very difficult on Overpass, but Monster was like, if you were able to accurately abuse that, you get away with a lot. And it looks like Metizport want to end towards B. Issue is, okay, no, they're pivoting because of Lumi's presence. I was going to say if they did end A, so B, it's against USPs, it's kind of fine, but you don't want to run that risk. And Lumi is just taking all the space on long anyways.
Okay, easy as can be. Side taken. Get some fights here at the top of connector. Here comes the flash. Isaac is lucky that Male09 is ready and waiting in toilets. Quite an easy cleanup.
He stole his ace.
In the bank. All right, rock and roll. Gun round. 3 Galils and a Mac 10 on Metizport. So a bit of a bonus round. I certainly can still play fairly standard.
I think they were expecting a force buy because they bought heavily into the rifles. They only had that one Mac 10, so I think they were expecting Sparta to force buy into this. Sparta do have a game on record against Rustic, so there's at least something to go off on. This is very aggressive from the C side early on. Not only is Mayata getting aggro on A, but they're just straight up pushing through Monster, completely dry, and Dijon is pushing through Connector. There is 3 different layers of aggression. I don't think I saw more than 1 flashbang being thrown. A lot of individual plays, but the one play that had some sort of cohesion over towards Monster has now been spotted in short. Mail sees 1. It doesn't confirm the second, and that is very important for Sparta because now, as they hear one of the 2 players run away, oh, he's just jumped on and short. Never mind. I was going to say they might walk through that smoke, and Knuffs might get a spray down because I don't expect him. But now Metizport have that confirmation, and in the 3 versus 3 are going to pivot towards A.
Quite spread out these CTs. See if they hard clear this.
Oh.
Coutinho's in first. Not looking that direction, but is traded. He was low. Biggest deal. Need to deal with this man, visible behind Cube. And he is being a pain in the backside right now. Lumi can't get it done. And this man did a great job there to salvage that round.
Good read from Sparta. Metizport didn't give them a reason to believe that they would go B. And Sparta just fully rotate towards A, and it works out perfectly. A very chaotic round that ultimately ends up in their favor. Metizport being caught off guard at multiple different junctions, and even at the end, just caught faffing around with utility. So back on the rifles, they did do good damage with only keeping 2 players alive. So Metizport still in a good position, as now they come into the next round with better weaponry by large as well.
Just standard default for now. Double connector, now they'll clear B short water. Nothing unusual. And it looks like Sparta are thinking about a re-aggression. 2 players coming off short. They're boosting in and around sandbags right now. Not presented yet with an angle. Noise Q obviously will alert T side. And look at the long push on A. That could win the round here for Sparta. They've got so many defenders now on B with that information.
Oh, this is perfect. And they also just kind of have enough utility to block. This Molotov comes down a little bit too late from Sol as he drops, but that's when there's 3 other defenders here, and Mail just double entries. He doesn't care how many defenders there are. He's going to rip it open. How has Isaac identified that player coming from Connector? He just turns on a 6-pence and rocks his head. And even though there were 4 players there, Sparta still get isolated in a lot of 1v1s.
I think quite a big error from Sparta to boost. I don't know why they're boosting to fight into B short, as in boosting on the bridge. It doesn't make sense to me. You have all the information, you know it's B, so why expose yourself to positions where you can get timing? Obviously, if players get out monster, you don't want to just be stood on the bridge boosting.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. That's quite a big mistake. They should have just... They could have played literally anything. I mean, bait setup, barrels, backside, graffiti. If you've got 4 players, what are Metizport supposed to do as they run in? They can't clear every angle simultaneously.
It was also not putting... Maybe like faffing around with a Molotov in hand. But I think Metizport did very well with how they just exploded. Metizport, they don't realize it, but they did the best possible play in that moment, and that was to play with pace and conviction. And that was exactly what the Doctor needed, ordered, and Sparta probably a little bit discouraged as they're on the city side. They've made good reads, they've had good rounds, and then Mail 09 has 10 kills.
I think speaking of the last round here, I think Metizport expected players to be off short and wanted to explode and punish that. So yeah, a bit lucky, but equally, they still had to find the frags in the moment, and obviously Mail 09, big part of that.
He's having a pretty crazy performance so far. Like that's actually, I mean, obviously 4 came from an eco, so we got to take that into consideration. But like he's getting pretty stupid entry kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone that I've heard banded around a fair amount. And this also is a team with this roster, especially, that they are in kind of dire need of a focal point.
Yeah.
So, and certainly having someone that can just rustle up some magic can absolutely transform a team like this. So let's see a bit more data before we...
Oh, that's a missed monster smoke.
What we're doing. And we're going straight in. There's not a lot of counter util from the CT side. This molly is too late to really do much. Fortunately, Dijon here was nearby in connector. But they're still losing the sight at a quick pace. Yeah, if we can just get this bomb down and stay alive, it should be okay. It's a shame Dijon here didn't have a nade to dunk on the site. But now there's a play in Graffiti. Isaac can play off contact of his teammates. And your retake of an AWP. This is a tough one.
And that AWP is not going to get anything. Like, no one is even remotely close to Monster, and no one feels like they're going to move. Dijon's been reconfirmed towards short. And yeah, that's it. That's round over. And ooh, Sparta, missed Monster Smoke is actually quite important against the rush. A lot of times you'd have teams where if the Monster Smoke comes in, they would cancel the rush. Because going through that smoke delayed, and if there's good flashbangs and molos, like, you're just dead. But they had completely clear vision. You hit the nail on the head correctly. No util apart from a late Molotov. And alongside Inferno, Overpass is the map where I'm looking at how Monsters played out with the Molo and thinking, and I obviously know this has played in CS2 previously, but that Molotov is like, it's just useless on Monster. It actually does nothing.
No surprises, Sparta started 4B this round.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, how's nobody dead?
How's
That
no
is
one
that is a
connected?
miracle.
Oh, someone's dead. And Male09's on another entry kill, and he's on 13-2. He got 2 entries last round, by the way.
The best part I think about this game so far is I think Metizport have gone into the stack site every round. And it doesn't matter because Male just kills them every single time. Of course, we speak about the unknown of Metizport on this map and where their map pool is at. Equally for Sparta, we don't know a lot about their overpass. Who knows how much they've really practiced it versus other maps. Certainly seems an odd thing so far. Especially if util continues missing, that's quite a strong indication that they really are lacking reps here.
They also feel they're moving a lot. They never seem to stop moving. And even though they had previously stacked B, the rest of them are now pushing through toilets as the bomb's being planted on A. And Plopsky gets the best timing possible. Dijon will at least get revenge and trade, but it's only short-lived as no one is able to survive for Sparta, and a incredibly T-sided map, incredibly CT-sided map, excuse me, the most CT-sided map in the pool by a mile, a country mile. It currently sits at a 6-1 T-half for Metizport, which is job done.
It's looking good for them. Obviously, pretty likely they're going to walk away with more, given where Sparta's at. Is there a reason we're forcing with FAMASs? Is it we just reaching that point? Why aren't we just half buying?
Yeah, it feels like have they already thrown the towel in? Just like, oh yeah.
I'm not sure. It's just not. It's not necessary. I mean, the game isn't over. It's far from it. And also, they're not going to break Metizport's money, which is a strong reason most teams would force in different scenarios. I don't know why they haven't half bought. This feels like a needless risk, and also they've had full nades. They've lost rounds. So what are they going to do now?
A lot of confusion all around. There is a change of setup though. Getting aggressive towards short in a double pairing, and also doubling up over towards connector. Metizport though have been playing very slow, very methodical on these defaults, searching and waiting. That is a ridiculous timing from Isaac, but he does confirm there's at least 2 towards connector, and it's all falling apart because Metizport, the core, are just walking into this short connector stack. And when I was praising them for being methodical and slow, they actually just walk in and give away their lives. And the force buys worked. How does that make you feel?
Not brilliant. I mean,
Upset.
Sparta are lucky as hell. I don't think they have any nades. They're in connector, and they were just about to get double mollied. They probably would have both been dead.
Yeah.
So, listen, I'll praise the frags, but they still should have lost this round. 1 second difference, that would have been a disaster for Sparta. But this is the position we're in. Metizport going to continue battling for the round. Maybe not anymore. Lumi, this gun is valuable. He says, I'd like to save it. And Sparta, despite the lesser buy, do connect, do get a fortunate timing. And this could be what they need to get some traction again in this half.
This is certainly a round that will reignite the engines. But I'm going to circle back to my previous point. It should be like 6 rounds is enough on the T side. 3's enough. Maybe not as in the current landscape, because I think I've seen a few pretty egregious overpasses with like 7-5 T halves. Because people just kind of forget how to play the map sometimes. This is cool from Metizport. This is really cool. Invisible. Ooh, there was a little bit of mistiming on that util. That play was to either force Invisible short or Monster. And Jaquinho, who was smoked off on Monster, the whole point was that he'd blow open the smoke. Issue is, he blows it open too late. And Invisible not only survives, but then is in pole position to retake that control short. So Metizport's original aggression actually bleeds into a Sparta man advantage. And it's Melo 9 of all people to fall.
Pile on the aggression here. Wow.
Okay, Isaac.
Shame he couldn't stay alive. And now the Monster Prong starts to work. And this is not an easy hold. If they don't transition into decent spots, these CT players, this could be a bloodbath. Wow. Every 50-50 duel at the moment, it seems to be going their way.
Also, I just double checked. Melo 9 is called Melo 9 because he's born in 2009. How does that make you feel?
Old.
It even
I
makes
was at
me feel
secondary
old.
school in 2009.
I was only 6.
Right. Yeah, I started secondary school in 2008.
I started secondary school in 2016.
Crikey.
Well, it would have been 2014 for normal. I just had special school.
Right, come on. Come on, Metizport. We know you can play good Counter-Strike, so bring it back.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think they're playing bad Counter-Strike. Sparta are just walking into angles and winning the duels. Which in itself is actually a pretty bad thing to be able to do. Like, all this aggression for Sparta, there's not a huge amount of utility, and it doesn't feel like there's much rhyme or reason. They just go, where do we aggress this part this time? Oh, we're going to push short this round. We're going to push monsters this round. We're going to push con this round. And they just walk it, and they win. And this time, there's not a push, but a stack, a setup, a crossfire. And it's a bit random from Metizport. It's unorthodox. It's their turn to just jump around a corner, but they come away with man advantage.
Yomi can tell his teammates that there's not a lot going on here. Isaac,
Ooh.
he's going to kick himself. He should have just been waiting, I think, for his teammates to rotate a bit closer. And Yomi continues to peek out towards kind of mid and birthday and that sort of area, so he can continue telling his teammates there's not much happening. Quick boost here, get out of it. And now they're stuck behind default. Melo 9 claiming space. Instant kill.
Ooh,
Assassination. Can he find another? Canfas here is absolutely lost in the sauce. Where do you go? Straight into the arms of Plopsky. That's the answer. And Metizport are firmly back on the board.
There was a world that Ken Fuzz was able to do something ludicrous. But when his teammate dies so viciously, what can you really do? And every single round Metizport wins just enhances their chance to win the whole map by like 20% on the T side right now. 20 times rather. A lot of basically it's just insane when you get to this level of T side dominance. And Sparta, they're putting up a fight, but it's not really continuous. The Uramiata 1.22 rating since March as an AWPer on CT side Overpass. Have you seen him get an AWP kill? Sure, he had the information in that last round, but I don't think I've seen him really get any impact. And for the large part, has been on the outskirts and just largely ineffective.
See if he can offer more in this round. Starts off mid. Pulls back towards Banana deep line, holding top of connector. I mean, they're very isolated, these CTs, aren't they, on A? How on earth are they going to help each other? Well, I can tell you how. They can't. Committing behind the solo long is Dijon. Nobody's there for the moment. And Uramiata, that must have been a heck of a shot. He would have been holding a top line. It's a man advantage now for the CT side. Leaning 3A as well. There's a lot of work here for Metizport to do to get this bomb and get control and get near a site.
Uramiata, very similar to the last round, is playing the information game. He's just pushing ahead of this util. Mouse and Motor over towards his teammates going, there's no one here. Invisible now confirms that with the con door opening, but then gets caught between two mines. Despite his teammate being short that should have helped him, there's definitely some miscommunication and just pretty much mismanagement there. Uramiata trying his best though in this round. He's charging up from behind. A Molotov that he throws that is bad and it allows him to push forward, but what in the chaotic was that? And Metizport, they thrive within that chaos, and even though that was just genuine pure madness, they go 3-0 in the duels.
Absolute carnage. Wow. Missed shots galore on the orbs.
Just util as well, just everywhere.
Sparta did a lot right that round. They had a lot of map control.
They did everything right.
They had so much information. It's a shame their initial B defenders couldn't. They even went 1 for 1. They would have won the round outright. So that was the problem. The way they were actually positioning was quite nice. Good proactivity. And they're making decent reads here. They went for a 3A stack a couple rounds ago, which was the obvious call, but equally it kind of worked. Metizport had numbers that way. And now we're going 4B against a B default. They are making some decent reads here.
I think we're past the stage of decent reads because we've had that and it just hasn't really worked. A dry push out monster.
I don't know what's going on with that. It's also his teammates, like, I don't think his teammates are ready to commit on B short or anything.
No, even if he'd got the kill, I don't really know what the reaction would have been.
I don't know what the information was.
So
there must have been some sort of cue.
Oh, surely.
But
maybe they just haven't really played Monster. And this is awkward. This is not a nice round. Metizport are throwing the kitchen sink at Monster. And Male09 might actually just dig them out of this one. Okay, not even he can sort this one out. Not even he can save the day. As Sparta do etch themselves onto the board for at least one more round on their city side, but 4 certainly isn't enough.
Male09 got so many kills. 17-5. Granted, a few ecos in the mix, obviously, but still.
Even when you take out the ecos, very good.
Yeah, I think I think both teams here aren't super well versed on Overpass. I think that's quite obvious.
Yeah.
But,
One less than other those.
Yeah, but it just seems like in the rounds that are more chaotic, Metizport just doing a little bit better. Male 9 is finding a lot of impact kills. As we keep saying, Sparta, I don't think they've been, at least in terms of a full bore macro sense, they're not often like one person on the site and getting hit or whatever. It's more like we're just getting caught in transition, or despite having the numbers, our crossfires are a bit off. They're doing quite a lot right, but that is Counter-Strike. The small things, the team play, the quick communication, it makes a tremendous difference. And they, for my money, don't really have it right now on Overpass.
I really sit back and I see that half, and I think Sparta actually have the right ideas. It's just those, it's what you're saying, it's the execution of what brings you. This is a call back to what you said at the very start of the broadcast. From 80, so like top 80 in the world, top 90 to top 40 in the world. They have the right ideas, but it just feels like it's the small, minute differences that is showing Metizport as the favorites, and it's very clear. It also very helps when Lumi when Male's just getting quad entries every round. But yeah, Sparta had sound ideas. It's just the kind of the execution of it faltered a lot. You're gonna get that on a map like Overpass when no one's really played it for a long time. It's an interesting pissed around from Metizport. And Sparta have just found the right idea. They're just shifting up long. No one's there to greet them. As Metizport are stacked over towards short. Oh my.
Somebody's got to see this over soon. There you go.
Oh,
Thanks,
there you
Monte.
go. Oh no. Okay.
I don't believe it. That is outrageous.
That's criminal from Plopsy. He's got 3.
I actually can't believe that.
That was
is
the
ridiculous.
bomb. That was the bomb as well.
That's almost certainly Overpass over.
Yeah, that was one of
There's
the.
no going
That's
back from that.
stupid. That's no, sorry. That's not stupid from Sparta. I think maybe overextended a little bit. How has Plopsky got 2 there? That goes against all rhyme or reason.
That's Mr. Rounds, man. Sometimes they're just freaky. Wild stuff. Full eco now for the CIS squad. We're not expecting a great deal. It was Metizport's pick, but they're losing in quite a disheartening fashion here, Sparta, because they're just getting mauled individually, or despite playing numbers into the right area, it isn't working. It's a very frustrating game so far. They'd love to get a little bit more done on this sort of round. Can they overwhelm Lumi? They can. But actually getting a bomb down is out of the question, I think.
No, yeah, for Sparta on this occasion, there's not a huge amount of positive. Oh, just see if they got 3 of them. Quite fun. That would have been quite handy. But no, this map has by large been from start to finish. Metizport looking favorites. It's the 3rd tactical timeout for Sparta. At least it's good to see that they're actually taking those pauses. A lot of teams would probably just willy-nilly charge on and not take into account the effectiveness of those timeouts. We've got a pretty experienced coach, Nevar. I'd say his highlight was probably either with CYBERSHOKE last year or with Enterprise back in 2021. He's been around the block. He has been around the block. So it's always good to get him on the mic, especially when you've got some more inexperienced players, as mentioned, not by age, but by time in the server.
So aggressive. So aggressive from
That's a
Plopsky.
play.
Kind of love it. Not someone you associate with being, you know, an aggressive playmaking player, certainly during his tenures on the bigger teams, but he is all over the place right now. Plopsky is... What's going on? He's right in the back lines. Division up B short and has found 2. Plopsky's behind them. What a bizarre round. Does Plopsky get an easy find? Not necessarily easy, but he gets the find. Lumi combines in for another. That bomb's still not down. Both these guys are lacking a little bit of HP. This is a really rough one, I think, to get a bomb plant. We've got a boost now towards ABC. Can they even get this bomb down? I'm not sure they can.
Ooh, that's a step in the right direction, though. HP is really low for everyone, actually, on the server. Bomb going down might not be possible, but the win from pure brawn for Sparta certainly is possible.
They're going to fight into CT and go to A.
They're going to fight CT. They know there's a second player in and around this area due to the boost. When you get this far and spot nobody, logic's got to dictate that he's probably sitting heaven. Are they going to just circumnavigate him? Yeah. They have the right idea, and it works perfectly. Lumi's sitting there just thinking, God, they've played me like a fiddle. Bomb went down with literally half a second remaining, and Lumi overextends in an attempt to catch them off guard, but Dijon was very aware for that. And now Plopsky on 30 HP. He's going to be shot on the side of the head. A 2 versus 3 where Sparta, they run circles around Metizport.
Such a chaotic round. Everybody kind of lost track of where everybody else was.
Yeah.
Plopsky was just in and amongst the T's for the entire round. But how does Invisible get off B short, find players, not get traded? Why we exposed to short, I guess. They just sort of assumed that Plopsky, because Plopsky was there 20 seconds ago, it couldn't be possible. I'm not entirely sure, but Metizport kicked themselves for not converting around like that. And now it's them in some... having some economic troubles. Plopsky did have a flashbang to help, but didn't need it. Isaac combines at the same time, and suddenly, despite the lesser investment, Metizport looking very good.
And okay, back to winning on a low purchase. It's going to need to be another Sparta miracle. Lightning struck last round, but it doesn't look like it's going to strike twice, as star boy Uramiata, a pretty bonkers last 3 months rating on a 0.5 KD, has to now 1 versus 4. If he doesn't, money's going to be in a pretty bad position for Sparta, and he is going to get 1 kill. Will he expect Male 09 on the bomb site? No, he won't. Knives out? No, just going to deny the bomb, which is also the right decision. An extra bomb plant there could potentially afford a purchase of Sparta, and now the CIS squad in a bit of a pickle, because there's no real right answer what they do from here.
You have to buy 7 map points would be too much, but it's going to be dreadful.
Oh, it's not nice.
Oh, what you two do even have? A little bit 4 smokes, which is nice to be fair. But you love Molly's T-side overpass to clear connector to work into different areas. Plopsky tasked with holding connector, getting challenged here by Invisible, and decides wisely having to fall back. There's no reason here as Metizport to take any risks, and man, they're missing every nade at the moment.
How would you miss that nade of all things as well? Like, it just like, come on, guys. It's gonna be a B pop, and there's 3 players here. Utility in the hands of Metizport. They're gonna get it down. They're gonna get the rifles out, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. Just in the nick of time, they're able to brandish the big rifles, and that's exactly what matters. This is a nice setup from Metizport. That smoke you can see between barrels between Isaac and the pillar, that got thrown down to just funnel Sparta through bridge onto the bomb site right into their hands as they were playing into water. A really easy hold actually from Metizport, all things considered, when they only threw like a nade, a flash, and a smoke.
Okay. Yurmiata, scout headshot.
That's
Kick it off.
something.
Isaac poached.
They might just go off this.
Yeah, Metizport might have free here, though, by the time they actually get in. Male09 decides to get aggressive. I don't blame him. They're in a tough position, but Visible catches 2. And this one is done. I don't know why Plopsky's around. They need these guns to buy the next round. That was pointless.
With Lumi saving, it means they should 100% have a purchase. Plopsky would be a little bit worse for wear. Same, actually, yeah. There's going to be definitely lax in this. Holes in it. The MP9 being nerfed means when you go into rounds like this, you can't... You still can, but you can't just go, I'll buy an MP9. And you've got a mini rifle. It's still very powerful, but you will struggle at range. And especially a map like this, that can be difficult. Regardless, 9-6. 7 map points turned into 6. Shouldn't be a worry. Actually, a smart thing to do here would be just save.
Tech pause.
That's never good.
Hopefully nothing too scary. Yeah, I don't know what Plopsky was doing near that bomb site. It's an absolute slam dunk buy if he'd saved. But not necessarily anymore. Half buy seems to be the decision. Everyone seems to be moving, so I'm not totally sure this tech is.
Food at door.
You jest, but quite
Probably
possible.
is. Okay. Metizport are actually going for what I am glad they did. Not really any investment. Isaac's bought 5,000 armor. There's a few deagles across the board, but by and large, it's just that saved A1S on Lumi. Wouldn't discount this round, though, especially when the 5.7's in connector. Oof, invisible. I was scared for a moment. Man advantage brought back. Lumi, 10 HP. Wouldn't mind dropping that A1S to Isaac. Okay, this is a non-armored pistol round, and Melo9 has just wide swung invisible with the deagle. It's a 4 versus 2 with no one actually on the B bomb site, so Sparta will at least have that grace to potentially get the bomb down, but from there, it actually does get a bit difficult for the attack.
Oh, this is a bit of a mess. I don't see how they win this. Metizport see the plant come in, start springing their trap, and just one man to find 4 players around. Let's get 2, but the trade is there. 13-6 is going to be the scoreline. Bit of a chaotic map, I'm going to say, Freddie, but all in all, quite a convincing scoreline, so they must have been doing something right.
And the way to end it off as well, in a position where they had, Melo9 and Deagle no armor, they only had 2 pieces of armor, one saved over from the last. Yeah, it felt like both teams were maybe a little bit uncomfortable, but you could tell Sparta was more uncomfortable. That was certainly a very apparent theme. Sparta should also just be the weaker team. That goes without saying. Metizport, despite their roster changes and maybe a team that you can't necessarily correlate to the squad that made the major, this core still plays at a very extremely high level. And when your 16-year-old's dropping 23 kills, what can you really do against that? But next up is Mirage, should be a map that both teams are significantly more comfortable on. This is the opening match of Group D, and Metizport are looking to start with their best foot forward.
going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Mirage up next. This is Sparta's pick heading into this series. Our opening game of Group D here in the Thunderpick World Championship EU qualifiers number 2. Overpass, fairly dominant affair, Freddie. It was definitely chaotic, but my hunch is that that's more so because it's a new map. Some of these players certainly wouldn't be that experienced with the old version, how roughly it plays. I think Mirage should be much more comfortable for all players individually, and because of that, I expect the game actually to look quite different.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just gonna fact check. So that was Male09's first Overpass recorded on HLTV, which isn't much surprise because he is 16 years old and this game hasn't been in competitive play for the last like 2 years, which is when he would have started. So he probably played it in like ESCA, for instance, but hasn't played it at, not even remotely this level. Map 1 was strange because you could see Sparta, like you could see the glimmers and you could see the signs of like, oh, they're not completely clueless as players, but these rounds would just fall apart at the seam kind of out of nowhere. And yeah, Mirage is going to be a lot more comfortable. It's Sparta's map pick. And even though on face value, it doesn't look like Metizport are that comfortable on this map, at the start of the year, Mirage was definitely one of the better maps for this core. So obviously, like they didn't get maybe loads of wins on it, but they were contending the likes of Vitality, Gamer Legion, NIP. They were facing up against that caliber of opposition, and it was just Metizport not able to then. It was very clear they had a long way to go, and with this new roster, it's going to be interesting to see what this core is like on Mirage. So far, during that player break, that kind of like World Cup, it did not go well for them. So hopefully a month down the line, they've improved some of those issues.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a decent chunk of time, so you'd hope so. I think even Sparta picking this map, you don't know what sort of CS Metizport is going to be playing. Can't really prep for them. They haven't played it for a while. So all of these factors going to jump in as well. Certainly from the Sparta side, they looked really uncomfortable for me on Overpass. And I don't even feel like I got to see them play many standard rounds at all. There's so many rounds where we're just getting caught out of position or even when they're making good calls, the crossfires are just not working or whatever, the timings are off. So I don't really have a picture of what this team's like, to be honest, off map 1. So even in that sense, it'd be interesting to watch Mirage and see how do they approach whatever mid-rounding. What are their favorite sort of calls on T side? Are they more of a default team? Are they more of an XQ heavy team? Because I feel like, honestly, Overpass was so chaotic for them that I didn't get to see what sort of team this is.
Yeah, I'm because they'll be starting on the T side, so we won't be able to answer maybe some of those questions directly, but especially when we get on the T side, is like, are they going to be put in these same positions, and are they still going to play them quite poorly? Game is getting live though. Metizport should be looking for a 2-0 here. They're certainly the favorite on paper, and on Overpass they proved that very dominantly. The odds suggest that they are. And now on the defense, of course, they've put the Jewel Brothers into the 16-year-old hands, who had 23 kills on map 1.
Short, vertical. Lumi and Plopsky here, though. Lumi needs to fight into short. He can't pull back because of apartments. And that means his demise. Gonna leave Isaac on his own. That's a nice kill on short. Can he find anything more? His teammates is still a bit of a way off. And he cannot. So 2 versus 2. Look at the bomb, Freddy. It's way out on short. Maybe Male09 should just waited for Giacchini to swing with him, because that bomb is so exposed.
This is winnable though. Giacchino just needs to connect shots, and that won't be the case. Yeah, very awkward. I mean, so far this is followed in the theme of map 1, Mirage, even though they're more comfortable, it's still going to be a wee bit chaotic. Sparta, very lucky to get away with that pistol round, I'd say.
So we do have a force up. Did see some success on these sort of rounds on Overpass from Metizport, so should certainly pay attention. 4A stack, double close ramp. They're not actually aggressing now that the ramp smoke is fading. Okay, they move now. They see the mid nades. Probably will be an A split from Sparta, so the players are in the right spots. This could be dangerous for the Russian squad.
This could be very dangerous, and so far, it looks like they're coming out the other side wall. Never mind, Mail, that deal could have run for more than one. That smoke was perfectly timed. He just couldn't quite land the shots at close range. A 3 versus 2, and Lumi never, ever expected Urmiata to be coming through the murder hole like that. He had his knife out and was caught with his pants down as Isaac now trails off into the darkness to save his Deagle armor. And this was already just straight out the gates looking better from Sparta than it was on Overpass.
Bit surprised that Sparta are still opting to hunt the Deagle right now.
Yeah, doesn't feel like it's too worth it, does it?
Certainly doesn't.
Terrorists win.
Okay, well, still, Sparta will be happy to get some rounds on the board early. This one will be a very heavy eco from Metizport. So hopefully they can just keep this clean. Keep players alive. Bank up a little bit of money as we get into the proper gun rounds in a couple goes time.
There is another stack on A for Metizport. So the only way this round gets dangerous is if these P250s, 5.7s are able to thrive. Sparta, I'm looking at where the Mac 10 is on Visible. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try send him out A. Where one of those smokes just got launched. And that was an interesting bounce.
I think it was a jump throw from underpass into top connector.
Yeah, it bounced so high. That was peculiar. Sparta are going towards A, and luckily the non-armored pistols are just being cleaned up. Invisible should confirm there's probably a stack here, and they're still going to engage. Need to be careful, and 3 players just about stay alive with Solo on 3 HP, was it?
That could have slipped really fast.
Very quickly.
All die in connector and they hand AKs over. I think Metizport wins the round. They just clean up one more guy there. Still,
just like one more trade pretty much, and that round's different.
So at least they kept the money quite honest. And now the real guns are out for Metizport. Orp on Lumi. Over towards the window.
What's going on in window there? Lumi tried to get boosted into ladder and then just didn't, but at least Plopsky's rotated in time, and because Lumi was just kind of chilling in window, he's also going to be fast rotation. Isaac had to get that one kill, and he does. He holds on to the bomb site. Plopsky, I don't really know how he's alive, to be honest. Isaac finally does fall, and even though Sparta lose the opening engagement on that B bomb side, they slow things down, they make sure the utility's in place, and Metizport get shut out. That is a very poor round and hold from them.
Yeah, I agree. Isaac actually did everything required of him. Because Metizport started with their short player in window. They only had 1B. And Isaac alone gets his smoke off, gets a kill, and stays alive bench. And then from there, it's just a total mess. Lumi probably should have come through the kitchen's market smoke. Probably come through the door smoke, I guess. I don't think he would have been that exposed, given that there was a smoke by Van. And then Isaac, I guess he started swinging or he got killed. I'm not exactly sure. He might have got killed from a player jumping up on Van, but I don't really understand how the three of them on that site did nothing after the first kill.
Yeah. Plopsky and Isaac very much isolated each other. And that was because of good utility. Like, Plopsky was trying to play on the left side of empty pillar and then was forced out, so kind of forced away from Isaac. So that was good util and one entrance from Sparta, but also very, like, Metizport should have played a little bit better. Regardless, 3-player save, so you can take silver linings from this last round. You lost it, but GG go next. We have the weapons again. And it's already starting nicely as Isaac drops a nuke on Invisible's head. Similar to Dijon.
This round already feels over. I'm not really sure what you do now if you're Sparta. Lost the openers. Do have mid, but that's more just a indication that Metizport have to leave it open, favor the sites with their man advantage. Kind of praying somebody overfaces, but I don't think it's going to happen. They've certainly got the money to continue fighting for this round, and they should.
Yeah. That's an opening. Issue is there's no one kind of there to react off it. It does pull Mail in towards B. So that means that we've got Jacquinho and Lumi isolated on A together. Mail's going to come back over as the bomb gets dropped. And even though there's 2 defenders here and Metizport were split, Sparta are not able to achieve anything more than that singular kill they got on short. And it's a bit more like it from Metizport, but I can't say they did anything too special. They just didn't allow Sparta to isolate those duels at the beginning of the round.
Yeah. I think Sparta is quite a loose team, so you are going to get rounds like that where the AWPer just plucks a player, and then as soon as one guy goes down, other players feel compelled to take space and try and make a move, and so those rounds can slip very fast. Okay, well, fairly standard stuff from both teams so far in this round. Certainly shaping up for some sort of A split in the end here, Sparta, but they don't have that bomb on ramp or palace just yet.
Who starts this round first for Sparta? Is it Dijon and mid? Or is it the players outside of A? It looks like it's going to... Well, Dijon wants to. Topsky is not giving him anything. It's an awkward standoff, and because of this lack of duel in middle, Sparta are actually going to be disengaging. Oh, that is a rough timing for Invisible. In the meantime, though, finally, that kill comes out in middle. Metizport, the majority over towards this A bomb site. Isaac is completely isolated on B. They're just running out though. Utility does come in. Solob, he dies, but he dies for the cause. If he was like a second later, the util would have been down. He probably wouldn't have fallen. Does that mean though the round is still alive? Are Metizport still going to go for this in the 3 versus 3? Looks like they will. And Uramiata's just put them in their place. The Orpa really struggled to come alive on Overpass. He was not even a talking point. Or rather, he was, but in more the negative sense. And finally, it's good to see the leading statistician of Sparta replicate that in the server.
Quick pause just to sort this out. Good call from Sparta, really. I mean, they knew that Plobsky's the B rotator. They killed him in ladder. They were quite sure that Isaac would be alone. That's why they accelerate. So they pieced the round together well. Yeah, a fair criticism of Metizport right now might be that once they've given mid, they haven't shown much inclination to take information back on the sites. Then I don't think we've really seen any aggression into Palace, ramp, or B. It's quite a static game. And we've seen Isaac get caught alone several times now, actually. And that might be an indication that they're just continuously playing about information. And also, when you're really passive, you have to dedicate someone to holding the murder hole. And if that's your B rotator, yeah, your B player will be alone.
It was set up nicely as well, because Sparta were originally planning to go towards it. They had the 2 Palace players, 1 ramp. And they were trying to play off that mid kill onto Plopsky. But when that kill came in, they'd already started moving towards B. So Sparta, I don't know if it's fortunate or not, or how they set it up, but it worked perfectly, right? Like, they were already maneuvering towards B when that kill came in, and then they just sped up, and 5 seconds later they're on the bomb site. They've also been placing that smoke, that Molotov on empty pillar every round, which is not normally a default thing for teams to do every single round, but it's really working for them, because Metizport just seem to always stand in it. However, this time around, Metizport are getting aggressive in middle, in underpass, in B, and Sparta, very similar to the round that Metizport won, Sparta have just fallen apart.
Yeah, somewhat part and parcel of the way they like to play, though. Quite individual, quite contact heavy. Saw it a couple rounds ago, didn't we, where they just got mauled in mid and got a little bit overwhelmed. So that was a disappointing round for them. And now it's Sparta taking the pause, I presume, because their money's a bit of a mess. Uramiata certainly could rifle with full nades. Canfers could Galil here with a good amount of nades. It's just Invisible, really, that's taking a hefty sacrifice. And Uramiata chooses to go glass. T-side Mirage. I hope he has a plan to use this, because just so likely in the modern day of CS that you get peppered by nades or whatever, you end up in duels where you need a rifle and you need that versatility. I'm surprised he's gone for a glass.
I mean, the first round that Metizport won, they did over 100 damage in nades before they'd got a kill. So yeah, it is definitely a bold decision. He's had that one prolific round where he was on B and they were in the 3 versus 3 post plan and he like shut out the round. But outside of that, hasn't been anything crazy from him. step in the right direction, though, for Metizport.
I hope this isn't anything too scary. Per the pause. See these teams get back underway. As a
It's
reminder, the
online
winner of
Counter-Strike.
this game, they'll play today, won't they? They'll play the winner of the other game, which is Sinners Ruby.
It's an interesting one. I have heard a lot of good things about Stress RM, their North Macedonian pickup. He was trialing with other teams, obviously. He was quite sought after. As it's an interesting one because he's obviously like, if you look at his kind of what he's done in his career, like he hasn't got much experience really. But I know in the player break, like he was in high demand. And from some people I've been talking to recently, very high words for what the level he's at now and the level he can get to. So that's a really interesting one for Sinners. I think they've got a very cool roster with Pepo's just getting better and better and better, and Kisarek brings in a lot of experience while also still realistically being quite young in age in his career.
He's under a lot of pressure right now. It's not easy to hold this from stairs. We've got a CT rotation coming. That's Isaac into his ticket. Player's already advanced. That's important. Uramata finds that kill. Could have been problems. Dijon get caught here by Sandwich. Goes wide. Finds his man Isaac. Quick transition. Can't silence Dijon, who's on for an ace right now. What a round from this young man. One more to go.
Now it's all about the mental game. Dijon's changing his entry, but he's still heading towards the A bomb site, and Lumi's read into this. The AWP isn't able to capitalize on the low HP the same way, but he spots out the player in Palace. Dijon equally sees the AWP and just runs back. He's got the time. He's got 30 seconds. He can go towards B if he chooses to do so, and it seems like that's going to be the point of attack. It's been a star-studded round from Isaac, but he wasn't able to do enough. And Dijon on 25 HP, he's read this well. Lumi is still sitting stationary. He hasn't moved on this A bomb site, and with this Molotov, Dijon confirms he's over towards B. Is there a rifle to be picked up? No, Lumi's just going to charge. Nade out isn't going to land. Dijon has already moved away. Has he planted for short? No. Dijon's moved towards short, but he hasn't planted here. And Lumi, okay, that's one way to deal with him. Just jumps around the corner and then quick scopes him at range.
Got a bizarre one-on-one, really.
Going short when the bomb's not planted for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking more from the Lumi perspective. The decision to sit back on a deep line from jungle. I just don't know what the odds were that his adversary knew he was jungle. So why would he ever give an easy fight to any of those lines? It didn't make any sense. I was waiting for Lumi to pick up a rifle, actually, but that information didn't get transferred either way. He did win the round, so we'll give him credit in that respect. And Metizport, after a pretty troublesome start to this half, actually, are getting their teeth into the CT side. This one's a bit of a save, I guess, around the AK for SPARTA. And we'll see if they can get anything else done.
Damage, a bomb down. The B bomb site's been open multiple times. Isaac's done better on A than he has on B. That last round was actually pretty terrific from Isaac, not gonna lie. Like, his just micro adjustments on the aim, kind of bonkers. And you wouldn't expect that from someone who plays Bianca, and throughout his career has been kind of dubbed as like the, oh, he's got low stats. But every teammate says he's the best teammate he's ever played with. Can he hold on to B? Yes, and he's also got Plopsky, which he might need. There you go, perfect. 3 stay alive, no bomb plant. Isaac gets a hat trick. Life is good.
Okay. Guns out, of course. And double window smoke, so one of them's actually missed as well. Not ideal. And he's smoking their own teammate off here in Underpass. Takes a nade to the face. She could die to this other nade. Wow. That is a nightmare.
Not the first time Metizport have had really good nades. In Underpass and on Invisible. Like, that's happened before. You don't, it's rare to see a whole kill come out from grenades at like 1:25. And on Mirage, not on Inferno. So this is a really rough start, and Uramiata, not even the low HP player, will be the next to fall to Lumi, who then drops a smoke to protect himself. This is brazen, but when you're in a 3 versus 5, Fortune favors the bold. Unfortunately, Mail's able to trade through the smoke at range. Dijon, who's almost won rounds by himself, attempts to do so once again, but only gets past the first. And Metizport, they even up the scoreline.
It's looking good for them now. Definitely stabilized a lot in the last 2-3 rounds. So this one is just a half buy, so expecting the most, but actually a lot of util for Sparta. They can certainly play a pretty comprehensive round. They could run a set play. They could probably claim mid control with this much nadage. I think we're going to go for some sort of set move here. Some sort of fast A split. Here comes all the util. Plenty of flashes through, fast down mid. We're going to go into connectors, surely, and they do. Flash through the smoke. Mail needs to do his job. Gets one, forced to reload. Lumi, in the meanwhile, gets one himself.
How's he got
And that is a cleanup.
Yeah, not entirely sure how everyone's gotten out of that pretty scot-free. And that's 5 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, for Metizport. And these rounds are just getting increasingly cleaner and cleaner in their favor. And it feels like we're getting to a state where Metizport are just taking control of Mirage. Sparta are trying different things. They're trying to speed up, change the momentum. But whenever they do, they are just getting shut down. And Mail's having quite a fantastic series. Like, we said he plays at a certain level, and we have the expectations for him maybe in the future. I don't think it's fair to have them right now, but if he's playing out of his mind, it's really fantastic. And this is also just such a random call from the T side. Like, and it's worked. They just walk out A through Palace. Okay.
Job done. Job done. 2 for Dijon. Nice round for him. He had a great half, actually, despite the topsy-turvy nature of it. It's quite amazing, actually, that Isaac's 12-7, given that, honest to God, he's been hung out to dry 4 times.
Yeah.
In this half.
Even when he's rotated over towards A, like he's actually had some like really nuts performances. Like that round where Dijon almost aced. Like Isaac saves that round single-handedly by just getting, quite honestly, a crazy double. This is the city side, Alan, that we were talking about way back when. Their setups on Overpass and how they position themselves were sound, but you could tell that they were uncomfortable on the map, and these setups, they broke very easily. On Mirage, a map they should be cleaner on, how are they going to fare when they put themselves in this position? The hope is they seem cleaner and more comfortable and are able to perform better. Not a good start, though.
No. Need to take some sort of risk here. Stack a sight. Start making a move. Miata doing his best. But he could falsely call soon that it's not mid and they start thinking sights instead. Metizport very content here to pump the brakes. I'm guessing they're thinking from the perspective of SPARTA are going to make a move on us. Let's be ready. And this is the risk. A 3B stack. You've got to do something. And to be fair to them, the bomb is headed this way.
It's a 3B stack, but like Solob is a little bit far out. It comes down to, by large, Invisible staying alive on this bomb site, and Miata able to get on, support him. Solob on short falls very easily to Lumi. This then puts even further pressure on Invisible and Miata, and they cave. The kit and smoke gets flanked, and that is a beautiful pistol round for Metizport. Everything just goes exactly their way. The individuals win the duels, and their flanks are superb.
Look good. Okay. Just need to keep this clean. Mid is taken. Who we got? Oh, it's Solb holding the flashbang. So he's waiting for some contact in mid, and then he'll flash in all his teammates from connector. It's all well and good flashing at that moment, but it's like you want Metizport to be walking down mid. It's not good enough for them to be behind the top boxes.
I've definitely seen and have been a part of being caught off guard in middle when you're just in bottom mid and a flashbang comes over and everyone's blind. And you're just like, oh no.
Okay, that's what we're here for. Guns are out.
This is the important one.
Feels like if Metizport can hit the ground running on these gun rounds, this could be a short map.
Yes, if I would put proverbial money on the fact that if Metizport win this gun round, they're probably going to win out this map and series. The second portion, ever since like the first quarter of this map, it's just been all Swedish. And this is a nice little bit of aggression for SPARTA. They're going to get aggressive, and Mail isn't playing anti-flash. He's actually full on, just staring. Lumi was playing anti. So Mail was just staring with the Mac 10. he not only gets the instant headshot because they had no head armor, but then just upgrades to an M4. So this is a win-win-win-win all across the board. And Sparta don't get any information off that. They just saw one player on A.
I think they're going to have to stack a site. They can't afford to just lose this round and lose all their guns. And, you know, as you were saying, you know, if they lose this round without saving some guns, this half spirals. They can't afford that. A, for the moment, is pretty seeded, and I get the hunch that if the bomb gets across and to the site, saving is a likely option. Obviously, through the smoke, can't quite finish his food. It's invisible, bails out his teammate. And Metizport's starting to realise the CT is unoccupied, so got some decent afterplants now. 09 goes looking, and he is so crisp, man. So good.
First bullet. First bullet, everything. And it's actually really good that they get that first play because Sparta were looking to flash 2 in CT, and they just can't get past him. Male 09 not only gets the opening kill, he kills the retake before it even starts, and then when they try for something, they can't get past him. You could see this round being dangerous. Yurmiata had a double flash. Invisible and Sold were going to get flashed in together towards CT, but instead, Male 09 isolates the jewels and just makes it so uncomfortable for them. Metizport, such an easy round, and sorry, not even, I don't want to say it's an easy round for Metizport, it's an easy round for Male. As Sparta sit now 3 rounds back after being 6-1 up, 5-1 up.
Playing very passive with his guns. They have the boost on short, but there's nobody home to greet that gun at the moment. Very unusual for your in-game leader to be the solo player lurking out B. It's very hard for him to call the rest of the map.
Yeah, there's not much he's going to be able to really identify. That works, though.
Lucky boy.
Yeah,
Lucky
that works. Sorry, lucky team. Look at the HP. 12, 7, 10. It's a 4 versus 1, but you wouldn't imagine it. And Isaac, I'm not sure if you would have heard him dropping off balcony there, but he's got a very good timing of getting away. Sparta saved 2 weapons coming into this round. They get a kill with it. But by large, this was just a low purchase. They allow Metizport to break double digits. And the Swedes are only 3 rounds away from winning out their opponent's map pick. The series and going D. Yeah, going ahead in Group D. I would assume that this is a game that's going to be closed out 13-6, 13-7, to be honest. Don't really need to hunt.
No, but when your name's Male 09, you feel like you can win every duel, so why not?
Why not?
Okay, pause in for Sparta. No surprises there, really.
I like it. I really like it, actually.
Well, yeah, they are also approaching last chance saloon. They can't afford to lose this gun round. They'll be handing over probably 12.
Probably, I mean, I'd say the game, like, mentally and physically. One of my big criticisms of younger teams, or just any team, is the lack of tactical pause has been called. Sparta have called 5 out of their 6 lost across the last 2 maps, and at least they did something to try and bring the momentum. It didn't work on Overpass. Will it work on Mirage? As Metizport are already looking like they want to go straight towards A. They've got Plopsky throwing util in mid, showing some presence, and then 3 through ramp. And what can you even do about that, Alan? What can you do? Like, that is a crazy, just instant first bullet headshot to hit. Mail gets sent out. He opens up. Sure, he falls, but the trade was so quick.
A lot of teams on a different scoreline would think about saving right now, but Sparta, this game is starting to become too far gone to consider those options. Visible does get the opener. And Plopsky is quite intent on holding the flank right now, so he can't actually help his teammates, though. Lumi with the rifle is undeniable. I don't think this is on. 33 HP. You've got to deal with Palace and Ramp. Quite an open plant. He's a dead man. Metizport are very close now to winning this map.
Touching distance. Money is actually surprisingly okay for Sparta because of just like the saves they've been able to get. But that was a really nice, simple call from Metizport. It's execute A, but it's an execute where they were actively taking stairs and kind of like top con control. And that meant that the bomb was able to be planted for free, while also then having the utility to replenish those smokes. So they just held on to so many primary zones until like 30 seconds after the bomb being planted. Lumi, though, definitely there's a case to be said if he saves the day a little bit. When it was in like the 3 versus 3, he does hit some astronomical shots. But Metizport, they look very comfortable. The team looks really clean. And the month when they first signed Mail didn't look great. They were losing to teams they probably shouldn't have and in quite dominant fashion. This is probably the first showing with Mail 09 where you can sit back and go, okay, I can see this now. I can see this now.
Good openers. It's going to be very tough now for Metizport. It's a nice kill from Plopsky, but he's kind of trapped, isn't he, with the bomb. Palace is being claimed by a rifler right now as well. And I'm not sure the Terrace players can dedicate that much attention to this. The molly is good, but it will not last forever. Util is starting to dwindle. Visible comes out of CT. Can he get a good fight? Gets a dink.
They don't seem to check Palace.
There's just so many CTs around. Too many angles to deal with.
Is this the start of Silent More? Pretty good round for Sparta. They put all their chickens in, all their eggs in one basket, and they're able to reap those rewards. High risk, high reward. Fortune favors the bold in this occasion. Metizport still lead by 4, and they still have a pretty healthy bank balance. Money's not an issue. Even next round, if bomb goes down, I think they're pretty fine. That's the first round. That's like the second round for Sparta since round 7. And we're in round 19. So I struggle to see that in the grand scheme of things as something more than just an isolated 1 round. Despite it being quite well played.
All the Metizport want to do is mid control. But now they're just going to wait out these connector smokes, I suspect. A lot you can do about those. Bombing looped back to A. Re-smokes top connector and window. There's a couple HEs lying around on this CT side, so they can break these if they like. And actually, look at the mini-map. The AWPer, Miata, he's in an aggro line on B. He's telling his teammates, I can't see anybody. You guys can all lean heavily A.
That's exactly what's happened. First shot, though, in favor of Lumi. Not fatal, but it deals damage. 2 players towards stairs. Those guns should reveal, and Plopsky just does Plopsky things. Metizport are so dangerous. Mail can open up. Isaac, Lumi. Now Plopsky, it's his time to shine. But Urmiata, who was previously on that deep line on B, rotates over towards A, and he comes in at the perfect time. That flash play was perfect from Plopsky, but Invisible comes through the connected smoke at the nick of time. Lumi unscopes at the worst moment, and Sparta, they really get away with murder and are saved by inches in that round after a great Plopsky double opener.
Yeah, there was, I'm not sure which player it was, but whoever came through the connector smoke and on the stairs behind, yeah, whoever came on the stairs behind Plopsky did so much to salvage that round.
He wins the round, I think.
Yeah, he probably does. I also, Lumi should be rifling, I think, in a lot of these rounds. I'm quite sure Metizport would have won that round if they had an extra rifler towards kind of the jungle side.
Bit more energy.
Yeah, it's also like if you just missed one shot with the orb, you can't, you kind of, you know, you're not a factor in those chaotic moments anymore. I think I'd like to see Lumi rifle a bit more. I think he's forcing the orb when he doesn't need to.
I mean, Lumi's been playing better with the rifle anyways. Like, he's been in some really nice shots. Metizport choosing to go towards A. Ken Fuzz, Molotov, making it a little bit uncomfortable, but nothing too crazy. Urmiata, this ain't Call of Duty. This ain't your application to FaZe Clan. Stay on the ground, boy. 3 in a row for Sparta. I'm not convinced yet. Even though it's literally a 2-round game, it just doesn't feel like a 2-round game.
Quick discussion for Metizport. What's going wrong? Why aren't we getting these rounds? I don't think they need to do anything crazy. Really feel like on this map, they just take their time, they get mid, they split sites. I think they're the better team.
I don't even think they are the better team. The rounds, that last gun round, they lost that because they just didn't put enough pressure on it, confidence-wise. That is a bonkers play from Urmiata. Even more bonkers to go for the repeat. And Dijon catches a fantastic timing, but then Invisible oversteps. He definitely didn't need to play after his teammates had pretty much come out of Underpass. Plopsky's not going to allow that AWP to survive or save, and Plopsky's also taken the attention of both players in middle right now. He doesn't have that confirmation that both are here, but regardless, Isaac and Lumi are still going to make their way out on B. Now he should know. And Lumi, what are you doing? Just have your gun out.
Gun out, gun out.
Okay, he gets away with it now. He's going to reposition towards market. He has got utility, can place that if he chooses to do so, but he's now needs to just hold out his AWP, and that's exactly what he does. Ken Fuzz, a 1 versus 2 that he has to clutch up if Sparta want to be able to end off Mirage in regulation. Time's ticking down. He has a kit, but no one's facing. And it seems like a futile attempt as Isaac shoots him in the side of the head, and another raucous round that goes in favor of Metizport.
Chaotic. Plopsky, assuming they win this map, Plopsky's won them the map. He's the man finding the high impact frags right now.
And just staying alive. He just stayed alive.
It's also the information, isn't it? Gets his team out on B. He does all the work for the B players. This time won't be a factor. Still, it's just a sole man here on B. And they will go through the smoke. So there is a window here. If they get out and kill this player, and they do.
What?
There's a chance. Get some util now onto market. Do indeed. Molly makes it awkward. Invisible is gone. Player in the smoke. That's Dijon.
Oh, hello.
What is happening? Isaac's there for the trade. Because Jacquinho is so far off holding short, they're a little bit angsty, aren't they? They're a bit nervous about getting this bomb down. They don't want to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, they're waiting for Jacquinho to come up short. He's just getting... He's got so much information, though. And Sparta are making... Wow, are we missing that, Lumi? Isaac's died because Lumi's missed a shot. Jacquinho is here, and he's so late that they just don't expect him to be short. Lumi makes up for that atrocious miss with the final kill of Mirage and the final kill of the series as Metizport. First time we've seen this roster in a month, and it looks like Mail has acclimatized quite perfectly, I'd say. He has had a monstrous performance, and even in that final round, gets an instant first bullet opening headshot that not many players could do. Many players would desire to be able to do, but Metizport go through to the winners game now in Group D, where they will play later.
I mean, certainly for this level of competition, Melo9 and Popsky look like a star duo.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, they really are, at times, just the best players on the server. And they do bail Metizport out of some difficult situations quite a lot. So I thought they were brilliant. I think they'll watch back that Mirage and see quite a few mistakes. I hope they heed what we're saying about... They should just rifle. I don't know why they're forcing this all every single time. They don't necessarily get the orb in that many good positions. I think the versatility would suit them better. But elsewhere, I mean, Overpass, if it can grow into a good map for them, it'll take a few more reps. That is massive. And everybody seems to leave it open, but doesn't like playing it right now. So they'll also get quite a few chances. But yeah, Metizport, promising signs, but I think we need a bit more data, don't we, against other teams before we know what this team's all about. Yeah,
I mean, because when they first brought in Mail, it didn't go well. Like, as in, they had that pre-season games. And yeah, I just don't think it looked very good. He's only played a handful. Like, that was his 1, 2, 3, 4. That was his 5th best of 3 for Metizport. And only the... And to be fair, they've done pretty well, but they've lost, like, you know, they shouldn't be losing to Ruby. They shouldn't be losing to Partizan. Mail has still played fantastically throughout all of their performances, but seeing how we haven't seen them play, and as I mentioned, just under a month, I think that player break benefits a squad like this more than it would others, and just getting Mail up to speed for this level, because he's played for the likes of Johnny Speed, obviously. He's played against some very good competition, but Metizport are shooting for a higher standard. They're a team and an organization that were just at the Austin Major, and they want to get back to playing on that level consistently. And tournaments like this are a really good start, but who is going to meet them in that winners game? Sinners versus Ruby. The new look Sinners, they've gone international. Very exciting project over there, up against Ruby, who seem to be on an upward trajectory. That's going to be on your screens in about actually an hour. We've ended very quickly. Alan, I don't know about you, but I don't think I'm there for that. I don't think you are either. So we're going to be sending this over to our colleagues and see you in about an hour for who will join Metizport in a pursuit to qualify for playoffs later today.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the European qualifiers for the Thunderpick World Championship 2025. I'm T-Time, joined by Neokai as we head into Group D. The final two teams remain to find out who will be representing, the representatives. I don't know, man. It's the European qualifiers. We're going into the single elimination bracket afterwards for this one. Now, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited, man. You know, opening match of Group D, get a bit of a lay of the land, just how things are looking here. So I'm quite excited to see how this one sort of pans out. These are two teams that are in kind of vastly different sort of spots in terms of their kind of their team life, however you want to call it, but are both trying to kind of clamber back into being in for kind of the upper echelons of tier 2. You know, Sinners at one point were really up there playing so much Counter-Strike. They have obviously taken quite a dip and they've gone through quite a few changes. So I'm quite interested to see this iteration of Sinners. The first time I've caught them since they brought in Kisarek and Stress on, and two players, of course, who've been around the circuit in their tier 2 for a while. So it should be quite interesting. And Ruby, they're a pretty decent test as well. They pull up some decent upsets.
Why don't we zoom in a little bit onto that Sinners team then, because obviously there's a lot to talk about over there, like you said, with the recent changes coming through. A lot to be said. One of the things that I will say that I'm just very quickly slightly disappointed about is maybe, you know, how some of the older members have been performing. But before that, as a reminder to everyone, one of the opening matches has already taken place. Metizport 2-0ing Sparta. Don't think there were too many, you know, surprises over there. The winner of Sinners versus Ruby will be going up against Metizport then, and it's a double elimination bracket all the way through to get two teams forward. You guys know how this works. You've been watching esports for at least some time now. If you're over here, you love Counter-Strike, we know it, you know it as well. Let's take a look at the lineups, and let's start off with Sinners. Perhaps, I say perhaps because I'll be frank over here, we are starting off with him. Fantastic. I'm kind of disappointed with B-Stick's performance recently. I've kept an eye out on Sinners. I've always really felt like B-Stick was going to be one of those role players who does actually elevate to a higher level, especially because, you know, in that 2020 to 2021 era, we were getting so much from him, but unfortunately, it does feel like he's really taken a back foot in a big way on this team now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I feel like he's not putting up the numbers that you'd want sort of out of him. And of course, you can kind of lump the whole thing about calling with him too, but still, he used to actually be able to kind of support it with the numbers. So it feels like we need a lot out of him. But it is good to see it in some senses. You got Kisarek, of course, coming in towards the side and actually looking really quite solid. Stresson's a guy with a decent ceiling as well, who can be quite interesting. And Peeper, when he was initially brought in, I caught his debut match all the way back when he was brought in, and I was impressed from then. I thought he had some flashy moments. I think he has a ceiling which could be quite interesting in the tier 2 as well. So definitely a player that is difficult to deal with, and a team that have the right ideas in some senses and the right people who can step up and pull off wins like the one here. But it's inconsistency that seems to plague the side for me. They just don't put up the numbers that we want of them. They don't put up the victories that we need of them. They're picking up losses against teams that, generally speaking, they should be beating, and picking up quite a few of them. And that's where they're kind of stuck in this sort of rut of form.
It's also been an interesting shift for Sinners, who historically have lent so much on their operas, be it Oscar or Forsey, to now be in a position where predominantly you've got an aggressive rifle duo between Stresser and Kisarek, who were playing a sort of that 1-2 punch into a bomb site. Peppo is not that same kind of Forsey/Oscar player who they were at their peak, where they were able to actually solo carry a game forward. It's a lot harder as well in the modern day of Counter-Strike, fair enough. But then you've got Ruby on the other side of things. And listen, now I'm going to be very straightforward with you. I'm significantly less familiar with this team, but whenever I'm looking at them, it feels like they're taking a map off of someone they should have no right to, but then losing the series later on.
Yeah, I do have to agree. I do have to agree. This feels like the case. This is a side that actually do have some decent talent, some decent names who actually look pretty solid. I mean, Cade's a guy who's been around for a little bit of a while, and I've actually some nice moments coming out from him. Individually seems relatively kind of talented in the few games of Ruby that I've caught. But again, it's a similar thing for them where it just feels like lack of depth in the map pool might be the word that you throw out there for this side, where it's like, it seems like they can't find consistency on maps they play regularly. I mean, especially I look at maps like a Nuke for them is a map that comes in towards their pool quite a lot. Same with Mirage as well, you know, especially with the likes of Mirages and your Dust 2s. They're pretty standard maps. They're quote unquote easy to play because they're such known quantities, but we don't always get the same performance out of Ruby each and every time. So, you know, as much as it's a buzzword that maybe gets overused quite a lot, I do think consistency is another thing that just plagues this Ruby side, where they can't find the form required to really chain together wins, chain together series, to actually start building upon the sort of small foundations that they have. But also at the same time, I think Ruby are in a spot where it's pretty evident the teams that are below them and above them, right? And, you see them where it's like they'll pick up wins against Fisher College, which is great, or, Imperial Valkyries, fair enough, right? But then it's like, losses to TNL, losses to Monte, losses to Batera. All I would assume would beat this Ruby side. I think that's kind of where they are at the moment. And it's, can they break through that ceiling, which I'm not convinced right now.
Listen, they did beat out Hesta, which I know is a big deal these days. So, no, I'm going to let you know that, hey, got to put some respect in that name. Ruby, though, it's interesting for me. I do find it that this is a very clear example of one of those teams that are hit the worst by the amount of maps that they're playing, because everyone always talks about how, hey, you don't have time to scrim and you don't have time to practice and develop. For a lot of teams like, your Montes of the world and whatnot, where you do come from the ascendancy of your SDYs, your Warrior 2Ks, who sure are no longer with the team but are able to integrate a sort of structure into the team before they leave, it's a lot easier to pick up newer maps. But for teams like Ruby, for teams like, to a lesser extent, Sinners as well, it does feel like in this wild grind of the VRS, it is nearly impossible to have a proper 5-map map pool. I'm not going to talk about a 6-map, right? No one outside of Tier 1 should have a 6-map map pool, frankly speaking. But for these teams, it does feel like they can struggle even to get like a proper 4-map. Normally, you're going to be looking at 3 maps where they've got a pretty good idea of how they want to play it out. You've got a very good feel for some of the riflers on it. And then the second you move away from those, you start to crumble down a little bit more. And while we're on the topic of maps, why don't we actually go over and take a look at the Veto as well and see how that one's exactly panned out of here. For Ruby, they start things off with an Overpass pick, a little bit risque, perhaps. Sinners hasn't played it too much. They've only played it once themselves. Mirage then being counted out by the Sinners, not particularly surprising it is. And then we've got Nuke as the decider.
Yeah, I think Nuke as the decider is a map in which both of these teams like, but Ruby play it a little bit more. So I think that could be quite interesting if we get there. Mirage, I think, is ultimately actually a risk here, as weird as it is to say, just because it is a well-versed map for Ruby. So Sinners picking into it. I'm assuming they must have spotted something. It's also been a map in which, while Ruby play it a lot, it's not always the most successful. So they've definitely probably seen something in the demo reviews which believes that they can kind of take that one. But Overpass, as you mentioned, kind of a wild pick. I sort of love it in a sense, taking such a big gamble here, right? Ruby have only played it once. Sinners not played it at all. And, you look at that Ruby side, in the one game that they play it, they won it. It was an OT against Monte. So maybe they took a lot of stock in that. But I think this game is live and ready to go. So we can head on the way into Overpass. I'm a big fan. I like that this map is back in the pool. I was very sad when it got taken out, especially because it got taken out for Dust 2 of all maps. But I'm glad that we've got another nuanced, slightly more tactically in-depth map back in the pool.
The only thing that could have made this better is if it was Inferno to go inside of Anubis, yeah.
Agreed.
I'm with you.
Agreed.
Might be Pepper to be taking first contact. That's a contact he doesn't want, though. He sees them, he smells them, he's out of there. No surprise whatsoever about it. Fast smoke out towards Garbage to try and force rotations backwards, but they don't have any intention of rotating in through to be the CTs will be looking to receive. B-Stick back behind the smoke, but it's Fossil to be trying to scale in front and above it. Truck's not going to give him too much cover, though. He decides to go back to Dice where the plant comes in default.
B-Stick, he's just waiting behind this smoke. No fours, that'll change things a little bit. Numbers advantage. Ruby got a nice little post barn set up, but it could be dismantled here. B-Stick for the first. Looking for a second as well, and got support. So it's all down to who can hit the shot, and B-Stick seems to be the answer right now. Double stack up close. All one has to do is tuck, and it's working. Trades are keeping them off this C4. They cannot pull off the defuse just yet. Down to one man, and they've got enough time as well. Kit or not, it does not matter. Sinners, that's a great retake.
That's a really interesting smoke coming out from Ruby, as Kisarek will be giving Shock a little bit of love as well for the defuse. But it's just, normally when you see these faster plays out towards the A-bomb set, one of the biggest advantages that you can get is if you have the fast garbage smoke, you can threaten the idea of players playing close or even threaten a push into bank or anything like it, right? It makes the retake have another, 3 or 4 seconds on it. I understand that it's easier to plant the bomb because you're not going to have incendiaries on the CT side in the pistol round, but it does become a lot harder to stop a retake like this from happening. They don't even have to worry about maybe a connector rotation coming in for a flank or anything like it. So, yeah, interesting call from them. Could have gone a little bit better if the duels had gone their way as well. So it's not terrible, but yeah. First kill goes the way of Kisarek, and he's still facing. That's a question mark for me.
Yeah, I'm with you a little bit. Still. Also, a bomb plant. You always force buy back in here, or generally speaking, and Ruby have the heavy hitters to make a difference. That AK still in play for Trunic. This is the most important round. It used to always be the case where win the pistol and it sets yourself up so nicely, but these days it's about winning the force buy. You win this and you give yourself a real nice platform to build upon. In that 4 versus 4, this round's still anybody's.
Yeah, force buy is a hard way to put it when you still got 2 belts of utility left, as well as 2 Khalils and an AK for Ruby. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of A1s. These CT changes have at the very least benefited them to some extent. Beppo's repositioning. He's trying to get close to be able to self-flash himself if this ends up being a hit through the toilets. Let's look at what it comes through with. The flashbang forward to Farmers, not to peek. He's just playing to delay, and it might be enough. He catches 1, catches 2, and that should be the end of this push from the T side.
Surely, right? B-stick, re-smoke. Smart one as well. It gives that air of doubt of what's around the corner, but there's a mean crossfires. 3 players already here to meet them. Flank could brew if it wants. We have slipped the net a little bit. Didn't expect another player back dice. Stress on. Nice trade. Last man, Arcade has to go huge and can't. Stress on the new boy will shut him down. And that'll be a second put on the board.
Oh, there you go. The all-important second buy comes through. No plant as well for Ruby, so they should be refraining from buying too heavily into this one. Once again, they're able to get some decent map control out towards toilets, but if Sinners keeps on giving it up for free only to play for the retake, I wouldn't hate that. I'm still yet to see what the ideal way to play the A site is. Once upon a time, obviously, there's a lot of, back and forth, in and out of the bathrooms that was sort of popularized with an AWP nearby. Now, with the way that rifles are playing in the modern day, maybe it is a faster retake with flashes. Look at it sort of like retaking the B side of Inferno when you have utility, something like it. Oh, Kaide. Thought he had that for a second.
Suppose for a brief moment, only down, will keep Passinator at bay. This one should be relatively simple to shut down for this in the side, but I say that. Tech 9 drive by, Kisarek will fall. If Ruby can get a bomb plant out of this round, they'd actually be pretty damn happy with it. Aussie, nice shot. We'll catch shock. A spot now as well. Yeah, 45 seconds. 3 versus 3. They could actually squeeze a plant out potentially.
So much of this will fall down on a B-stick. And whatever he can find. Smoked out on Monster means that he'll never be able to feel comfortable rotating backwards. That also puts it in a very awkward position for Stresserin. As he'll always have to play the alphabets. B-stick now spotted. Spots out the bomb as well. Not sure if he registered it. Now he has. Drops it as well. Kaide, though, the boost will be netting him 1. They've got B-stick's position down, so they think. A deep flash gives him a great peek. Fantastic stuff to come through from Beppo, and Fozil on the flank back in from Monster is just going to be cut off and sidelined. That is a nice flash. I'm going to be honest with you. That might have saved the day.
Yeah, there was a moment there that looked a little bit funky. That was potentially getting on a bit of an edge, but thankfully Sinners recover and make sure it's not too damning. Maybe a little bit too expensive than they would have liked against the low buy, but a round is a round, and that's ultimately all that matters. So, Reno start. Full investment to come through for Ruby with the AWP in play.
Now, I've got to ask you a question. How are we pronouncing this? Is it McQueen?
Yes, that's how I've always gone for it.
Okay.
McQueen. I've heard people say McQueen, but I don't actually know where they're getting the kind of A sound from. So I've always gone on McQueen.
Okay. McQueen. Let's see what Stresserin has to do over here in the banana area. A little bit solo, and he decides to back off. Kisarek, in the meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, finds Fozil. A peek from Fozil into short later on in the round will go punish, and with that, Sinners feel like they can go for more of a defensive position.
Okay, so Runic snuck his way forward. Oh, I say that. Queen of the AWP will find B-Stick. Not a nice way to go with Stress on 15 points of HP. This is looking like a potential good round on the cards here. Peepo up on the flip side does need to go huge, but he'll play Bogdan's Law, so Stress on will pick it up. 40 seconds, in they come. They sort of have to commit now towards this site, but why not if you're finding the kills?
Peepo's going to be missing out on the incendiary over here as well. He was really hoping to play some sort of blind denial, even if Stressor dies. So I'm surprised that he takes the peek before, maybe frazzled by the smoke. But the call has been made. It's a rotation back to B, and it has to be second guessed because Kite has lost his life. And suddenly in the 3v3, you've also lost track of where Stresserman could be. He's rotated backwards. He's more worried about guaranteeing the rotation of his teammates rather than getting a kill on the ascending T-side players. I mean, it's his life that's causing him to second guess it, but now utility's all gone. It's a battle of guns, and those guns can't find anyone. Trunic is going to make it harder for it to be pursued. T-side in the post plant looks untouchable right now. I don't know how you get back onto the side of the CTs.
I think you're right. Trunic should have one dead to right here, but it looks like the ult might not even peek. It's a shoulder spot to the Kisserek, but yeah, they're long gone. Save is called. Ruby going to get their first round on the board, and nothing that can be done by Sinners. They're just going to shell up and save. And it's probably the right call. Open play. Money's not exactly super flushed out for that CT side. So that is definitely the right move to make. But a fantastic round, all things considered, right? You look at Ruby, who just scale up into those bathrooms. You know, no utility user. You full contact play, get a lot of space, and then pounce when the time's right. Really, really effectively played.
The punishment people was really good over there as well, just finding him as he starts to peek in from behind garbage. I'm so surprised he tries to take contact when you already do have someone who's looking for that duel for the upstairs, man. Because it did feel like he was just trying to play plant denial with the incendiary to buy more time and space. But regardless, Ruby are able to take full advantage of that momentary hesitation. Fossil finds a man blind but doesn't get the kill. It's a smoke that will deter him from going any further ahead in the hunt. And we reset with a lot of CT utility used.
Double stack here. B-Stick and Stress on. It's actually quite a difficult one to break down. Essentially, both of them are playing anti-flash, but from different positions. So, that Bathroom's contact play probably won't get as much control as they wanted. Yeah, it's a miss Molotov and a pretty bad one. It's thrown considerably too high, so it bursts in the air.
Fireworks in Counter-Strike are pretty, but they're a lot like fireworks in real life. Kind of flippin' useless.
Yeah.
But I do like me some fireworks.
Look nice, make a lot of noise. That's sort of the only thing they're good for.
Hey. And we kind of can look nice and make a lot of noise as well. That's a good nade.
It is.
Oh my god, that's even better. And you've got more where that came from. The flashbang is not dodged. Kisserek is able to dodge flash number 2, but it's all going to come down to the rotation. It's a double peek and he can't find even one. People with the AWP long range will at least keep things honest, but I don't think there's anything beyond an honest loss over here for Sinners that lies in store. They have to move back and save.
Yeah, you're right. Nothing that can be done here. Similar thing once again where for Sinners, I actually think they're playing a little bit too passive on the CT side. I want to see a little bit more map control taken. I mean, we're not even really testing short presence at all, which they've got the spawns for it. They can be taking short presence easy. Molly in towards short pipe, which is easy to throw on the fly as well. This is all control they could be taking. Con control's a little bit lackluster too. I just feel like for the Sinner side right now, they're giving Ruby way too much freedom, way too much space to set up what they want to do. And then they're just hitting the shots. Simple and effective. Ruby up to a second. Since the guns have come into play, there's only been really one team in it. Sinners, I need to see a little bit more of a forward foot in this game if they want to build some level of a CT side.
I think especially when you consider that the success they found earlier on was on retakes, it's understandable that they are thinking about something like it. But yeah, things have changed when the gun rounds have come through. Your only success before was when you actually got a kill on the Fossil, and even then you lost the round because of maybe an error on the A site. But regardless, They're even expending a smoke to extinguish the T side Molotov on short very often. So
Yeah.
when you're down a smoke on the B side, beyond that, and your A side players are playing aggressively in toilets where they're getting ready to receive a push, you're not going to get a backup monster smoke either, which makes it all the more difficult to have a plan for the mid round unless you also have some sort of re-aggression plan for the mid round. So yeah, it's interesting. A side retake, very possible. B side retake, it's not happening.
Yeah, I think you're right. 3-2 now. And unfortunately, you look towards Sinners and money is run a little dry, or at least dry enough that they can't force buy-in back around here. So, a couple of pistols they brought to the table for Kisrek and Shock. At least the AWP and the M4 are still around and still have a chance. But as a whole, I like what I'm seeing from Ruby. Looking pretty solid so far. Double stack again in towards front of bathrooms. A real priority for Sinners. But again, no con control, no short control. All areas which are very accessible to a CT side. And they just don't want to play at all.
Oh. Goodbye, Hasanada. And there's that aggression that we want. Maybe not coming through in the most conventional ways. And now you need the op to strike. People out of the open is still able to find Kaida, who is trying to catch him off guard. And with that, Ruby are forced to rely on TrueNick. His shoulders feeling heavy, as he is going to be the primary point of contention. Stressor and doesn't realize he's crept all the way past forward. The jump does not spot any crouching players, but now with the off to rotate, people gets both.
That's huge. Down to 2, 30 seconds. Clock is ticking here, and Fozzie and McQueen got to do something. Pretty star-studded here in a 2 versus 4. I feel like with the lack of commitment by McQueen here, this is already a pseudo save that's coming through. We'll have a look in with the rifle, all for naught. And actually, McQueen will follow suit, so his AWP will drop as well. They do have enough money. Carter can drop one over, but even still, that's a big knock on the Econ of Ruby. And finally, a good round for Sinners. And all comes off the back of Peepo. Nice work from him.
He's also a player that obviously I pointed out that, hey, he's not been the focal point of this team, but also beyond that, we have to keep in mind, with the map pool changing, we might actually see a bit of a return of oppers, right? Where everyone's talking about how CS2 is not an op-friendly game. Train has just started to become refamiliarized, and I think Overpass will have much faster adoption because we haven't really seen it change that much from the last version. It's pretty much nearly identical to it. So I actually do think there's a world where ops start to get a lot more impact again compared to, you know, your Anubises, compared to your more classic maps that have been seeing a lot of play recently, like your Ancients and whatnot as well.
Yeah, I do agree. Fortunately, as you guys can see, we are in a bit of a tech pause here. I mean, everyone's still in the server, so ultimately that's a good sign. These sort of positions, you normally say it's something like, you know, a mic issue, TeamSpeak issue, something along those lines. A generally quite easy thing to fix. So hopefully that is the case. Of course, for those who are joining us late, this is map number 1, of course, in our series. We have a potential barn burner on the cards here, with Overpass being our first. Of course, this is picked by Ruby, but a bit of a rogue pick as well. It's a map in which they've only played once, but beat Monte in OT. Sinners have never played, but actually look quite comfortable on it. So they've obviously been pracking and scrimming it. Map number 2 being Mirage, picked by Sinners, but a very even map statistically. And if we require it, Nuke as well, the decider. Also, a bit of a handshake, let's say, where both sides do like that one.
No, if you're a potential barn burner, are you just a potential arson?
I guess so. I actually don't even know why that's even a saying, in all fairness.
A potential barn burner?
Yeah. Why is barn burner like
I think barn burner is like, you know how you see those like Philly sports fans, whenever they win, they just go out and they burn everything? I feel like that's what it is. It's like, oh my God, this is so good. I've got to burn my own house down because I don't have fireworks.
So apparently the term barn burner originated from a 19th century folktale about a farmer who burned his barn to eliminate a rat infestation. But I don't know how that then turned into a
Maybe
barn
it was
burner
a
then
really
being...
good folktale. Like,
Yeah,
oh
I'm
my
gonna
god,
say.
that barn burner folktale was fire.
Yeah. I don't know how that made its way it is today. But either way, this one has the potential for exactly that. And we are back live as well. 4-2.
Burning some barns on B. Oh. Doesn't quite clear the smoke completely for McQueen. It could have been dangerous otherwise. Shock will live to fight another day. It's a chance to push in through the smoke. The flashbang dodge. Shock only fires 2 shots out. If that was this full spray, he would have gotten at least 1 and maybe even stopped this push that's coming over. Reposition is nice. It gives it space for the Heaven players to continue to force them back into their own crossfire. Bozil creeping through. He's been undetected so far. He won't be able to find the kill. Shock's been a little bit too omnipresent. Now the problem that comes in is that Trunig is separated from the rest of his team, who are going to be cordoned off likely from Stressern. Becomes very difficult to get onto this A bomb set when you've got such a firm stranglehold on B, and rotations from Sinners have already been called.
Yeah, Trunig, he's posted. It's basically whether the bomb can cross safely here, which I think it actually can. As long as it goes the banana route, it should be fine, and it will. They have to still be careful of that flank. It's brewing somewhere. They've got to expect that there's some level of a long play, whether that's long bathrooms or long itself. And actually, Stress is making a move. Oh my god, he's in behind. He gets one, and that'll now put a clock, and they pinch it in. There's no way. 15 seconds. Peepo's here, posted, and a shutdown. It's a flawless round for Sinners. That was really, really nicely played. Stress on that move, expertly timed.
Gotta say, man, Shock just really good maneuvering around the B bomb side of it there as well. Just funneling himself back to the point where, the only point where basically the Heaven player can't be helping him out of there either. If the Heaven player gets smoked off as well, he's still going to be in an influential place because he knows he's got that connector presence to safeguard him from the back of short as well. I like what I'm seeing here from Sinners. I'm pleasantly surprised.
I got to agree, man. I got to agree. He's a Sinners side who I've caught, relatively consistently over the last, let's just say, like 6 to 9 months. And this is a side that I've generally felt sort of downward trending a little bit. And they've obviously been struggling from where kind of the peaks of them. I mean, when I was first starting my kind of casting career, they were one of the best teams in Tier 2, right? And
yeah,
it's been
the Pro League and whatnot as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a side, of course, who it feels like the slightly clipped wings. But these are nice moments in. You can see where building blocks are in this side. Peepo looking fantastic. He's looking really strong. Basic actually put up the numbers that we want to see. Kissereg, bold swing doesn't pay off.
I do love it, but yeah. 3 decks, probably not living. Unfortunately for Ruby, these building blocks are coming down on their homes. It's not been a great time for them, and what better time to strike back than now with a 5 versus 4 Tex and a stolen M4. DC doesn't find anyone initially. The boost that's being planned might have just heard that quick little reface, and now they're worried about the boost as well. The double nade out towards the woodworks will be showing itself off as well, but with the smoke out into short, it becomes a much more tricky push for the Monte players. Already one down, Kaida is next, and it's going to be cleanup crew coming in on the B bomb site. Trunik the only one to fight back. And he's still got USBs to deal with. Beppo 9-3 now, as it feels like he's really been racking up the numbers.
Yeah, opting as well for the pistol because that push didn't want to be caught short. It's actually a real heads-up play from Beppo there. Nice work, 6-2. I mean, this is already looking fantastic. Generally speaking, though, you do have to take these sort of quite lopsided CT sides with a bit of a pinch of salt. This map has, for a long time being seen as very, very CT-sided, and it's one of those things where we have to kind of take that into account where, sure, this is still really good from the likes of Sinners, but I need more. I probably need to see them get to 8, I think, at least, before I'm, like, happy, is how I'll put it. But at least for now, I am pretty happy. This has been pretty good. This has been enjoyable. Last 3 months
You're welcome,
as well.
Man.
Yeah, what can I say? Last 3 months, this is 56.5% seed sided. So actually less than what it was before it was taken out of the pool. It was a lot more lopsided back then.
I wonder if things are going to start Becoming more so later on as well, but for now it's trades, and Beestick is a master of them. Deep Grenade would have taken down McQueen if he kept peeking. He is out of there. That's some good stuff from Sinners. Once again, fully getting control out towards long, resetting back in, and then you've immediately got Peppo to replace out for any sort of lurking presence in short. 2 players still on B, and Ruby don't have anywhere to go. They don't have any flashbangs, so entering the B bomb site will prove to be incredibly difficult. You're relying on just the perfect shot being hit, or for Fozzel, maybe the perfect timing. That timing's not there. McQueen, his time's run out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Gonna break open that smoke. Spot Hasnator behind it, but he's got the right idea. He's got an inkling. It's brewing there for him. But whether he can find... I mean, Hasnator, I think at this point, we're probably trying to angle to save, but even that might be a luxury he's not given. They're going to swing. Kisrek's going to see him off. A confident play from him for Sinners to find yet another round. And you got to say, deservedly, this is a side that continue to get better and better right now. Brilliant work. Fun to watch. Good to see. Sinners guaranteed a lead at the turn of the half, and the way they're playing, I'm expecting quite a few more, especially considering the buy is going to be a little lower for Ruby here.
Ruby's not really been looking particularly promising on any of these force buys, and this is where the problem comes in of leadership. You really want to see just a pocket strat. You really wanted to see a nice sort of smoke coming out, keeping in mind that this is their map pick. And right now, the strat is clear. Snake up Banana, Molly's in the back of the truck, and hope to God that Stresserin doesn't take you all down. God has answered for now, but the problem is Beestick comes in behind as well. And him and Kisrek are putting their minds and bodies together to demolish anything Ruby has to offer. McQueen, 1 versus 2. The numbers sound doable, but when he's harassed up by nades, down to 4 HP, possibilities feel limited in the best of cases.
There's another nade as well is the thing I'm looking at. Shock's got it. Any sort of plant where, especially if they go for a transformer plant, what do you actually do? McQueen, he's pulling away. Question being now, does he actually commit to fully going back to B? I mean, it's a foot race that he's always going to lose because they're in heaven. So it's just difficult to set up.
They're also just going to start rotating back over immediately because Pepper doesn't waste time about it. He knows he's got the advantage because of the amount of damage that's already been dealt. Short doesn't maybe know the extent of it. They clear out A. They move back over. There should not be a bomb out of the hair either. The hair being tapped. The grenade will finish it off. Even if it does end up being the bomb to go down, it is a quick death for McQueen. Maybe even merciful.
Yeah, you know, silver lining is the sense of a bomb plant. Of course, it means that kind of just extra bit of cash in terms of the reinvestment towards next round. But I think we're quite rapidly at the point of saying silver linings are no longer a thing for Ruby in this half. 8 rounds already for Sinners. Fantastic. They find this next one as well. Financial pressure back on the shoulders of Ruby, especially if they deny another bomb plant, which has been quite consistent for this side. I mean, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Sinners. This is a fantastic showing. And just to remind everybody, this is Ruby's map pick, and it really doesn't feel like it's E-time.
Would you like to remind Ruby as well while you're at it?
Yeah.
Because I think they might need that now.
I really do think we should, man. If they don't find this round, they're actually in legitimately a lot of trouble.
It's a last gun round.
Yeah.
I have to say that's always been helpful. Ay, look at this. The bombardment doesn't get worse.
Wow.
Even a smoke expended to try and save the corpse of Fozil, but he's been cremated. So now you've got one less smoke.
Beepo posted. Nice angle. All he needs is a pixel. He is very careful of the boost. Smart reposition, knowing that boost is a possibility. Assassinator, if your shoulder peeks around that corner, you are dead to right. Oh, missed shot. Struggling enough to get the information. He gets the information, there's an AWP there. Smartly falls away.
This is still a very one-sided commitment to be, and you know why that is. It's because they don't have resources, but without those resources, you can't push away people either. And one flash that McQueen has, where does it go?
Yeah. The question, isn't it? Has to be the best flash we've ever seen. I guess, nice high and open in towards B and hope it's enough, but even that is a big ask. Double Molotov and smoke also to work with, which might help a little bit, but let's see. There's the first 4 people. Stress on as well. Gonna get another. We're going for no scopes here, so we're trying to style on them. And style is one way. It's another flawless round for Sinners. 9-2 now, a 7-round buffer. Teammate, there's only one team in this.
Yeah. I hope Metizport is watching this and they don't pick Overpass. That's all I can say. And the way things are going, Sinners, of course, still have to win out on their own map pick as well. Let's not pretend like that's a walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination. Mirage can always be scary going up against a team like Ruby. But I am just wondering, like, this sounds kind of rude when I'm going to say it.
Oh, go
Why
on.
are you picking this?
Yeah.
Like genuinely, look, Sinners has been very good, okay? Not to take anything away from Sinners, but I haven't seen any, like, interesting executes. I haven't seen any interesting map control plays or anything like it. I haven't seen, like, okay, look, we've got this cute little set of double flashes and a Molotov that's going to give us full toilets control, and with that, we can use Connector as well with a late lurk, right? That's classic T-side Overpass.
I think you're right. It's a pretty valid question. Nothing has been in the sense of where we're sitting here and saying, I understand this, right? You know, we're looking at them now where it's a very flat showing, nothing really out of the ordinary, some kind of unorthodox rounds, but not in a good way. I don't know. Yeah, it's a very wild call.
Restaurant right now, he's going to find a man turned around while he's on fire. This has got to be messy comms. That's the only way you can excuse that, and even that's a questionable excuse. Stressor now goes back over, looking to fight further ahead, and he could get the flank, or just, why not just take it in the face? McQueen will take a knee. Bomb's been dropped. 4 versus 3.
Should be added to. It's a little labored, but somehow Trini couldn't punish. I think he had plenty of opportunities there. Couldn't do it. Now it's a 4 versus 2, but Pincher start with the HP of Hasnator. Granted, still pretty bad towards B-Stick as well, but this is all on the shoulders of Fozil. He has to pull off something pretty nuts here, and it feels pretty unlikely.
Hey,
there we go.
he
There's
might
one.
be about to do it. You've got the smoke and Hasnator. If you can get a nice heaven smoke coming up from spawn, Fozil can start funneling players back over towards AlphaBet. Pepper's taking his time and he's the one leading the charge, but you need that smoke. Even if it's not in heaven, you need it on the site. Will Hasnator deployed? He's just scared is the issue. He's expecting someone to come flanking in, but Sinners have elected to go for numbers, not position. With 18 seconds, the smoke can go onto the bomb site. The bomb can attempt to be planted. The incendiary will do nothing. Of course it won't. There's a smoke over there. But with flashes flying over, it does feel like Fozil's game to win. Hasnator has provided him another assist. His HP will not be conducive. He's likely going to play for the late round or the trade. But now it feels like the former. B-Stick makes his way over. He's got low HP. People might have to make first contact despite having the AWP, but there's just so many angles to clear, and B-Stick's not been able to find them. The backstab comes in. It's a quick little hello, and it might be a quick goodbye. People cannot trace out Fozil, and he has done the impossible. It's round number 3, and it's all down to this man.
Yeah, really, really well played from Fozil. He has taken the entire team, put him on the shoulders for that third. However, and this is the big however, it's only 3 rounds in the first half. Is that enough? I don't know if I have faith. I actually liked what I saw from Sinners. I think especially once they realized that proactivity is their best friend in this sort of a scenario, that's when we put ourselves into a position of saying, I don't know if Ruby have enough tricks up their sleeve. And coming back to what you said, T, I haven't seen anything that makes me kind of understand why we've picked into this for Ruby. It looks pretty flat. It looks pretty unprepared as well. There's not many set rounds or set strats that look like they have great ideas behind them. It looks very loose and hoping that individuals can shine. And right now, if we're being completely frank, bar that little moment by Fozil at the end, no one's really shining for Ruby. So, I don't know. All signs for me point to Sinners taking this map. I still can't see how that would change.
Just to put a spotlight on what you're saying, there isn't a single person with like a positive KD. And
Yeah.
KD isn't everything. It really isn't. But like 3-11 for Kaida, 6-10 for McQueen, 3-11 for Trunic. Fozil before that round was what, 4-10. Hasnator 5-9. These aren't the numbers of players who are really feeling comfortable to put up a show, because Ruby always has, generally speaking, at least one pop-off player in every map. It's like, hey, even if we're losing, we're going to have someone showing up and giving us some hope, maybe stealing away 3 rounds, and then we can work off of that. That's not to say they're out of this just yet. The pistol round could give them a lifeline, even if it would be still kind of Michael Phelpsy to swim back to shore through it.
Yeah. All right. Get a pistol. That might be enough. A bit of a start, but even that's a bit of an ask as well. Oh, the start by Trunic has the support of the dualies. 2 are there. This is a pretty big stack towards B, and 1 that seems to really be working. Back turn, what's happening? Running out of ammo. This is carnage, but it is kind of working for Ruby.
Yeah?
It's
a good start to things for the CTs at the very least. Like, I like the idea that it's a staggered B short peak that they're going for. They are sort of relegating out the site to be taken over by Monster if need be. You just have a very passive player out towards Toxic, and because it's a staggered peak, you've got a slightly better chance of just finding the players who are going to be throwing utility coming in for a B side execute, right? So that's really well done, but it does get really messy in the middle.
Yeah, it's a pretty ugly pistol as a whole. Gotta say, from Sinners, they looked a little perplexed as to what happened there, but nice work from Ruby. This one should be a bit of a freebie as well. Of course, no bomb plant, no real kills for Sinners means that no real buy in this one. Good opportunity for Cash here as well. Fozzle's got the MP9, and he's got himself 3 kills. Money in the bank, baby. You're pretty happy with that. The UMP actually going to get another as well, so even more so with the SMGs. Life is pretty good. Shock's picked up an MP9, but it's not going to amount to all too much. He should be caught, and maybe even by the other SMG. Tassator's on the drive-by, and we'll find him. So 2 for him, 3 for Fozzle, and a quick dispatch of that low buy.
If Ruby wins this one, then it's game on. And that's what we want to see over here. AWP for McQueen was not able to find too much on the T side. And to be fair to him, weren't the best opportunities given up to him. People was playing incredibly well and really prioritizing these closer to site angles where it's harder to be punished by the T side op as well. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what he can actually put together now that he's on the defensive side of things. Winners as well, lest we forget, now on this T side are potentially going to be showing us more levels of discomfort, right? T side's always harder to get together on a map like Overpass in an official game, this being their first official and all, and right now, that's not a good start to their first gun round.
Yeah, not at all. Beatstick, your fault. I don't know, call from the grave a little bit. It just become a bit dicey with Shock also taking quite considerable damage. Ruby CT side look a lot more well-versed and well-dressed than what their T side did. And again, coming back to what I was saying about this map being so heavily CT-sided in terms of its feel.
Also, will be the key factor over here. If he can take down Stressor, and this round becomes a whole lot more easy. But McQueen's missed shot is going to be punished. Suddenly, Fozzle relying completely on Kaida to be able to find success. Kaida 3 and 12 so far. His game has been rough, but he's got redemption on the line over here. An incendiary that goes out both from Fozzle and from the back is going to be pushing the T's into uncomfortable positions. Peepo is going to go through the flames back to toilets and playing for the retake, or rather for the post plant. That one flashbang he has could also end up being incredibly useful for a anti-plant situation. Kisarek is ducked away into Shroud. The question is, what is Peepo going to be looking to do? That flashbang will become even more important. Kisarek, great stuff. Knife out in the middle of the bomb. And he's just making sure the defuse can never come in. Peepo's picked up another one. And while it's being tapped away, the knife will be what finishes. Kisarek is single-minded.
Yeah, finally gets that knife kill. He tried so desperately slashing through the smoke, but he will get it in the end. It's a good round for Sinners, especially a good recovery too. I think, it didn't start that well. B-Stick falling early, looked a little dicey, but it's actually the fact that they're given that opportunity, even though it's brief, just to set themselves up in some level of a post plant, right? Whether it's going through the Molotov the second that bomb goes down, it's worth it for the space alone, not to be caught between a rock and a hard place on the site itself, giving yourself a little bit of space between the bomb and where you are. People start well. That is a bold swing from Hassanator. Not one, that works out. And Kados takes a lot of spam damage through the wood, so not the start that Ruby wanted in response. They lose this. Money's broken. 11th is taken by Sinners, and kind of the 12th as well. They might even just, if they lose this, just force the rest of this map.
Fantastic stuff from Kaido over there. Kisarek. It's completely caught off guard. Ruby might need another one of those kills if they want to be able to avoid that fate that you are alluding to now. There's still enough utility on this T side to be able to muster together and execute for B. And Ruby realize if they start to push forward, it'll be Kaida to be taking an off angle, just guaranteeing Shrunic ascent back out towards short. If they can just find Shock, they should have the round going their way. But what a shot from Shock! Fully exploiting the lack of head armor. Now Trunic's going to be in an even more difficult position as he's been tagged down, spotted out. He does get away with his life, but on the reload has to be careful. Stresserman waits for the Molotov, but it's a grenade that could end up finishing off Trunic. Regardless, it's instead a headshot. And now while the stack is being assembled, McQueen will not be given any targets to find. The smoke is obscuring vision. Ruby don't have a way into the site. They don't have a kit. They don't have the utility necessary to cover off both angles. This should be a safe call.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. This is such a good post partner already for Sinners. There's nothing that Ruby can do to get back into this. Call for a save. If they had a kit, I'd actually say chance it. With that smoke, give it a go. But it's just that lack of kit that completely kills them here. And the numbers, the lack of them don't help either. There will be a save. MP9 and M4 kept alive, but Sinners inch closer and closer to taking Overpass and getting a really nice debut Overpass under their belt since being brought back into the pool. It's obviously a map that they haven't had the chance to play yet, but by the fact that they're floating, it means that, of course, they're happy to play it, and they look more than happy right now, both on the C and the T side, and the small amount of the T side that we've seen. I really like what we see from this Sinner side. It looks well formulated. It looks like they got good ideas. This is exactly what we want. So 11-5, good little position. You've also got a really tough decision if you're Ruby now as well. Do we force buy around this M4 and MP9 saved with the one smoke and the bits of half armor, or do we play for overtime? And 9 times out of 10, most teams will force buy here. They don't like playing for overtime. They don't really have the faith in themselves. And they sort of have this mindset of, well, the only way to flip the momentum is get around that sort of statistically against us. And that's most likely what I expect Ruby to do. But that'll have to be when Shock gets back in the server.
I mean, I completely agree with them if that's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
It really has to be on a force by over here. And for Ruby, while Shock is disconnected, this is also going to be, you know what, maybe they're not allowed to have any conversation while there's a technical timeout as well, but this is going to be some internal stewing, or as they say it these days, you know, you Gen Zs out here now, meditation.
Am I Gen Z?
You are.
What like time?
So 1997 onwards is Gen Z.
Damn it, I am. I am by a couple of years as well.
Yeah, you're not even on the brink or anything, right?
Is Gen Alpha after me? Is that the one that's after me?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. When's Gen Alpha start?
Wait, you know what? Gen Alpha years of birth. 2010 to 2024.
Jesus. Okay, so Gen Z is actually quite a big. So 97 to 2010. That's quite a big group, to be fair.
Yeah, millennials are also millennials 1981 to 1996. Like generations are 15 years normally.
Yeah, it's true. But also, how does that you know? It feels kind of weird that me as a 25-year-old, I'm in the same generation as a 15-year-old. You know what I mean? We're technically both Gen Z because of that 10 years.
The idea is that your life is going to suck just as much as that 15-year-old's will.
True. Fair enough. Valid.
Right? That's really more where I think things are sort of built up around. But hey, That's just it do be like that sometimes.
Yeah. That is pretty valid. And I wonder, does it get any better for Gen Alpha? Maybe not. Who knows? Who knows?
You know what?
But,
I do think Gen Alpha will have the hardest time of being in a position to explain AI to their parents.
True. That is true.
Because they won't fully understand it themselves either, because they're too young to do that. But their parents are also just like on the cusp of being a little bit too boomer to get it themselves as well. So like we all have had our own technological hurdles to overcome. For me, it was explaining that, hey, video games can't be paused. For the Gen Alpha, it'll be like, no, ChatGPT can be wrong, actually.
Yeah. I can tell you firsthand the amount of like slop that my granddad AI like random stuff that he falls for, like looking on his Facebook or whatever, and he's got videos of like a whale being cleaned by a boat. It's like, it's obviously this isn't real, but he doesn't know that, and there's no explaining it. But what there is explaining is that Sinners have a commandable lead here, 11-5, and we're back underway as well. Of course, Ruby, they've gone for the force pipe. It is the right call. It's the only call you really properly can make it. There's just no point ecoing and giving up the 12. So they're going to go for a little bit of the bolder play and hope that they can, right here, right now, change the odds, change the momentum.
Fossil is in his little hidey hole, but Shock is the rat catcher. Takes a lot of damage for it, but hey, man, gets it done. Peepo, oh no. Peepo's not in a good position at all over here. Shock was low, so he could never provide the support that was necessary, and because of that, they lose out on the AWP. Now, it's all collected back from the CTs, and they're not going to be in a position to ever do so, but the Ts will always want to safeguard it just in case. So it does start to become a little bit positionally limiting.
Oh,
that's good.
Yeah, that's a really nice find. The timing of that's actually quite excellent too. And I like the pause call behind it because it forces movement out from Ruby. They have to try and level the playing field. And actually, it's all about this one. Technically, Beastly, he has the advantage here. I don't know whether Cade will clear this close corner. And even if he does, well, he's got the AWP in support. There's one. Shock. He's low. So with that MP9, does need to be a little careful.
Oh god, the Molotov to clear out Toxic over here, but the problem is the time. 25 seconds, Shock will be leading the charge. It should be Stressor to be playing trade. McQueen peeks out initially. Shock can't get it done over here either. Remember, he was low from the earlier duel, all down to Stressor, and Molotov gives him space to whittle it down to just the one, but is he ready at all for Kaida to be coming in from behind? Bomb being planted, Stressor will be allowed to recover and take the duel. The shots are missed, and Kaida can't get it. It's a quick clutch from Stressor, and fantastic stuff to keep it in the hands of Sinner.
How has he got away with that? How? He has no right. There was the drop on him coming through short, and Stressor looked dead to rights, but the perfect plant position and the perfect way to play it after the fact of that bomb going down. Really, really well done. That is map point on their opponent's map pick for Sinners in what is a very comfortable showing here on Overpass. And sure, there's a bite to come through for Ruby, but just at the last round, it's not the greatest. Double FAMAS, MP9, UMP, and one M4 for McQueen. That is it.
Are they trying to
Oh.
Shock will end up falling over here. People want to take him down because he doesn't like a weak man. People spots out weakness and eliminates it regardless of which team it's on.
Yeah, that was a little ugly. Peepo, I had to just get him out of there. You're in my way. Get out of it. I like this contact play by Stressor. It's actually technically for now being overlooked. It will now be held by Kade, but he's got MP9. It's at range. He should lose that fight every day of the week.
If there's going to be any sort of rotation back towards bank, that's what Stressor is sort of watching out for. And it does end up coming through from a more defensive route, but if they start pushing forward, Stressorin's timing could not be better over here. He's going to end up revealing his position now. Kind of realizes how close he is. He wants to use that MP9 to perfection. It's Beepo to pull out the Deagle once again. The haphazard spray will give him nothing. And he doesn't have teammates, so he has to fight his way out. Hassanator was low. Had he had more bullets on the Deagle, this could have still been a 2-on-2. But now Beaststick's been left alone. A round that feels unlikely even in the best of times.
Beaststick, yeah. We need something real special here. And sure, Hassanator's very low. Trinity's not exactly super healthy, but it's just the time that doesn't favor him. in seconds now to get 3 kills out of this and a bomb plant. I mean, if he plants bank, he actually gets a plant here. This is the big thing. It's just whether he crosses. Yeah, doesn't have time. Too late. So why not make it expensive? And, well, do exactly that. Fair play. Or scooped back up. So does make it expensive. Only an AK saved. And it will still have a knock-on effect to Ruby's econ. But still plenty of chances for Sinners, the closest one out. That one, I think they were just trying to do it a little too quickly.
I am a little bit confused about how TPuDCATb got the kill. It looked like he went for the position that's normally a triple boost, but he did it with 2. Like next to FAVBET, where he's able to find a kill onto short. That's something to check out in the demo later on. Very important kill that tipped the scales out for Ruby's side. But they have now taken the first step of 1,000. Or of 7, but you know what's the difference between friends?
You stick through mid. A lot of decent space actually for Sinners here. All doing this silently. 2-1 spotted by Peepo. Not quick enough to react to shoot, but good information gained. Fozzo, is he being held for? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And Peepo just swinging by, catches him and carries on. Now they got the advantage heading towards 8.
McQueen's the only one who can make a difference with the UMP. It doesn't feel like the weapon for the job, and it isn't. There's another SMG on the other side of it. Kaida is finding a little bit more success as he's playing around in the smoke, dodging knives and stopping plants. This is a man unleashed, finally. A performance that we have been waiting for. The star player that's been missing from the dim skies of Ruby. But it's still a lot of time for the T side to be able to try and guarantee the plant. Kissereg goes a little bit more passive, and Pepo takes aggression out of their hands. With that, Shock can just defend. Only TPuDCATb left. A 1v3, no access points to the bomb site. As he turns back, it'll be people that he is once again up against. 18 and 8 on the T side, man. Once Opera, now holder of Galil, has already got 2 kills, will make it 3 to cap it all out. It is a fantastic showing from Sinners. They will steal Ruby's map pick away from them.
Yeah, really, really effectively done as well, right? We have to talk about just how simple it was for Sinners ultimately. And T-Time, we've got to come back to the question that you brought up. Why did Ruby pick into it, both on the CT and the T side? There wasn't really anything for us to fall back on and say, this is a good map for you. This is a map that you obviously look well versed on. It looks pretty unpracked. Executes were pretty lackluster and few and far between. City side holds are very, very basic, just playing stuff that you would see in your standard MMs and your facets and whatnot. Not good signs. So I think it's a crazy map to go into. And now we're heading towards map number 2. Sinners have got to be feeling so confident. Their individuals are looking better. Their control, their understanding of the map's looking better. It feels like they've got Ruby's number.
And the question is, can Ruby do the same to Sinners on a map like Mirage? It always feels like it's kind of risky to pick into it. One of the most fantastic maps when it comes to great deciders as of the recent years of Counter-Strike. But it could decide the fate of Ruby over here in this upper bracket. We're going to find out how it goes after a quick break. Stay tuned, guys. This one is going to bang.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Right into the action we go, as it will be Sinners trying to fight in and fight forward to take their own map pick as well. It looked like Overpass was something they picked for themselves, but Ruby are hoping to make fools of the once upon a time Czech side.
And the question is, can they, right? Because that was a pretty rough map number 1 from Ruby in sort of every facet.
Tunic had a couple of moments. Right now, he's hoping to have his own time as well. It's going to be the full swings to start coming forward, but Stresserin and Kissarik are going to be able to keep these CTs away. Keep an eye out for Kaida because he's going to be on the flank. Readies it up. Head's been taken off, and now comes Panic Station. Shock, the only one who can deliver. 2 players are low, remember that, never forget. So it really does come down to just taking out that healthy man. That healthy man is out and gone, but he does not have time, cannot trace out the bomb. Wasn't fully planted for him. And at the end of the day, Fossil will even get that kill.
Yeah, it's made a bit expensive, but who really cares in the early parts of this game? But nice work from Ruby. Get that round on the board. Give yourself a bit of a foundation to start with off the back of a really poor first map, and now start to try and climb back in towards this series. Of course, rifles to be brought to the table by Sinners. Of course, you will bomb plant, kills to come through. I'll take that every day of the week, but chance for Ruby to now start trying to build something. And a lovely swing.
And how? Both of those double kills was coming through in quick succession. Really looked like Ruby was going to have the better of it with the quick 3-man swing, but yeah. Sinners are not just going to get the kill, but they're going to recollect and start going back towards the more reinforced bomb site. They don't realize it, but this could be the wrong call. Fossil, excellent position, but it also is one he will struggle to move away from. He is committed, and that commitment will cost him. One on the bomb site, it'll be the switch out. 10 bullets still in that A1, and McQueen is really hoping he goes overlooked. That's exactly what happened. He's been having his prayers pay off. The bomb can be interrupted before it's planted. Is lining them both up. Kill number 1, kill number 2. McQueen does it all.
Yeah, really smartly played. Really, really well done. Fantastic patience. Make sure to get the guy not on the bomb first as well, just to give himself a 100% chance of getting both, and had the support regardless of if things were going to fall. So now, again, no bomb plant means the Sinners can't bring anything really to the table here. We have seen occasionally where a team will bring in that kind of hero rifle of some sort. But I think what they're going for now, Tech9 buys a bit of util. I think that's probably the way to go here. So second on the board, most likely a third to follow as well. Nice response. Nice starting towards Mirage. Obviously a map in which they look completely more well-versed with comparatively to that Overpass.
And look, we also have to remember and give the qualifier that Overpass, Ruby only played it once, unofficial, yada yada yada. Mirage is fair game for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to see the best from Sinners, we need to see the best from Ruby, and right now for Sinners, they're hoping that their best can come in the form of this half-buy and the Tech9s and some Kevlar committed. McQueen is good for 1, and Kaida is already starting to rack up the numbers he was missing in Overpass. That wall of smokes that was hoping to try and get some digits dialed will instead have some B-side players dying. Stresserin, at least some damage dealt. That damage extended. You're back to a 2v2. It's all come collapsing down. And there's still a crossfire that can be maintained. BC decides not to. And Stresserin will be caught, I believe, trying to reload that M4A1. Treacherous weapon to pick up.
Yeah, and what does B-Stick do now? 1 versus 2, sure, but half HP, no armor, no utility, and a Tech9. Sure, this round has been made a little expensive, bring it down to 2, but there's no chance here. Bomb dropped in a basically unrecoverable spot, and he's got to hit 2 insane shots to be in for a chance. It's not 2B. Hasinator, he'll close it. And that'll be yet another on the board for Ruby, their 3rd in a row to kickstart this CT side very, very nicely done. Sinners looking a little flat. And this next gun round, very important. You don't find this, then we're starting to quite rapidly get into a point of being in a bit of trouble.
I think Beastick in that round really just gave the call that Ruby are going to try and play around the bomb. Ruby's not being respectful at all right now. It's like Overpass didn't happen. That's exactly the mentality they need going into this first gun round. You're right. It is going to be all important to the course of this first quarter.
Okay.
Marches to look to fight for middle late into the round. It's just to try and dissuade the CTs from having presence for too long. There is no AWP postured around it. Let's not forget that's all the way back to the under balcony in A, which is kind of, it's kind of a weird spot. I won't lie to you.
Yeah.
That's not where the smoke's supposed to go now.
No, most definitely not. Oh my god, I'm going to say it puts Stresson in a bit of trouble, and he does thankfully get out. I was looking a little dicey for a brief moment. It'll break open that mid-smoke. You stick on the left-hand side of it. I don't know about this, man. McQueen, this should be an absolute freebie, and it is. Easy work as people gets caught. Everything's slotting into place for Ruby, it seems, and so are all of the kills.
All right. You've still got two players for Sinners who are trying to just find damage and bomb run. That money will be able to extend forward, and the damage is found. You're now back to a 2v3. Rotation from Fawzil is the only one that could try and impact the round. Kisarek only has to cover off the window side of things. The rotation to come in from short is going to be very far gone. Trunic is not present at all. The first peek will come from Fawzil. Shock not feeling comfortable to take matters into his own hands, so Kisarek now has to go play for the ace. Never easy, but he's making it look possible. 1v2 now, position sussed out, but he's not going to have missed the call. Still ahead, spotted, given up. Hasanator taking a risk with that duel. It is a good recovery in the 2v5, but it's not enough from Sinners.
Yeah, it honestly not a bad attempt, let's call it, by Kisarek, but still as a whole, looking a little dicey. Ruby, really nice start from them. Now, you know, low buy, pistol, full gun round, all not working out. Not really what you want to be seeing for Sinners, and very understandable why they're going to call for their first tactical timeout. They want to take a bit of a breather. They want to make sure that, you know, all these doubts are kind of taken out of their mind. But as a whole, Ruby, they look 10 times better than what we saw in towards Overpass. Much more comfortable in terms of what they're actually trying to bring to the table. And this CT side, a lot more lockdown. And Sinners on the flip side looking considerably more flat. And I think this is something they need to fix pretty early doors.
What does early doors mean?
Like
I get it, but also like,
pretty immediately, I guess.
okay, but also like early doors. That's even worse than barn burners.
Yeah, I mean, I guess another, I'm assuming, just purely English, like, kind of slang term that we use.
You guys really go make it hard to learn your language. I hope
yeah.
you realize that.
We got a lot more where they came from as well.
Well, Trunic's got a lot more where his shots have been coming from. He's been having a slower start to Mirage, but in the early stages of Overpass, we did see what he can get done. People with an important response. People was probably the most instrumental player of Overpass coming into it. You're not going to see that same impact over here on Mirage. It feels very unlikely to have that replicated.
Yeah. Keep smoking me thrown here by Fawzil. You'll play behind it. Oh, and he gets a kill as well. That timing couldn't have been worse for Stresson.
Sinners are being toyed with right now, and now in the 3 versus 4, with the CTs having this much utility, you've got incendiaries, you've got 2 smokes, as well as some grenades over here as well. Tunic could be left completely on his own on the A-bomb side, as long as he doesn't have to worry about a flank to come in through the murder hole back in towards B. This should be game over, but McQueen's actually started to move back in. He's afraid of a connector hit, and this could be the wrong call. 25 seconds, Sinners are saying it's time to go. No eyes on this B-bomb side. Fawzil has been left alone to try and take care of short, an angle that will not be addressed or needed to be addressed. Flash is missed though, and that means the grenade can sail through. Kaida, good for 1, good for 2. The round is over. People's only fighting for scraps.
Thanks, Fuzzle. Making sure as well as he's looking for a bit of a hunt. Yeah, he was just trying to see if he can catch Peepo on that tail end. And he is still trying to search, but he won't have enough time at the end there. 5-0 for Ruby. A flawless start and continuously just a lot to like on this side. Sinners, it seems that back pause did sort of next to nothing.
It's very rare that it feels like the B-side anchor might be the most influential player in the game. Fossil is making a case for himself right now, though.
Well, let's see. Back into an investment. Double AK, triple Khalil, but Yuto is so limited here. Could be really dicey. Hassan has to check in towards under. Nothing on offer, but he's got the right idea sticking around towards short.
Beastic has to get the better of him. Without that pressure, this A bomb site is going to feel incredibly difficult to breach. Tunic starts moving back over to be able to measure down a Palace and the presence that is likely going to come in through it. He needs to get a multi-kill. There's no doubt about it. He's going to be able to put himself in a good position. Is there a Molotov to try and flush him out? There isn't. A couple of flashes and a smoke, and when he loses the kill, that makes it even more difficult. He doesn't get any information from it either. The CTs have no idea what the call is going to be. They still have to worry about a late round mid hit as well, because there is plenty of time for the Sinners.
Righty. Just having a little jiggle peek. An idea here, but finally feels like things are going well, and actually Shock. Massive double kill. So crisp, both of those shots as well. Smoke to come towards front con. No chance for Ruby in this one. So finally around for Sinners to work and to build upon.
I'm going to be frank about it. That is an incredible round. That shows me very little of what Sinners' formula is going to be, though, right? I mean, you just have a Shock getting this great 1 versus 1 on a Trunic, and then kind of styling on them in more ways than one. It's a good setup, right? Because Shock feels comfortable taking those peaks because of Beastic's presence with it. Beastic is hoping to swing from behind him while they hunt down Fossil. You've also then just got, you know, a great shot on the CT player who knows that he doesn't have a retreat pathway and needs to take a fight. Fair enough. That setup enables Shock skills, but that setup's failed for them many times before. It all comes down to what it should be, maybe even duels in the favor of the CT side that aren't even completely 50-50.
Oh, well, I think you're right in the sense that it doesn't give us a lot that we can kind of fall back on, but it's good to just see a round on the board just to once again bolster up this confidence a little bit for the Sinner side. Came out looking quite flat heading in towards this, and now we get a chance to build just a little bit and hopefully build quite considerably too. After one, Ruby, no issues buying properly into this one. The only issue being that of Hassanator, who's opted for the 5-7. Lose this round, though. Econ's broken, and that's the pathway for Sinners to get back into this.
This round feels like it's worth its weight in 2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
I want to see McQueen getting off to an aggressive start, to be frank, and it looks like he might have that in mind for this B short play. Fossil, a deep grenade will be putting people in a self-questioning mood. Why can't I find any kills with this op? I just got it. Come on, guys. Is it me? Is it them? No, it must be Valve. The conclusion we all come to eventually.
If in doubt, blame Valve, and there we go. Stress on the first 2-4. Pressure being put towards Fossil with that Molotov, but reposition, and McQueen nearly gets a second behind it too.
Beastic's been taken down by kind of just taking a dry peek into middle as well. Man, I just can't... I get that these are kind of aggressive lurkers, right? So they don't want to use utility. But you do have 2 players in mid, and when you are going for this aggressive line outward short, I'd love to see a flashbang. I'd love to see any sort of presence at all. Kaide continues to dominate. He just goes out in the middle again, makes it into a 4 versus 2 with Shock basically being a dead man. I'm not loving what I'm seeing from Sinners, not at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's very, very dicey, very rough around the edges for them. You find a round and then you go back to having this one, which is so flat, left on the shoulders of shock, 17 points of HP, no chance. Yeah, sure, a constellation kill probably on the cards here for the Orb. He's a little scared of him turning for a second there, but all he can do is save, and he'll keep hold of the Orb. That's as good as it gets. It's not even really worthwhile calling it a silver lining either. 6-1, Ruby, right back to winning ways. This is fantastic so far.
Yeah, they've really been putting themselves in the right positions to take advantage of Sinners and what they've been doing, right? Because Sinners, most of the util they've been throwing early on for map control has just been to dissuade mid pushes, not actually to be able to enable a fight for themselves into middle. And Ruby take these semi-aggressive off angles like the one you see from McQueen, obviously, the re-peek in from Kaida, these calculated risks.
Yeah.
And it's paying off wonderfully.
Absolutely. Not a lot we can really complain about so far. Oh, this Ruby side. Slow around once again, but we're going to hit towards A here, and this time everybody's coming to join. Kade up close. He has an idea, but Beastic, nice reaction, can't make it a second behind it. 2 players spotted on the site still. One with the Orb deep towards CT, another somewhere in these smokes, and they can't quite find him. Finally, they do.
McQueen is minutes away. The smoke is still interrupting any sort of sightline that he will have. Stressrun, incredibly important to just make sure that you can clear out connectors so Stressrun can feel comfortable and safe in this position. Eventually, the bomb needs to be planted, and it might start to be dialed in after the smoke's already faded. That opens things up for McQueen to be able to interrupt it should you make even the slightest of mistakes. The Molotov doesn't sail deep enough. Stressrun now with the flashbang will try and punish that punishment, now evaded as well. Bomb will go down, but you lost every advantage you had. McQueen still hidden away. Another deep flash, and how much will it do? These CTs have time on their side because the digits are still not dialed. The attempt to go back to B is going to be made. Stressrun is just playing distraction, and the CTs won't realize it. They'll keep on taking views. McQueen, who's been alive on this site for the longest of times, is going to be now moving back over. Realizing too late that it is going to be a B hit, but this is still right down to the nick of time. If he'd just taken the sightline into short, he could have still won it for his team. Messy, messy business.
Yeah, exactly that. If he had just held from default in towards short, he probably catches that bomb trying to make it across, and that could have settled it. Just in terms of the time alone, it was 11 seconds to the round of the corner of short, but Sinners will find another round. But I think it's probably even safe to say again, T, that in a similar way to the first round that Sinners found, it's not enough to convince me that they've got the right ideas just yet.
I don't think they're convinced either.
Yeah.
Look, to be fair, right, I will say this. I do appreciate the exploitation of the front palace player that has become a priority for them, right? This double palace setup that they're going for with the staggered peak on the second player. This would have worked much better for them if they just landed that second wave of util. They managed to keep util alive and ready to re-execute for a deeper site position, and they do actually a pretty good job of things like, hey, we're going to boost up to clear out connectors so the Stressrun can feel comfortable in the late round. We know how much time we have with the smoke. That's what we're trying to... Right, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
But it's still a very difficult setup to replicate. And when you're missing util in this cute set strat that I do like, this is a nervous team that needs some calming down and needs a bit more direction. This would be the perfect time to get it, though.
Okay. Oh, spamming that smoke as well off the pop shot, but unscathed, getting out of there. Win this round, Sinners. As just discussed, right? You give yourself the chance. You put pressure on the finances. You start maybe building upon something. I would hate a dry peak here, though, and we do exactly that. So an easy one for McQueen.
I don't know what to say about this, man. You're in a 2 versus 4 again. You know their money was bad again. You're going in again with the dry peaks. Kaida will fall. McQueen continues to have impact that there are very few ways to justify. But he is taking advantage of every duel in front of him. This one likely to be no different, even though TPu does take his head off. It's a 1 versus 2. Time being his primary enemy. Positions don't feel terrible for him as Hasanator is caught in confusion. TPu with the advantage brings it back to just the 1. If you ever needed a hero, he's here. He's ready. He's TPu.
Wow. Massive 1 versus 3 coming through from Sinners. My God. Did they need that? And does that also change things as well? Ruby's econ shattered off the back of that loss, and I thought it was another squandered opportunity for Sinners to put pressure on towards Ruby, but thankfully, one man's antics bailed them out. On both sides, the AWP's delivering, but it's the AWP with an AK that does all the damage. Oh man, TPu, that round alone could be the difference maker between a decent half and what was looking at one point like a very, very lackluster half for Sinners. Really, really nicely done. Only 3 rounds, the buffer zone. This one should be a freebie too. So at the very least, there's at least something to work with.
Guys, please don't die to the Deagles. Come with one request. Or if you do, make sure it's like wow, what a shot from them at least.
Yeah.
Ruby's had a few of those moments. And Fozil and McQueen have been kind of tearing things up. But the stack's been avoided. The danger's been put behind them. And they should be straightforward.
Yeah, this one, pretty simple. Maybe send the pistols to see if they can pick up a gun or two. That'd be nice, but looking pretty unlikely to know the last 2 are as well now. So that's brilliant. Brilliant. They'll come over a little late. It looks like Sinners attempted by the hunt. I wouldn't, personally. There's no point dropping these guns for nothing. They also don't have a lot of an econ themselves. Let's not throw it away for nothing. But up to a 4th. Now, 4, I would say, is not enough. You get up to a 5th. You know, even if it's only 5 rounds for Sinners, I think you can work with that and be relatively happy.
I do think Sinners will be a lot better on the CT side. Ruby's looked incredible on their CT side themselves, but some of that has been punishing the haphazard protocols from Sinners at times, some of the panic from Sinners at times as well. But obviously, 5 would be ideal. If you get 5 as well, you should get 6. Ruby still doesn't have money. They still don't really have the best of loss bonuses, so you don't have an AWP out for McQueen. And McQueen's AWP has been really important to these rounds. Between McQueen and Fozil, these two have gotten them at least 4 rounds just on their own. You've got no kits. And if you're going to be looking for those straight-up duel wins, it does become more difficult. But they've changed things up. It's going to be a 3-man, really 4-man swing down middle. They get fully aggressive. They find out that there's no one over here, and now they can recollect. TrueNick just has to be careful not to lose his life in the meanwhile. So you see he's already used his scant utility early on. That's good to keep him alive. That's a little bit less good to keep a hold of that site when the smoke goes down. TrueNick had to aggress, and in that he loses the duel. Kisarek now ducked away, still more aggressive than the Queen might be ready for, and that adjustment could not be better. This is excellent positional play, and Kaide cannot punish.
Yeah, nice work. No ability to trade is exactly what you want. Kaide jumping up, B-stick, right idea here. Should be this every day of the week, but falls asleep. I don't know, it looked like I'm dead to rights there, but didn't pull the trigger.
A little bit of minimap gazing, perhaps. Oh my god, Kaide almost gets it done as well. 4 versus 2 is still here, and Hasanator with a Molotov to force him forward into the duel is good for 1. It's not the one he was going for, funnily enough. And Fozil should just be getting the hell out of there. Difficult showing for Sinners.
Yeah.
But they've put themselves in a position to still even things out at the end of the half.
Yeah, it's not, generally speaking, this wouldn't be an impossible attempt for Fossil if he had a kit, but just because of the low HP of Kisarek and Peepo and stress on being in that one-tap headshot spot, but he didn't have the confidence. 6-5. Honestly, getting to 5 rounds, I'm pretty happy with that for Sinners in terms of their recovery. And Ruby, to be buying towards the last. Similar thing with it, actually don't have a lot of money to work with. So Sinners couldn't even tie this up at the half. I mean, signs point to them surely being able to do so just with the better buy, the better firepower.
A lot of Ruby's success earlier on came out through the hands of Fossil. I wouldn't be surprised to see an attempt being made for him getting aggressive in apartments again. Mid-side pressure hasn't given them too much because largely Sinners has relegated that. Now that's not the case, and that relegation being lacking means Shock can get 1, maybe fight for 2. Advantage was there, but Hasanator's adjustment a bit too good. Trunic now close in the smoke. The MP9 can be deadly, especially when Stressern turns around while the smoke is fading. Yet too many angles to take care of, but Kisarek, he's always in the right position. These last 3 rounds have been all him. The grenade on McQueen will make things even more difficult. He might be lightning, but this is a tournament for Thunder.
Yeah, absolutely. Kisarek, nice work. McQueen falls, and the last man of Fossil again in a 1v3, but this one a considerably less winnable one. And it should be dead to rights. He is. Kisarek will close his 3rd kill in the round as Sinners, a valiant recovery. 5 on the trot as well to bring this one back into a doable spot. That's what you want to see. And it all starts with a Peepo 1 versus 3 that they sort of had no rights to win.
It's also important to remember that in a lot of these rounds where Ruby is doing a super good job, they are losing numbers, right? So the people 1v3 is able to successfully fully push down their economy in a way where Ruby might not have been ready for it. When you're up 6-1 like that, especially with the new CT economy, it's still a very harsh fall down. People might be overestimating how much extra money you get. It's just enough money to have an AWP. It's just enough money to have another incendiary, right? That's the difference. And that's a big difference. But you still got to keep numbers in the other rounds.
Exactly. Well, Ruby having squandered quite a really healthy lead that they had, pressure's now flipped back over towards them in terms of the response and really getting off to a good start. If they can get a pistol again and just sort of shake off the slightly lackluster showing towards the end, then yes, we can start building upon this a little bit more. But it is now going on towards the CT side. This is generally a CT side favored map, so not a bad spot for Sinners to be in. They've given themselves a real lifeline back in towards taking a 2-0 in this series.
That's not to say that Ruby on their T side could not just end up stepping things up as well, right? You have to remember, Sinners' adjustment meant that they could evade some of these hotter hands of the players. Fossil, after being such a terror on the B-bomb site, never really came into relevance in those last 4 rounds because he was always on a rotation. Sinners were targeting Palace a lot more. Trunic, being in this stationary position, felt uncomfortable going for those fights very often as well. Ruby could still very well turn things around on their T side as well.
Let's go. Back underway. Second half about to begin. And a spot now for Ruby to get a response, or for Sinners to continue the beatdown, which seems to be the case. They can do it on the CT side unless as well. It will help. Kit and play for B-Stick with smoke behind it as well. I always like having just one kit around. And Peepo's got a little bit of util. Is it going to be required, the decoy? Probably unlikely, but let's see. Odds favoring Sinners as well. And I've got to agree, to be fair. Ruby have fallen flat and Sinners look like they've finally woken up.
That's the greenest looking smoke I've ever seen in B-Stick's hand.
Oh,
Trunic's
wow.
gone. That's not great. That duel was supposed to go the other way around now that you're on the T side. Trunic, I was bigging you up. Still, the real duels come in onto B. It is Stressor in to be taken down. Fossil on the side, still maneuvering around that kit. Kisarek good for 1. He's going to maintain control with the help of Shock. Bomb still yet to be planted. Shock is making his way back over and into the site. They don't want this bomb to be going down, and I don't think Kaido will have a chance to even get his hands on it, let alone push any numbers.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Seeing off, and with relative ease, only a couple of casualties as well for Sinners. You are very happy with that, and this run continues for them. This is them putting so much pressure on the shoulders. Now, a 6th round in a row for Sinners. 5 at the tail end of the half, and on to start, and probably another behind it since there's no buy for Ruby. The lead should be extended to a 2-round buffer, and that's a really good spot for Sinners to be in. And I think it was just a little bit of sleep early, Mirage. This is looking a lot more like how Overpass was.
Yeah. Early days, but always that niggling feeling in the back of your mind if you're Ruby. Especially with the way Kisarek has been heating up. I mean, 15-8, this guy has been a monster. Basic is just hoping for a little bit of extra money. He's blind, he guesses, and he guesses wrong. Stressor in. Close by, People's one with the kill, and Kisarek, once again, as always, is on the site in time. Truly a fantastic performance.
Yeah. You're spot on. Punic. He's stuck. There's just nothing he can do from here, and he's spammed down to see it off. Similar thing, couple of casualties, but ultimately Sinners do not care. 8-6, a nice spot to be in. My oh my, Ruby, I'm a little concerned. If this gun round doesn't find form and pretty immediately, this map in the series, they're in trouble.
It's so often that the second gun round of the second half feels like the most important round of the map, and now is no different. Peepo. No AWP over here, so remember he can still be punished for that rifle theoretically. And AK can get the better of him. Shock is ready. What an angle. What an adjustment. What a man.
You're damn right. Queen so flashed. Thank God for True there, I guess, though. This is a nasty pincer.
You need to fight your way out of this one, Fozil. Oh, he gets the advantage and he can't get the kill, Fozil.
No.
You are doing so well.
That's an
Straw
oversight.
that breaks the camel's back. McQueen. What's he gonna ride now? This camel doesn't have a back. There aren't any horses in Mirage.
Yeah, what does he actually do, right? You know, you can't plant safely anywhere here. I mean, this is such a nice setup for the Sinners. One towards Con. Oh, the flank was a big part of it, but who really cares? Beastig surely gets overlooked here. And even if he doesn't, Peepo is posted. Disgusting setup. So well played by Sinners. There's no breaking that down. One flanked, one Con, 2 CT, one of which playing anti. Beautifully dismantled that execute. Ruby, they'll go for their second tactical timeout, but team, man, I think it's pretty safe to say there's only one team in this right now. This is a really dicey spot for Ruby, and I don't know, even with the attack pause, they can't even really do a hell of a lot bar maybe like a hero AK in towards this next round.
Okay. Just because it's gone from 6-1 up for Ruby to 6-9 down for them without economy. Yeah, never mind. I got nothing.
Yeah.
I hope Mary's listening because Ruby will be hailing to her. Tech 9's utility and a lonely P250. Potentially, they lost hope. For being realistic, should Sinners find 10. I see very few ways for Ruby to be able to get away with this game. Shock continues to challenge out from stairs. He has to be a little bit concerned about what could be coming his way right now with a full set of executes. He does spot out the first player, is not able to get the kill in after the smoke is bloomed. Hasanator descends onto the site. There's no one in CT, so he has a chance at a window where he can go through the smoke if he wants to, decide not to do so. Now he's missed that window. And Kisarek on the spam will find one. McQueen is able to plant the bomb, but even gives his teammate a slap on the back of the head. These are pushing through the smokes. They're trying to make chaos, but in the chaos, they are falling. 4 alive for Sinners. That bomb plant means nothing.
Yeah, nothing more than a bit of cash. That's as good as it gets, really. That is something quite special. And another showing just of dominance for this in the side. 4 rounds ahead, 3 away now as well. I mean, it feels like a near inevitability. That sounds harsh, but it's honestly, I'm just not seeing anything from Ruby. They've fallen so flat from what was a fantastic start. Look where we are now.
Kisarek is rightfully worried about Palace. Trunic finds him, takes him down. Trunic's been able to get a couple of sneaky kills from there so far, but hasn't affected the course of the rounds. This is a very good 5 versus 4, though. The CTs will have to be careful.
Yeah, they do. I think, though, finding shock will help, but Beastick will bite back, and I'll just put a bit of pressure on. People right at their right holes. He's got to hit this shot and then probably try and get another behind it as he buys time for this rotation to come through. You see playing above the smoke, though.
It's an excellent position over here. You can't get the bomb plant in. The problem is going to be the flanks. Fossil comes in from behind. He's not going to be expected. Stresser in. By the time he starts to turn, it's going to be all too late. Fossil with the double. Great setup for him. Leaves people alone. Clot says he's found before, but now that he knows that he doesn't have a path to retreat, he might as well go for this one. McQueen ready and waiting. Ruby with their first round win in the last 10 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, finally something on the board and something to fall back on. But I still think in that spot where a lot more required, a lot more needed before I'm even kind of remotely convinced. That is a good position nonetheless. 10-7. Still, Ruby 3 rounds behind, so he's still 3 rounds away from the map and the series. But for Ruby, find this round, break the econ of Sinners, and then we can start to build. We start to chip away at this deficit. The only big thing is you cannot afford for this to be a flash in the pan. If you lose this one, you fall flat. I think that's it.
At the same time, it's a big opportunity for them as well. Sinners could lose all of their economy. Zarek, so important in these last few, and Hassanada doesn't feel like you can really challenge. What is that shot?
Wow.
Disgusting. Filthy.
Okay. Life left in this Ruby side still.
There's only one defender over here on the A-bomb site. Shock's got a lot to do. The rest of the CTs will start to save sooner rather than later. People cannot provide him any support, and when no one is watching Connector, no one's taking care of poor little Shocks. Well, Shock, but also no one is taking care of poor little Shocks either, to be fair. Nakamai didn't really work out for him.
Oh. Well, down goes Peepo, and down goes Sunna's chances in this round. Ruby, they are back alive and fighting. These are back-to-back nice rounds. Not only nice rounds, but really, really clean ones at that too. Beastick lost man left after stress down falls. Even him saving might be a little hard come by. This, does he get checked? Yes, is the answer. Hassanate to make sure, as he does, his due diligence. Nobody's staying alive for Sinners. Money broken means an eco here.
That's just one man doing it all.
Yeah.
It's also the most important round on route for Ruby's comeback. Sinners are going to be given a bit of the same fate that they themselves delivered to Ruby, right? The economic reset is exactly what they were able to use to put Ruby down for about 3 rounds or so. Sinners will not have an AWP even in that next buy round. People will not be able to pull that big bad threat out. And the CTs will barely get anything done over here as well.
Yeah, 1 consolation kill, but kind of gets 3 before falling. So his job was more than done. 1 round game. Ruby are back fighting and back showing there's some ideas here. 10-9. As we buy back in for Sinners. If you do not find this round, Ruby probably actually take the lead from you.
You don't have a kit. You've got 2 flashes. If ever you put your hands together and hope that an individual can shine, this is it. But no one is stepping up to the plate. No one is looking to take the fight. Everyone is playing defensive. And maybe that's the right call, but it's a tough call to make and to follow through on.
Okay, well. Back in towards mid, but Beestick. Go get that first. That's a big opener to take, and the fact that it's completely untraded.
He's also got so much map control that they can actually feel comfortable getting Stressor to start rotating away. The only reason why he doesn't is because he's worried about any sort of short presence to be coming through. You'd think that Kisarek can cover that off, but even though there isn't that smoke left, he isn't going to have a sightline on for Kaida. Stressor goes back and starts playing semi-anchor. Beestick still in a very uncomfortable position to deal with. Util on Ruby is good, at least for the B side hit, right? You've got the smoke and a ton of flashes, but losing Kaida is going to be critical. CTs will start to rotate sooner rather than later. Beestick should be good for damage even if he doesn't quite get the kill. And that should be enough. The kill is a cherry on top, and this man is serving cakes, not cherries over here. 3 in total. Beestick delivers a very similar round to what Fozil was doing on Ruby's side to give them the early start. Sinners will not lose their lead. Not yet.
Yeah, that's for sure. And York might not stay alive here because TPu's making sure can actually be scooped up as well if he'd like, and he'll gladly take it. Sinners extend the lead to 2 once again, and 2 away on the map, and the series are still within that arm's reach and inching closer and closer. It's not going to be a financial issue at all, really, for probably both of these 2 sides for the rest of the rounds, but in particular for Ruby, they've at least got plenty of econ on that C side. The Sinners are going to win this in the hard way, but it looked like the better side for the bulk of this game. Shouldn't be an issue.
There's a lot of bullets being fired. Or a lot of bullets being hit. One of my favorite words that I recently learned, Mayo, is saber rattling.
Okay.
And it's basically what armies used to do on the battlefield to scare the opponents. A lot of saber rattling happens in Counter-Strike through smokes.
Yeah. All right.
Shooty, shooty, bang, bang. Hey, stay away from me. I've got bullets.
Valid. Valid.
Which is good advice. Kisarek, however, is staying away from them because they do have bullets. It is good. Fozil and Tunic don't feel the best about that one.
They're being set up for ladder. For stress on out, and he has to make noise to get out, but it's fine. It's okay. MP9 was sort of dipping and diving between angles, didn't really know where to look. And Sinners are going to reset. The question with the reset is, are Sinners just full saving this now that they lost the B site? It looks like they are.
That's just that one Molotov that does it all. Frankly speaking, if Stressor is in a position to be able to fight for short, that becomes a significantly more difficult take over the B-bomb site. You isolate B-stick, that MP9 is pretty much useless as well. That's some good stuff, and Hasanator wants to go out on the hunt as well on top of it all, and he's not done yet. His CT side is going to be hard-pressed to keep these players alive.
You're right. I mean, Shock Here's all this info. That's a freebie. Flash down as well, just in case anybody was close, but they're not. Actually looks like both of them have just slipped the net by being on opposite sides of the A site. That's a bit of fortune for them. It's Ruby who once again make it a one-round game and once again put pressure onto the center side. This
Who picked
map
up the op?
being closed is eluding them.
People didn't buy that. Who picked up the op? They've gone for a half buy on the AK and the op. This has legs to it.
Yeah.
This has had legs cut off from it. Apparently all legs are not created equal.
A lot of heavy lifting that had to be done by Shock and people in the early part. And of course, with Shock falling, it's now scooped up by Kisrek. At least he has armor behind it. They're going to try and do something. There is also, I'm pretty sure I just saw a kit from bench there. So maybe another one down, which could go a long way. Individual prowess required here. Stress on can't hit the shots with the 5-7. Already looks like it's dwindling the chances. They're probably going to shell up now and just save the AK and AWP. Probably will be the right call. Kisrek sticks around, and it'll be at the cost of his life. The AWP of Peepo does need to get out of there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shock obviously being cut off in the cross isn't really anyone's fault in that way. Would have loved to see more of a fight to come through from him. But when you don't have that extra firepower presence, even if you do actually get the recovered AK, rotating back in from CT is nearly impossible.
Yeah.
Peepo gets the one kill that probably should be all he needs to save this weapon as well. The AK can look to safeguard for a while long, but as long as he doesn't lean into McQueen, it should be... okay.
Uh-oh.
He might be dead now.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's in trouble. He got under the smoke. That'll help. Yeah, no chance, though. Doesn't matter. Down goes Peepo. Nice hunt, actually. Really nice hunt by Ruby. Making sure nothing saved, nothing gained as well. Especially at this late stage in the map. All tight square. 11 apiece. It's interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what Ruby's doing to set themselves up over here, because we've had some really good rounds from Hasanator on this T side. He really struggled on CT, wasn't able to deliver numbers, but maybe wasn't needed from him. Now Sinners have gone for a crazy call. It's a double-double out towards Main and Palace. This sounds like an American burger order, but man, does it taste good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, opening kill is nice. AK scooped up the spam. It's the right idea behind that smoke. It's just whether they get the timing for it. Peepo, he's going to be called upon. He's got to hit some hard shots. But thankfully, he has the rifle of Beastic here in support.
Everyone's starting to rotate. Kisrek's position is everything. They've cleared out Palace, so they know they can completely take the A-bombs. If they want to, that is troublesome. You can't be out in the open like that without mid-presence. The double kill going into the B-bomb site should be all she wrote, but the smoke's gone too deep. That gives them a chance. Incendiary, it's late. Bomb, it's planted. And despite the deep smoke, you're not going to have a pathway to recovery. Stresser just shoots right through it. 3 versus 2. Advantage found. McQueen has to do it all. The cross being covered by the AWP should be enough. There's still that CT smoke giving them space to move. Out goes Shock. In goes Shock. Kaida's head gone. McQueen smoked off. So much to do. Flashes in his face. A diffuser on the bomb. Tech9 lining it up. Can he get it? Yes, he can, but it won't be enough. It's still 12 for Sinners. Match point will be found.
God, that's such an ugly round, though, from Sinners, man. I mean, Peepo getting caught in transition, but I don't even know why he's transitioning. I feel like we don't need to, right? Once you already know that they're scaling up in towards B, which at that point, with the information gathered, they did. They knew they had to be scaling up in that spot. Just play the bin angle, right? Over towards short, hold that. Let the rifler be the one that's sort of, you know, checking for information from apartments, the one that can sort of keep you alive and bail you out. But that long line of sight, he should have just stayed posted on it. But he gets caught in transition, caught in 2 angles of where to look on towards short as he's crossing to bench. It very nearly fell apart is what I'm trying to say. But thankfully, it didn't. 12-11. But honestly, I'm still not convinced by Sinners at the tail end of this CT side. If this was to go to OT, it wouldn't even be the most surprising thing. Ruby have actually looked like they've had nice ideas. They just couldn't see that one over the line.
They had the great timing coming in through short right there, right? So, yeah, I'm with you. But hey, man, that's the problem with going up against Kisarek and Peepo. Sometimes you just lose to the player, not to the team.
Yeah, exactly.
23 and 16, 17 and 11, and it feels like Stressern, even in his difficult game, was probably the one with the most impactful kills through the smoke in the previous. Ruby, everything to do over here. They won't be out if they lose this one, of course not, but you never want to be in that lower bracket.
Oh, wow. Timeout concluded. And Sinners see this off now. Kisarek, fantastic map from him at 23 and 16. People and some nice moments. Shock, same for him as well. B-Stick on the lower end, but it's valid, and he's also got the MP9 as well to be brought in towards what is the final round of regulation and potentially the final round of the series.
This could be a great isolate if they can find Kaido out towards middle. They're certainly thinking about it. Kisarek can go for the call. There's a flash available for Stressor, and if he tries to pop that flash out over the mid window, Kaido will have a lot of pressure put onto him. If they allow Ruby to get onto the B-bomb side directly, that could spell trouble. Smoke's number tray intent. Kaido's on the move. 2 players in connector. Not easy to move past. But for Ruby, they've also installed by a smoke out towards the B apartments. B-Stick is trying to prioritize time and life. That's exactly what he needs. But Kisarek's demise will be the call to execute. Onto the B-bomb side they go. Peepo needs to hit, needs to commit. Will be able to get a shot off but not find the kill. Now it's back over to short that he's worried about. B-Stick was put under too much pressure. That setup would never have worked.
No, it's another really ugly round here from Sinners, man. In a similar vein towards that previous, which I don't even think they deserve to walk away with the previous round. That one's exactly the same. Super ugly. The setup is so janky. Map control super lackluster. That's what happened at the start of Overpass. Similar thing here. And I think for Sinners, you can see they're so reliant on some hero stepping up, where the foundations of these rounds are really kind of rough to watch. That was not an enjoyable one to watch for Sinners. They get dismantled with ease by Ruby. Missed shots all over the place. Ruby deserved to be taking this towards an OT, and I would say, I'd even argue favoring them in towards OT right now. Sinners have fallen off.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, Sinners and the CT setups, I think that previous round was just such a good example. Everything hinged on Kisarek stopping someone from coming into short, right? Because B-Stick cannot take the deal with the MP9. He will lose 100% of the time, right? Then everything hinges on people getting that first kill so that B-Stick has retreat pathway. When you set yourself up for 2 pretty good duels, I don't dislike the setup, but losing out on them does make me think you might be right about here, Neo. You're not getting that same sort of powerful hands being displayed that we had earlier on.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm a little worried. I'm liking what I see from Ruby. I do think these T sides have started looking really quite nice. They started to find gaps and ideas and how to play the timing. So, question being is, can Ruby keep this up? They're taking us towards OT. They've recovered well after moments of being really lackluster in this map, and I'd say momentum favors them right now.
I hope they think so too. One thing's for sure, everyone's forgotten about Overpass, and that's what we need going into overtime. Execute on the A-bomb side will not be easy. That Molotov does nothing to shock, and you've seen people trying to keep himself alive. That is crazy. First contact comes in from Connector, and McQueen, sure he falls. Shock's double is cute and all, but that's not giving you the round.
B-Stick, no chance. I don't see him in any way here. Now he's spotted. It makes it all the more worse. Ruby just right back to what we know, what we love about this side. You know, really, really dominantly done. Easily might have an angle to save. Not that saving is really necessary if you're just bringing rifles in, but he's got no chance here. Right call. We'll stick around, see if there's any X is on offer. Maybe an AK scooped up would be nice, but it's a lackluster aim duel by him. And Fossil wins it with ease. Ruby, they take the lead.
I don't know if anyone looked at the corpses on the minimap, but there wasn't a single corpse that dies out towards middle or towards B short. This has been one of the issues for Sinners going in from even the very first half, is that they have a weird timing on that mid control side, and especially now on the CT side out towards B short, they very often will leave it vacant, but that also means that if the connector player is forced to go away, you're being set up for a backstab any day of the week, and Ruby's done a great job of recognizing that and going for that exact same dagger in through the exact same spinal column again and again and again.
Oh well. Triple stacking towards Palace here. Queen's got util, double flash, that can pop them out. All a timing play.
Shock's got his op out over here as well. They're hoping the secondary can be what helps them deliver some rounds. He's gone. Immediately loses his life, and B6 got a good angle, but only be good for the one. And all in the meanwhile, Hassanada, he doesn't even need to find the kill. Kite is able to get it done. Stressor, and was supposed to be that second angle coming in from B short to make up for some of their mistakes and problems, and maybe he can still do so, but it'll have to be after the bombs being planted. This post plant won't be the easiest, but Bepo has got really good util to flush out McQueen. Nade on point. Molly could really just finish his life off. Smoke it instead. The Molly out towards a main.
Yeah. I'm ticking.
Another incendiary. They clear out almost everything, but both players are going to be able to just peek forward. Hassanada trying to stop the defuse, will be able to do so courtesy of the grenade. All the retake util in the world for Sinners, and they will not find a kill on it.
Yeah, they use it just wrong, as you mentioned, right? Molly's in the wrong spot, and same with the smokes too. Man, credit to Ruby. This is a deserved kind of lead that they've built up. Sinners, yeah, they don't deserve to be winning this right now. This is a side that it looks like they've run out of ideas, because the way in which they're trying to fight off against Ruby is not working. And also, more than anything, you know, getting rid of the narratives around ideas and around understanding their opponents and whatnot, they're just not hitting their shots. It's really labored and lazy sprays that are coming through, and Ruby just looked considerably sharper.
I don't know what you say to your team if you're B-stick, but I hope it was good.
Yeah, something special needed, huh? You can't afford to go 0 for 3 in the first half. You've got no real chance at that point.
Kisarek. Grenade just bopped him like a pimple. My God. Man, I do like some pimple popping now.
Yeah.
Molotov will not stop B-stick from getting a kill. It's a second as well on top of it all.
They've quite consistently been able to keep Kisarek at bay since this run has started for Ruby, where they've put up really good numbers. So it's been important, and that's where other people are required to step up. And, well, B6 being quiet until this round, a couple for him, and he's lurking somewhere backside. They just don't really know. But he is alone, is the issue.
Keeping his position over there might actually work out for him. They're trying to isolate. That makes it a 1 versus 1 before McQueen can peek back in with the op. No reason for people to accelerate, none whatsoever. But McQueen does make his way back over. If he gets the kill on a short, that's troublesome. People worried about this exact angle. Sinners will get the bare minimum.
Yeah, at the very least, a round in this first half feels okay, right? It feels like at least we've got some sort of foundation, but we need a little bit more of that late first half performance out from the Sinners on this T side if they want to chance it. If it's anything at the start of this map, it could be very, very dicey indeed. I don't know, man. I'm still leaning in favor of Ruby right now. Signs still look pretty good for them.
I'm with you, dude. The way they've been just dealing with that mid presence or lack thereof in a couple of those moments, it never feels like Sinners has a grenade that they need to be able to blow open the connector smoke and provide support out to A. It never feels like Kisrek is actually getting impact from connector, which is wild to say, right? It's connector, Mirage. It's like the archetypical CT side star player position.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Well, Ruby, credit to them. What a spot they put themselves in. It looked like they're on death's door for quite a while. And since they got going, they've only been going, really. And momentum's been in their favor. It kind of felt like there's only been one team in it. Hence where we're very concerned about this in a side still. But you get a 14th, tie it up, put pressure back on towards Ruby. Then we can start to believe it just a little bit.
I don't want to believe. I want to believe in Ruby. I'll be very frank right now. Ruby has consistently been outplaying Sinners. Sinners has had some really good moments individually, right? I mean, you look back towards what even sparked their comeback in the, eons ago first half, the People 1 versus 3 that you obviously referred to earlier on as well. You look over towards that streak of form that Kisrek's able to find. Shock actually bringing his numbers up. But as far as finding and creating holes, Ruby's been the team for it. Hasanator, that second half was absurd for me. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think he might have been down like 6 to 10 or something, and now he's 22 and 18 since the first half.
My oh my. Well, Peepo. Onto that early cross as well, but missed out on the timing. Foss already made it across. This first round in T-side of OT is so damn important. McQueen's gone aggro. I like this.
McQueen tries to take a more defensive angle. It's good. Smoke will be down. No one trying to pressure in from behind. Sinners. That B-bomb site was problematic for them, even in that first half. Fossil was often public enemy number 1. This time it is McQueen.
All right. Well. August quiet off the back of losing the initial man. And, you know, all the onus on Sinners here to bring the numbers back level, and it's only going to be made worse. McQueen, another for him. All of this on trade, and he might even get more behind it. Tries to get one jumping out a window, can't quite hit the shot. Second down of Varsity. Dooley's now opted for, and he gets a dink on towards Stresson. Yeah, this one's falling apart. I don't see there being that much of a chance. He's just trying to buy time, and running out of ammo will seal this round in Ruby's favor. Deservedly now at the spot of 15. Map point for them. And it comes back to what I said. Ruby do deserve this right now.
They're playing like it as well. They're playing like they want Nuke. This is a Ruby that I really wish that we could have seen on Overpass as well. Clearly, the comfort levels on the map are very different to Mirage, which, to be fair, they have in the past 3 months played like, what, 18 times? So,
yeah,
I don't hate them for it. Flashes all over the shop, but they're not going to be able to stop Shock from actually coming in from behind. He has gone by completely unnoticed. This is some cloak of invisibility coming in. Stressor as well. Pushes all the way through. This is going to be a deadly commitment onto A, but you cannot lose members on the first wave. Even if you slow things down, you can't let Hasanator eat you up like he's been having you in these past few rounds. That delay, oh, beautiful from Beastic. That delay should have been enough to allow Shock to activate, but the problem is Fozil is now coming in from behind. Fozil is ready for a player to be in window. He will not get the... He will get... What? How does he win that duel? That's
Good
nuts.
question.
Now
Whenever Sinners... Yeah, 4 versus 4. They've got to clear the stairs player more than anything. Cade being there is such a thorn in their side. He will fall, but McQueen will peek out and find a kill of his own. And Trunic hasn't really been spotted, and McQueen's still causing issues.
And Corpse giving Fawcett a little bit more security, but it's 1-for-1s until finally it's not people all alone. A clutch is how he brought them back into this game. Another one needed. And it's certainly possible with an AWP on the other side. McQueen will not be able to spot it, but he's given out audio cues. People should be expecting a second player, but he's not read it right. It won't be. It will not be. Ruby bring it back after they had the ultimate lead. They get it done in overtime, 16-13, objectively looking like the far better team.
Yeah, I mean, I have to come back to it. Really, really ugly by Sinners towards the end there. You know, really lackluster in terms of what they were trying to bring to the table. Looked so flat in a lot of rounds as well. And so much credit, I think, has to be given towards Ruby in terms of the recovery, not only kind of physically, but actually mentally too. They looked really checked out for a while. They weren't chaining rounds together. They weren't even really being competitive. They took a reset. They were able to kind of push that towards overtime, which in itself was a massive run. And then an OT, there's only one side in it. And for Sinners, a lot of questions have got to be asked. It really became quite apparent that essentially once Kisrek was dead, there wasn't really that much of a bite towards this Sinners side. It was all bark. And, well, Ruby weren't too afraid of that.
It was really well called and some great adjustments to address that hole on B short and connector and the lack of sort of coordination between it a lot of time, the lack of utility being saved for the late rounds over there. Ruby exploited that every single round. And like you said, Neo, just looking better across the way. Great research from Hasanator to end up topping out the server, if I'm not wrong. But somebody check back on the scoreboard. You've got time for that one, though, because we are off to a break very quickly. When we're back, it'll be the decider. It's Nuke coming up after this one.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
It is Nuke to decide who will be moving forward in this Group D upper bracket. Thunderpick EU World Championship qualifiers are back, and McQueen is hoping to start things off nicely. Stresson, however, elsewhere has found one. Beestick makes it two. Almost gets his own head cut off by Stresson in that process, but the bomb will be planted, and Ruby are on the back foot.
Yeah, already bombed down. Chance, which feels very high in favor of Sinners. Kickstart this side well. Dooley's trying, spamming all for North, and Stresson and Shock will close it. So, yeah, really, really easy, really effective round. Not a lot we can really complain about there.
Yeah. And hopefully we get a little bit more of that from Sinners. Ruby, of course, I just want maintenance of form, right? Because it does feel like Nuke is the kind of map where if Fossil is playing that ramp area, I could see him getting some of the same impact that he did on the CT side of Mirage, on the B side as well. I'd like that. You know, I want Husinator to be still activated. I want McQueen to still be, you know, getting a couple of good shots, but being more of a role player. This should be a team effort from Ruby. But for Sinners, I just need performance.
Exactly. Let's see whether we can get it. First on the board is nice, because a force buy for Ruby still means that this round is a little bit precarious and has to be just a tad careful. They're working outside and they're getting a lot of space here at Sinners. They've got a wealth of options now.
Oh, Stresser. Oh, he should have gone down over there, but Fossil can't finish off what McQueen started. This could be bad. This could be very, very bad. The T side might have been able to even the scores, but Husinator is the one who could make the difference here. If Shock falls and the gun is recovered, Husinator could have feasibly interrupted this push forward and said he will go back with just the 5-7. It's not the gun for the job, but it's not terrible for it either. Risk maintained, Beestick down, Disarect slowed, and in that, he does give up a chance, but is able to continue that lateral transfer off the spray. Brings it back to a 2-on-1.
I mean, how we're even into a point where this round is slightly on edge itself feels somewhat concerning, but I don't see too much of a chance here for McQueen. I mean, he's tested. He's being tested. Smoked down, and a really awkward one for Shock to try and escape from. He's just hiding in plain sight. He's just buying time. A distraction. It's a feather on the end of a string, and well, the cat's falling for it. Shock will finally go down, but not enough time for McQueen. He's got no kit. No chance in hell. It's expensive, and that's the main thing for Ruby. And McQueen, of course, will save that AK, but there's a second on the board for Citizen. Ultimately, that's all that matters.
What's on the end of the string?
No, like a feather, as we do like cats.
Oh, a feather. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you said a Federer. I'm like,
No,
Roger?
no.
What's
No,
the other string?
Not Roger. No, the old feather on the string. I don't even know if that has a name, like specifically, but the old a cat toy.
Yeah, that's what I
essentially.
go with. It's pretty much like, like, is this another weird idiom that comes from Wimbledon or something? It makes sense, man. That guy used to go around like a yo-yo, up and down and right and left. Oh, cheat code character. Ruby might need one of those for here if they have to try and put this round to the test.
Okay. Early pressure being, or trying to be put on with the limited resources by Ruby, but it will cost Fossil his life at the start of this round. I started to pay up close to that 5-7, and God, they're making a move here. Or this timing. They go for a lobby crunch, and it's a lobby crunch that could actually catch Shock off guard depending on when he makes a move. Shoulder spotted, Molly down. I think this would be a smart call, just to dip away.
McQueen could be really dangerous here. If this ends up being a lower B side commitment, his angle could not be better. Now it could be better. He's realized it too.
Yeah, Sinners are playing so patiently here. Maybe even arguably too patient. 30 seconds and the bomb's not committed at all, but they're really making sure there's no gammas. Like, people, are we blind? Maybe. This is also getting a little funky as well, guys. What are we doing? How are we in a 2 versus 2? All down to one man. Who's also being spotted as well now towards Garage. 15 seconds, and we're still not out of sight. Finally getting down towards B as the bomb will go down, but I didn't love kind of how late that took.
I don't think Kisarek did either. Bekaida, his only hope over here is... And he somehow gets a 10-second defuse without really having to contest with anyone. Opens the door, Kisarek on the other side, but with positions revealed, Kaida, even if he gets the better off him, there just isn't the time to go for this one. He has to try and find a pathway to retreat, and if nothing else, even if he gets his kill, it's good, right? Unfortunately, that won't be the case. Still, pretty good damage on a round where you probably shouldn't have had a chance to win it. The fact that you got it so close, though, will still make it sting.
Well, 3-0. That's what we want to see from Sinners in terms of a response after a very poor ending. Do that map number 1, but map number 2, may I say. Attack pause me call as well. First one by Ruby. Pretty early in the game, but before they go in towards their full buy. So I'm a fan of this. I feel like this is a chance where they can now start to, again, build a little bit. And if they can find early success in what is technically considered a bonus round for Sinners, just out the gate, start giving yourself something on the CT side. You need the foundation of a good CT side on this map.
I'm with you, man. If you're not able to get yourself at the very least 6 rounds, then even if in the second half you look like the better team, you feel like the better team, you're playing like the better team, it can just be a losing battle. Going into this one with one flashbang and one flashbang alone will not be easy either. You might just end up seeing Kaida continue to contest outside pretty dangerously. Or just turtle in and hope that Sinners makes their way over to him. Very rare that it's anything in between when things are this dry.
Okay. Early bit of chip damage on towards Pepper is the only thing that's really worth mentioning in the opening 30 seconds or so. I'll take control on a slower take. This is how Sinners are approaching their T sides. Like we said, very patient. I was worried with how long it took in that previous round, despite it being a lower buy. And when you're against full buys, these really slow rounds don't always work out so well. Yikes. Oh, McQueen, we got to be hitting that, though.
Moves his crosshair away. That's a tough one. Gonna very quickly bit of 5 versus 3. Instead, Sinners have got full ramp control, and Kisrek's skill is instrumental. Kaida, like I said before, could end up being baited into a hyper-aggressive position. That's where he loses his life, and now in the 4v4, you've got very little information. Now Footsteps given over, but Hasanaida gives up his life as well. Fossil trades. Bomb in the open. Fossil doesn't try and play safeguard. He's waiting for TrueNick to make a move. Shock. Now he's being flanked off by an Oppa. Beaststick trying to find this kill onto the Heaven players. Unsuccessful. If that had come through, maybe this round would have had legs on it. But instead, it's Shock climbing a ladder, getting the hell out of Dodge.
It is, though, as we said. Well, Sinners not super convincing in that previous round, and it sort of bleeds a little bit in towards the next. Ruby, nice response, nice work. A round in which we can build upon, a round in which we can start making at least work in some regards. And it will have very immediately caused Sinners into a pause of their own. A bit of worry setting in early doors. I mean, for Sinners, I normally say on T-side Nuke, if you can get 5 rounds T-side, I'm actually pretty happy with that as a whole.
That's a very early timeout coming through from Sinners.
Yeah.
You know what I like about timeouts to Nuke? I get my hopes up. I'm like, oh baby, they've got a half fight, they've got a timeout. This is gonna be an insane execute, and then I get disappointed every time.
Yeah, I'm with you. Nothing kind of less satisfying than when you call a timeout and then nothing remotely different is done in towards the next round. It's just a standard default.
Yeah.
All that
Especially
sort
with
of
the force fight.
Yeah.
But maybe, oh baby. Well, never mind. I don't even know where Shock died. Might have been on outside. Feels like it's on outside. Yes, it's on outside. Through those smokes, grenades are great from Kaida. Kill number 2 is found. And maybe Ruby's the one who had the real conversation during the timeout. You know?
Yeah, that was non-existent. There was nothing even really worth bringing up there. If we're completely frank. For Sinners, that was so flat. You know, nothing that we can even fall back and be like, oh, well, if this had gone well, maybe. None of that. Yeah,
just not died.
Yeah, exactly. So, not exactly the most awe-inspiring of round to follow attack timeout. And Ruby again putting pressure on. This series is starting to turn into a bit of a marathon, that's for sure.
Sinners need to sprint, however. Need to sprint past the sniper, and McQueen's not making it easy. Still keeps on peeking in from behind. It is dualies now out in the open. And listen, it's anti-ecos, but it's important ones. You keep 4 alive. You've got 3 AKs to take forward. What more do you need as Ruby?
Yeah, you're all right. This is, yeah, a tough predicament now. I think for Sinners, they're in this spot where you've got to look at the kind of the mental space a little bit and say, right, if things continue to dwindle in the way that they have been, Ruby chain like 2 or 3 more rounds together, Sinners mentally could be shattered a bit. So I don't know, I'm concerned still. It's right. I was gonna say, I'm sure he spotted the guy to the left, but he actually gets tunnel visioned in by the guy on the left, who then pounces Kaide. Nice one, McQueen peaks again! Oh my god! Shooting gallery for the AWPer.
Maybe another timeout?
Yeah.
You know?
Valid.
And McQueen's at 10 and 2. Guys, what do we do?
Yeah, McQueen is farming. He's looking really, really solid. Oh man, this is a dicey spot to be in.
And unfortunately, I know that it's shocking people who are 1 and 5, but at the end of the day, Stressern and Kisrek are your big 1-2 punchers. They are your 2B aggressive riflers. They are the kind of players who are simply cracking open sights, or at least outside. Right, and if they're going to die, even if it's a 1-for-1 earlier on, the rest of your team that is trying to be activated late round have no realistic to work off of. So I blame you less for the lack of kills.
I get you.
I still blame you though. Listen, don't get me wrong. You still gotta shoot.
Yeah. Well, nice to low buy. Oh, nice one, that one, Pepper. That's a nice flash.
I've
Glad
used that
we
one
caught
before.
that one. Yeah. So my teammates and MM throwing that one, I think, every now and again. And of course, he's the first to fall. So feels kind of fair enough off the back of that first flash.
That's all Kisarek's fault. Kisarek, he's done his job. He's found the one. McQueen, not the healthiest, but he's also losing players left, right, and center. So maybe time to find his center and just be grateful. Gratitude. Zen. Please give me a kill. Basic's in a great position over here. He could actually find Hasanator should he extend, and Hasanator is the only healthy player. He also feels like he has to go in. Trunic's demise will put even more pressure on him, but actually he's going to go back to reinforce into ramp. They're trying to get a crunch in, and McQueen's reposition is good. It's really good, but it doesn't give him the shot.
Oh, well. All down to Hasanator now, 1 versus 3. Bomber's just dropped out of heaven. It's actually planted. Oh, Hasanator, I was going to say, he has a gap here. There's one. There's the first. And no one else is actually immediately here. If he can smoke main, he actually helps to smoke the bomb. I was going to say, if he smoked main, he only has to isolate one real fight. I think the lack of contact that he's seeing is making him a little nervy, and there it is. It's Kisrek sees him off at range. Tech9 does well. They peek together with Beastick. Finally, a round back in favor for Sinners.
That's a really good call for Sinners after they get the Kisrek kill to just freeze up inside Hell and wait for Ruby to be the ones to make the move. Because when you've got so much control over Hell and Ramp Room, unless there's going to be a rotation coming from outside in back to ramp, which can only be done by opening the door or by breaking the window, so you're going to get information for it anyway, it has to be a push to come through from the CT side. They punish that, and then it's just game on from there on out. Really well done. It also comes on the back of a big missed shot from McQueen. It's one of the rare few misses we've had, but it's still a fantastic call.
I start for Kisarek. Panicade. That's the two, arguably most important players on their respective sides who go head to head. And with Kisarek coming out on top, it bolsters their chances highly. Double smoke nade combo, but Kisarek completely overlooks Fossil up close.
Really critical kill. The rest of the T side is still stuck inside lobby. They were really hoping that Kisarek would be able to find a bit more control back into the stairs, but Beastick outside is caught off. Fossil is clearing it out, and this push onto the A side just got a little bit weaker. Shock still good for 1, and Stressern will double that up. Hasanator coming in for a flank from behind as Fossil keeps on fighting. Hasanator's revealed position though, so he can't be sneaky about this any longer. A wide swing that's necessary, a kill that's found, but people had not committed to the bomb plant. They take the 2v1 and they take the round. It's 5-4. Sinners have found what they need on this T side. Now it's bonus rounds for the rest of the half.
Exactly that. And I think that's why we see Ruby going towards this tack timeout. Need a moment to take a breather, have a conversation, but like you said, it's bonus rounds for the rest of this. So anything more that Sinners find, just add to already the really nice spot they are currently in. So decent position. And obviously a bit of worry as well for Ruby, who are looking a little flat after what felt like a very brief moment of where form was there, understanding was there. It looked like they were starting to build a bit of a CT side. Then that fell flat. They've allowed Sinners back in, and they've been unable to stop them right now. And that's where we're at. So 5-4. Buy it back in. There is actually residual cash left over for Ruby, so it won't be one of those where they're completely broke if they are to lose this, but let's hope they don't get there.
Butyl sails. And it's Hasanator who's in the seas. He has been stormed out. Trunix 2 are what they needed. He even stays alive. Somehow the flame's not enough. This could be critical. The extra damage on the shock won't make things easier for Sinners over here either, but Beastick is the man on a mission.
Okay. Beastick holding, waiting for a peek from main, but nothing offering up. Onus on Sinners here as well to bring the numbers back level. Knock off HB and Trunic 1 foot in the grave already. Still a doable round, especially if Ruby don't play this properly. Bounce in, and Beastick will find the kill, and it's not even on the low player of Trunic either.
They don't expect Trunic to still be here.
Yeah.
Trunic's going to get another kill. I'd bet your life on it. Yeah. Not mine. Maybe not if they're going back over towards the B-bomb site, though. Flashbang will do nothing to McQueen. They don't have a smoke to cross over. He just needs to hit one shot. They've realized that there's 10 seconds. Trunic gets it done. Neo, you are alive and well. And not just the one. He's doubled it up. He's tripled it up. It's the full ace from Trunic.
No way. Gets away with all 5. 3 of which he gets being single-digit HP. Ridiculous round coming through from Trunic. Not a name that's been consistently putting up, these really heroic moments, but what a time to find it. It's such a necessary round for Ruby to find. Super, super important. Sinners left reeling a little bit off the back of it too. They'll force buy back in. Double Galil, double Tech 9. Shock left with Util on a P250. I mean, man, how important was that individual play for Trunic? The knock-on effect on towards Sinners.
Sinners felt like they had that one.
Yeah.
Water Smokes and Kisser will not have anyone to pop that one open. The HE is actually completely missing from the Ruby side, so Sinners will have a safe pathway in to the lower side of the mic. No, it's not a mic, it's a map. Trunic, the man of the last round, will be put under pressure, but he's got company coming in from behind. Fozil gets a revenge. And Ruby, in the 4 versus 2, have broken Sinners' back.
He needs to be careful. He's pinted here too. One coming from the right-hand side. I mean, Shock back turned. There's too many bodies around and too many people to see him off. Ruby take the round, take the lead, and are now in a spot where it more or less should be guaranteed because no buy properly to work with. It says final round, so of course they'll use all the cash they have left, but the issue is it's not a lot.
We go again. Maybe another chance for the Dex. This is how Sinners did get back into the swing of things. A kill from Kisarek in ramp that gave them access to hell and a good call off the back of it. It is going to be a ramp target, and what a shot hit. Fozil is gone. There you go. There you go. Nice response from Kaida. Game still on. Hassanate is in a good position. And opening up the door, could have dropped the bomb, does drop the bomb, keeps it going. Ammo's run out, but he's got time to reset. A player on top of him, and he's not going to expect that. Will not have made that call out. So Trunic was hoping he'd find an empty bomb set. Instead, he's got a bullet to the back of his head.
Oh my god,
Call
this
that
is
the CIA suicide.
anybody's round here with sort of everybody bar Kaide being low. And, well, Kaide's now dead. So, yeah, very much anybody's round. Still low HP, and people will catch him. Just as Hassanate was trying to reposition. So, a slight little win for Sinners to bring it back to a tied half. But it still feels like anybody's map. But I will say that is a good half from Sinners. 6 rounds in T-side of Nuke, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and when you're on Ruby, you also have it in the back of your head. But we just gave them 2 force fight wins where they had barely any utility across that first half. If not for that, we could have very well been 9-3 up right now.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, as much as Ruby's playing better in a lot of circumstances, as much as Ruby did play better on Mirage, Ruby are the underdogs over here. Ruby will have more pressure on them going into this map number 3 as they move to the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, you are right. You're really right. For Ruby, something definitely feels quite special required. Get a pistol and the conversion behind it, and we can start building a little bit. But as a whole, not a bad spot that Sinners have put themselves in, especially if they're the ones to get the pistol. They can start pulling away, building momentum, and that's, of course, where they've done a lot of their best work. But all these conversations on hold for a brief moment as we jump into a tech pause, which you hate to see.
You do hate to see, but I've been wondering this since map 1. And I do get time to ask you this.
Go on.
What's your favorite punctuation mark?
Exclamation.
Really?
Yeah, I use that a lot.
Kind of boring.
I use that a lot. I'm a big fan of the exclamation, both both, well, I gotta say happy in a non-happy way, but I basically only really use it in a happy way to really say I'm really happy here.
I think mine's probably the colon. Because it just feels so business-like. Like, the only time you see a colon is if there's going to be, like, a list coming through immediately afterwards. And like, oh, ho, fancy man with a colon, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I can't say I've used that much, if I'm being honest.
Not the semicolon. Just the colon.
Yeah, I can't say I've used it too much, if I'm being completely frank. Yeah, it's a bit of a tech issue. Looks like charging a mouse, which is actually, normally I would actually scold a little bit here and say, come on guys, you know, prep for a game, but this actually been a marathon of a match, so kind of valid that, you know, you maybe expected this to last you, but
how long do mouse batteries last these days? Because I've always used a wired mouse.
I mean, mine's pretty good. I've got, you know, this is no plug or whatever, or other mouse brands are available, but I've got the Razer, like, is it the, whatever the new one's called, the Viper V3 or something like that?
It's just a black and green mouse, sure, yeah.
Well, mine's not. Mine's actually a Gengar Pokemon mouse. That is China exclusive.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's pretty sick. And, you know, as a fan of Pokemon as a kid, I thought, why not? Treat myself. Sick mouse. But this, I don't even, I can't remember the last time I charged it. I think it must last, like, it feels like at least 50 hours, if not longer. Wow. Like, I feel like I don't charge it a lot.
I hope that this game doesn't go for 50 hours, otherwise we're going to need a lot of people to be charging mice right now.
Yeah.
Ruby, however, are going to be coming back into it and hoping that the pistol round can give them a few of the rounds that they maybe missed out on in the first half. Remember, this Sinners come into the CT side with Peppo being a player without too many numbers put up. But the way this series has gone, I wouldn't be surprised if that changes 3 and 9 at the start of this half. Keep an eye out on those numbers. Doors open, flashes out, head is rolling, Stressern is slaying them all. There is not a single chance to get past this man.
He gets a second while dropping down as well, by the way. So just kind of nuts. Like, little fortune, but it favors him massively. And Shock or body spam to close. Stressing. Fantastic work from him. Really, really nicely done.
Also makes it so they get 2 players with a straight upgrade into the M4A1 head armor pretty comfortably. So yeah, good stuff, man.
Man. This is Sinners getting closer and closer, but I'm not going to be in that point where I really kind of mentally lock it in, because I saw what happened towards that previous map. I thought Sinners were completely in place to take this 2-0, and well, look where we are. Nice nade, though. That's going to soften up both Trunic and Garde with a hero Galil.
The tenderizer.
Yeah.
D-stick. Might have a chance to be able to take advantage of that. Slightly more straightforward pathway to frags that the HE was supposed to set up. And he had a chance. Fortunately, Peppo's coming in from behind as well, picking up some kills and padding his stats, making sure that he can feel a little bit more in form as they go into the first gun round.
All right. This first gun round is very important as well for Ruby. You fail this. This is where we put ourselves into a spot where it's up to a 9th, probably basically gifted a 10th. I'm assuming if there's a lack of a bomb plant, and by that point again, it's a wealth of a lead. It's getting closer and closer, and on the CT side of Nuke. So all signs once again point towards them taking this. Break open of the smoke. Yeah, God, you're not crossing that.
Not a good way to start things. No map control, a man down, and utility almost dry. These 2 flashes, a dodge, Shock is ready for everything coming his way, but he still isn't getting the kills. It's Beppo to come over, buy some time and space, and that's really a critical frag. Could have been a reclamation of Shock's life, but instead, now the T side is just low, and they've got no idea how to scale onto the bomb side. Stressern might be getting tagged up. It doesn't matter. A Molotov from McQueen to try and give them the space to take a fight further into the decon room, but as mollies will be traded, the bomb can be planted, it will be a 4v2 retake.
Well, Assassinator, nice work, nice angle, nice find. Barty peaks at the worst possible time, puts it all on the shoulders of McQueen. He's stepped up time and time again, but a 1 versus 3 feels so unlikely with a flash as good as that. My oh my, Beastic is a beautiful flash. He was so damn blind and so damn panicked. And another round for Sinners. Bomb plant is nice, especially with the loss bonus, just to secure funds a little bit. But even still, it's going to be a janky one if you do want to force buy here, and it's still Sinners pulling away.
Last time after Ruby used up, they did burn through a few of those when Sinners was on route to the comeback in the first half. Okay, so it will be a force buy? No. A hero AK surrounded by a half-buy is what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
The thing is, we don't have anyone we can actually look afterwards for Ruby and say, yeah,
Exactly.
he's going to take control.
Yeah, like normally you'd look to Kaida, but he's not been fantastic this series. And then McQueen's had some nice moments, but it's primarily with the AWP, which of course they just can't afford. So it's kind of a bold call in a sense. It's not so much as a force buy. It's actually technically still a half buy. They're leaving residual cash so they can buy again if needed. But with how low some of the finances are, you know, Hasnator, Kaida, I mean, even to a degree like Fossil and Trunig, they don't need a bomb plant, but it would definitely really help.
Yeah. It just feels like you're stretched a little bit too thin if you don't get one. Of course, they're not playing for the bomb plant over here now. They still are playing to try and bring it back in their favor. Shock, who missed a few opportunities last time over, is going to be no different over here. People will have to pick up the slack, but with a Molotov at his feet, that won't be possible. Shock continues to fight on and fight over, but Fossil doesn't get the quick crossover or the drop down to ramp, not yet. Two players are down on the lower bomb side. It really does come down to people. He has to protect hell.
Well, nice find. Peepo, for one. Look for a second as well. There's a tech down around the corner that he can hear. He's just trying to find what angle he peeks from. Trudy gets one as well. Fossil will finally fall. Just like, we've got to win this fight. And the drive by Tech 9.
AK-47 recovered. The time is a real problem, and the lack of the bomb, the second one. Trunik is just going to be moving back to save this AK. It does have value. You know, Hasanator on $500 would not be able to afford something like this otherwise. So he can just drop over maybe a Mac-10 or Galil or something like it, switch out weapons. But yeah, at the end of the day, Ruby are down 6-10. Sinners does have a whole lot of money, and they've saved a couple of AKs. Plus, People's got enough to be able to pick up the AWP for himself. And he's been a good hand on it so far, right? You know, even outside of the eco frags, which you can call empty calories, a lot of these anti-force buys and anti-half buys have been really important when Shock misses his first kill. And it's good to see.
It is. It is. 10-6. A good spot that Sinners put themselves in. Of course, with that buy in the previous round, leaving a little bit of money left over, of course, they can buy back in here. But this is unfortunately the rinse and repeat cycle that Ruby are stuck in. It's sort of force buy in, but not be the most consistent or clean force buy. You lose it, you fall flat, rinse and repeat because of loss bonus. Awkward. Kiss a wreck. What have you got for us? 1 for 1, not terrible in that spot.
It's a good angle, but Stresser, as he turns away, is going to lose the fight. Fossil overruns him. It all comes down to Shock and Peepo, but the Molotov to push them away. There's not much to do but try and play for the retake. And what is that retake going to look like? It's going to be a deep flashbang out to see if you can toss Shock forward. If Shock gets a kill, fine and well. Otherwise, you go back and save. He's already... I know this is going to be where that attempt is made from. Early flame damage was heard. And no, they're actually not going for it at all. This is going to be a full call to save. Sinners do not want to play with their economy.
I think it's a smart heads-up call. It's just not really worth the risk, I think, ultimately. Shock will have to make a move on the way out, but it'll be fine. Don't think there's anybody really holding for him, unless he's going for a real late round play, but he wasn't. Beastick, he will fall, though, so it's made a little bit more expensive at the end. For the most part, it's still fine, since we've got at least enough of a kind of a breathing room to not be too worried just yet. You just got to make sure. We already saw what happened towards Mirage and how it fell flat. Don't let it happen again.
I'm a little bit concerned because it is generally rounds like that where Ruby managed to make things start to go their way very quickly. The question is whether they think the stressor is going to be a weakness for here on the say bomb side. Obviously, you only have to go back to the pistol round and beyond to see his impact on it, but can they catch him off guard again? Can they make the stressor and Kisarek upper side duo be uncomfortable enough to get a kill and recede? I certainly hope so.
That's the question, isn't it? How aggressive the Sinners want to play this. Peepo, he's in a spot as well where takes a shot. It's actually quite difficult to fall away from here because when jumping down towards the ramp, his head will be exposed if he doesn't find the first. Thankfully, he does. If he had missed that shot towards Hasater, a lot of trouble. He doesn't, and Beastic will find one of his own as well. So 5 versus 3 very quickly.
Got us fighting back. And the D-side players who have gotten ramp control are hoping that they can recollect onto the A side. It's a good call, right? Sinners can't go back to ramp, so they've reinforced B instead. Ruby are recognizing this. They're trying to go in onto Stressor and Kisarek, the players I mentioned first, but without a Molotov, you're not moving Stressor away from that angle. Even the spam won't help you either. Kaida alone, the only one to get a kill, and despite the good call, they don't have the equipment to make it work.
Yeah, you're right. 2 away now for this Sinner side, getting ever so close, bit by bit. Ruby falling further and further apart. I mean, we'll get, unfortunately, a tech pause to break it up. You can see those odds very favorable over towards Sinners, and I have to agree here.
Even saw them shift even more so towards the end of that. That's the power of live odds.
Well, Refon, I hope. See, it seems like a headset issue, which generally speaking is actually pretty quick to fix. So
I never understand what that even means, to be honest. Like, what's your headset issue?
yeah, you know, valid. I actually don't get them unless it runs out of charge. But mine normally gives me like a beep, like it kind of beeps or whatever when it's like
you
an
find
hour
out, like,
away.
well in advance.
Yeah, exactly. So who knows what that means? If I'm being honest.
Yeah. Well, listen. Fortunately, the headset issue is gone. And
Yeah.
they do get solved very quickly, very often. I don't know if Ruby can find the solution as quickly as they need to over here for this gun round. It is their last gun round available to them before Sinners just rolls them. And frankly, their legs might already be underneath the tractor of Sinners.
Okay. Sinners. This feels like the make or break round. If you want to really see this Ruby side off, you win this one, especially with an item getting a bomb plant as well. Econ shattered, back broken, and surely no route back to safety. Peepo, they're trying to make sure, but he'll get the first. The idea of the nade was nice, the execution not so much.
It does somehow buy time, and
Yeah.
Shock's just worried about how much time he's being given, but it's enough for him to find the critical kill. You're now in a 5 versus 3. And Ruby have no idea how to take any sort of map control back over. B6 often lost this duel. I'll be frank about it, but the angle is still very strong. It still feels like Kaida's the only one who can actually look for a fight. And when B-Stick vacates that, Even that's gone.
Yeah, exactly that. Correct.
Hunting. Top shot missed. McQueen could not afford to give that one up.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That really is. Kaide is all that's left. There's just no chance. 1 versus 5. In 10 seconds. He needs to save. I just need to make sure he doesn't go down after time. It looks like he'll be fine. Sinners are going to respect him. Tucked in towards his corner. There's no way they check this either. And that'll be that. 12-7. 5 rounds to close this out now for Sinners. And you don't want to cast the Kirsten, but T, surely, I've done a fair.
I would also like to remind everyone, remember what I said about people starting off 3-9 at the start of this half and how that's not going to stay there?
Yeah.
People's shown his strengths. He has not died once. He has always played defensively. He's not an aggro opera, right? This is a very different class of opera to your Forces and your Oscars, but he is doing such a good job of just playing off of his teammates, often failures.
Yeah. You're right. Well, eventually the final round. We did see Sinners fall flat, though. That previous, this would be really important if they can find it. Need to break it open. He doesn't spot one crossing, and Molly behind, but Hassate's down.
The 1-for-1 is important over here as well. People trying to thread the needle. The bomb has been dropped. Tech 9 out, and he takes the close range duel. Kaide will win it, but he has to go back for the bomb. Suddenly, Hasanator's position doesn't feel anywhere near as powerful. CTs won't exploit the lack of the bomb, not at all. And Kaide, his AWP is scaring Shock right now, rightfully so. Shock spots a leg, and he is out. Information is all he asked for. But maybe aggression can come in from Mini instead. Kisarek is pushing forward, and now they are trying to find that bomb. They are trying to find the player who's likely recovered it as well. And the backstab on the Kaide could not be better. Trunic has missed the window to refrag it. And Hasanator, who thought his job was limited to finding the B bomb site, now has to guarantee this plant as well.
Yeah. It's tough. Sub 30 seconds, 2 versus 3. And Hassate to stay down here for a while, trying to catch rotations, but thing being offered up. They do get a free path to a plant, but it's just all like this flank that's brewing through Secret.
It's gone.
And it comes.
Flash in his face will not be doing anything, but the bottom doesn't get planted. The shot gets fired. Kisarek with the last one, and it is 13 for Sinners. Yes, they are shaky on Mirage, but outside of that, their performance was unquestionable, Neil.
Yes, absolutely. A lot to like, man. I think for Sinners, much more like it, much better, much more to the level that we expected this side, where it fell all flat. And granted, if we're being frank, it should have been closed in 2. We should have been done after Mirage on a nice healthy break before heading in towards the next best of 3. But credit to Ruby for keeping it competitive. They just squandered opportunities in towards Nuke. And I think it all started in that first half, even allowing Sinners to get a 6-6 in itself is damning signs, and they just couldn't build upon anything in towards that second. So credit where it's due for the Sinners side. I think for them, they're able to kind of mentally bounce back from what looked like a really awkward spot. And here they are into that winners game in right saying against Metizport, right?
It absolutely is. And if you want to see more of this Sinners side to see how that performance is going to shape out, or maybe you want to see more of Metizport, I wouldn't blame you. They look really good earlier on in that first series. You've got to stay tuned to find out. We've got about a 20-25 minute break so that Sinners can take a breather, get some water, get some food, get some conversation going. You should do the same. We're going to see you guys in about 20-25 minutes.
force the kill on the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
The sunny coast of Malta await, but we have to wait for October, and we have to wait for these qualifiers to be completed before we can find out who will be representing Europe over there. Welcome out to the European qualifiers. We continue on with Group D. I'm Tita, I'm joined by Neo, Kai. For some reason, all the commentators I'm getting in the qualifiers are just the ones with their name. It was Alan, Hender, now it's Neo, Kai, Neo, Kane. You know, it's just...
Yeah.
Neo, what's going on with you guys? The creativity really is astounding.
Well, I mean, this was already a nickname for me, so it was just a pretty easy thing for me to kind of like have as my caster name. It was pretty bland, I have to admit, but it was there. I needed something, and sadly, I would have just gone Neo, but there was a player who's all right who took that name, so sadly, I can't really go for that. So I changed it up a little bit. Either way, we've had about an hour and a little bit of a break, and now we're getting ready for our second game here back to back, where we've got the winners match of Group D. Metizport, of course, picked a win up earlier, and we just saw Sinners. I don't want to say squeak by a win, but they definitely were made to work for it. And now we've had an hour break, rest and recuperation, hopefully a bit of time as well to discuss what they're going to do heading in towards this one. Be pretty important to win.
Why don't we take a look at the bracket once again, though, and just in case people can't get that visualization in it through their minds. You know, it can be wonky with these double eliminations. No one is out yet, guys. Don't worry. That's for tomorrow. That we take them out back and shoot them in the head and tell them to go home in Counter-Strike. Obviously, guys. Come on. SPARTA versus Ruby will be the lower bracket match over there. But right now, like Neo said, we are focusing on Metizport versus Sinners. And this is a big one, right? Because this is where Metizport is a team where, frankly speaking, I've got a very bad judge of where they are. Because on one end, half the time I see them and I'm like, this team kind of sucks. On the other end, it's like, wow, these guys are just slapping everyone silly. They're getting 2-0s left and right. Who is Metizport?
Yeah, I mean, it is a great question. Of course, Metizport, you know, they were alongside Saw for last year with kind of the worst roster moves of the year, without a shadow of a doubt, right? You know, minus Susp and Adam B, and ZTR, all the rest, right? Really kind of killed this side in a big way. But as much as I was really critical of them last year and really, you know, quite harsh, however you want to put it, I'm actually going to sing a lot of praise to them. I think the moves they've made recently have actually been really good. Mail, the youngster, the young prodigy as well coming through, I think it's a fantastic pickup. I think he's great. And especially learning alongside the likes of Plopsky and Isaac, you know, two players with a lot of experience in their own regards who've played at quite a high level. This is where this kid is sort of, it feels like destined to be. It does feel like kind of the future of Swedish Counter-Strike. And I've been really impressed from what I've seen from him. Only 16 years of age as well. So, you know, and this is a guy who'd been kind of making a name for himself. He was like 14 when he was like, you know, top of FPL type vibes. So it's about time he gets real team experience. And his debut in this team was incredible. His run's been pretty solid ever since as well. So I've been really impressed by him. I think this side's got a lot to like now as well. It's just a matter of whether we can get kind of Plopsky and Isaac playing at that level. We know Lumi has actually a pretty decent ceiling, in all fairness. It's just consistency again, as is with a lot of the tier 2 players. He's had some nice moments. Can he find it consistently? I don't know 100%. And then Jaquinho as well, after a bit of a break, bit of a stint in Copenhagen Wolves, Brian saying it was. And now he's come back to Metizport again. Can he rekindle the flame a little bit for him? But as a whole, there is bits to like about this team, and I'm going to sing praise. I think the roster moves they've made recently have actually been really good.
Is it Mail? Because I always thought it's Liam, because that is his name, and I thought he's just doing the North American thing of being like, hey, I'm Nate, not Ethan.
I mean, maybe. I have no idea. I always just assumed it was male, but maybe you are right.
Well, listen,
maybe
either way,
it's
whatever
like
it is,
Carson Nosrak type thing. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That kind of vibe.
Exactly. It's just there to make us wonder, because male actually is a word as well. I think one of the cool things from Metizport is that they have managed to come across this talent who is clearly always going to be taken away from them. It's just about doing the most with him while you have him, right? You get this very often in national team. You get your Senpaises for the Movistar Riders. You get your, you know, Mezzis for your endpoints. You get players like this who can become talismanic figures who actually help you elevate and maybe help the entire brand level up in a lot of ways. And Mill seems to be potentially that guy. It's still about getting that potential out of him, though. And like you said, a lot to be done for the rest of his team as well. Let's take a look at Sinners, because we've already seen them. We've already have a lot to talk about for them. it's a team where, look, I came into this today being a bit critical of Beppo. I think he's more than proven himself. It's just he plays a very different style to what I'm used to from Operas with Promise. He plays slightly more defensively. The aggression is predominantly taken over by Kisarek and Stressarn. Overall, this is a team that still is having some struggles, not just in their map pool, but also in just mid-game adjustments. But the individuals are really good.
Yeah, exactly that. So this is a side that, as long as they play to the level that we know they can play at, i.e. maps 1 and maps 3 of that previous series, they're actually really interesting. I think Kisarek, he, for me, was the real one in terms of just raw firepower who brought them through that series. I think Stresson's just quite stable, which I think is a really good thing to have for Sinners. We're still looking at B-Stick where, you know, map 1, fantastic. Map 2, just completely non-existent. We need to find kind of the middle ground, I think, a little bit there. And also probably a little bit more depth in terms of the calling. You could see, especially in that map number 2, when they lost track of Mirage and things fell super, super flat. It was quite concerning. It was quite worrying. We need to find a way to kind of dig yourself out of a rut a little bit for the Sinner side. But ultimately, for a side who have made changes, bringing in Kisareka and Stress on alongside this core, I do think there's really nice building blocks for Sinners here. And like you mentioned with Beppo as well, if he plays a bit patient the way we kind of want him to, he can actually be really, really interesting to watch. And actually potentially could have the leg up on Lumi too.
Let's take a look over towards the map vid over here as well now, because for me personally, I mean, I've already taken, it's on HOTV, right, so I haven't seen it. Sinners pick Nuke, Metizport go for Overpass, and we've got Inferno as a decider. Metizport on the Overpass. It's funny because both of these teams have played Overpass for the first time today, and both of them have dominated their performances, so we don't really know what the limitations and what the strengths could look like when they're going up against each other here. That's always fun. Nuke, we saw how comfortable Sinners were on it, but we also saw how they were struggling initially, and then Inferno's a map where, listen man, it's just the map, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, exactly that. It's the map sucks, and the fact that it is actually a third map is kind of interesting here, just because for Metizport they've obviously had some pretty distinct issues, not only in terms of obviously the win rate, which, you know, they're 0 for 3 on it, but actually the 3 is the kind of the important thing. They've not got a lot of reps on it, right? So this whole veto process for Metizport is super weird. It's super uncomfortable, because you look at, you know, their pool as a whole, and it's actually quite weak, and it's quite hard to understand where this side sees themselves in terms of an identity. You know, even like Overpass getting picked in a sense, cool, they got a great win over on it earlier. Do I take a lot out of them beating Sparta? Not really, right? Sinners, fantastic win, and I actually probably take a little bit more stock out of beating Ruby. But yeah, it's kind of that question, like, where else do we go? Because you look at other maps that come through, maybe a Dust 2 they would have liked to, Sinners ban it, right? They get rid of that in that first wave, which I kind of respect. Sinners ban the Ancient as well. Also a map in which Metizport have been wanting to play. And I think, you know, it's one of those where they kind of lose from before we even get into the veto process, just because they don't have reps under their belt. And sure, one step at a time, you've got to play the games to get the games under your belt, but it does make this quite awkward. If we get toward the third map, all statistics should point towards Sinners being the favorites, just because Metizport obviously struggled on it and not played a lot. And that's if we get there, right? Map that won a Nuke, we know that Sinners are pretty good on it and play it decently. Metizport don't play it a lot. They've won 2 from 4. Overpass, such a huge gamble in the veto. So I don't know, dude. I'm actually a little concerned for Metizport. As much as I feel like I'd probably make the argument that they're on paper the better team, the veto makes it hard to say that. I'm
just confused about why they banned Mirage more than anything else, because we just saw an absolute stinker of a map coming out from Sinners where they are on Mirage, especially on their CT side. And that was the kind of problems where, I'm going to be frank, that looked like systemic issues. That didn't look like, hey, someone's having a bad game, because they actually had some individual step-ups. They actually had, like, Kisarek posting out some good numbers, people having a few good moments and whatnot. It really was just, hey, we don't know how to take care of these gaps in our maps. And look, when you're comparing on Kisarek towards Mail, it does feel like, in my eyes, you want Mail to be on a map closer to Mirage than to Inferno, right? Where he's going to be taking less utility damage earlier on, where he's going to be feeling a little bit freer to go for mid-round kills, because there aren't as many clear-cut retake protocols that Sinners might have locked in place in comparison to their Inferno. So I am optimistically maybe going to say that, hey, that probably means Metizport have something cool prepared for us on Inferno, and that is something that they've been working on. Maybe, sure, but also at the same time, you're right now. Do you get to 3?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. I mean, the way I'm looking at this Veto, they just have to find a way to make Overpass stick. I mean, even a Nuke is definitely a potential as well. It's also a map, they're not terrible on, but then I look towards, even like recent results, they played that LAN in Sweden, the glitched one, I think it was called.
Yeah.
And they got stomped by Sashi. I remember watching that game and it wasn't exactly pretty. Did beat NIP, and I know that was a bit of a meme. That was like super early in the tournament, if I'm right in saying. It was a little weird. And then
Wasn't
I remember
it NIP Impact that they beat?
No, I think it was NIP. I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, I'm getting confused with another tournament. Never mind.
Yeah. I'm like 99% sure it was NIP.
You're right.
Because there was like a bit of a meme about it, but like Metizport saying we're the best Swedish org now, that kind of vibe. But yeah, it is a map in which they've had decent results on, but again, I don't know how much faith I have in it. I think Sashi are a beatable team right now. Even actually, if you look, I'm looking at it before that as well. All the way back in Austin as well, lost to Imperial. Imperial are a very beatable team right now, very, very beatable. So, there is definitely worrying signs to a degree, and that definitely is issues there. So for me, I think it all comes down to this Overpass, right? What do they actually have up their sleeve, Metizport, to push this towards a third? Do they actually have enough? Is this a pick of self-confidence off the back of their really good win yesterday and what we've seen in the scrims and the pracs and all the rest? Is it partly also saying, okay, we watched the Sinners game earlier, we think we're beatable, we think we can take the side down? I don't think they were that special. They were just playing a weaker Ruby, right? Who knows, right? But we'll have to find out. Looks like we're ready to get underway as well in towards this game. These two on your screen, Male and Kisrek, are going to be very, very important in this one. So let's get this show on the road. Sinners going to start on the T side. It's their map pick of Nuke up next.
We saw some fantastic stuff out from Sinners earlier on. Keep an eye out for Beppo playing catch-up for potentially kills being missed when it goes to the second half. But he did struggle over here on the T side especially, and that's what Metizport are going to be trying to exploit. Odds are pretty even, and Isaac is hoping to make them a little bit less so. But when it's 1-for-1, you can see both teams are not really getting an inch over each other. Lumi starts off with the decon door opened up, spots out the bomb, cannot drop it though. And with Shock and Kisser coming over to try and guarantee that plant in, there's nothing with the CT to do but wait. Lumi opens the doors, but he's opening it up to be shot down at. This could be problematic. Plopsky and Jaquinho will have to be the ones to instigate, and they do. You find B-Stick, Mail will find Kisser in the meanwhile, and Shock's response is going to be limited. Stressern instead is the one who finds Stu. The Glock rears its head as the advantages of fire rate cannot be understated in that set of kills. Lumi alone now brings his opponent down to his knees. Stressern alone in a 1-versus-1 to try and protect this bomb from being defused. The time is on his side, and with Lumi forcing himself away, it felt like the round was won, even if he didn't get the kill. But why not get style points while you're at it? Stressern, not only does he get 3 kills there, it's with 3 players who are all fighting back, and he doesn't lose a lick of life.
Yeah, what a chaotic pistol. It really felt like at one point there was no real chance there, but making it stick. Stress on individual brilliance from him as well. And Shock, a super important kill just to stop that initial push coming through. So, Sinners start well just before them. We'll get a force out for Metizport. Lose this. There's a nice little springboard for this T side to really get going on their map pick. Like we said, we have real worries about Metizport just as a whole. Yes, there's been good results from them and good wins, and there's a lot of stock that you can take in a positive, but it's just the lack of reps and new team, all the rest. You got to take all of that with a bit of a pinch of salt, and a pistol like that in the chaos, not being able to thrive as well as Sinners, can be a cause for concern. Well played.
Fantastic. Popsky can still, at the very least, try and find a kill or two. And yeah, the stress run was low, an AK-47 picked up, and a 1v2 that Plopsky is not going to say no to.
Yeah, well, Jock will find him before anything even happens. 2-0, 1 play on the top as well. Bit of extra cash long term, you love to see it, but all that matters, Sinners make sure they overcome that round and doing it relatively okay. Sure, there's a couple of consolation kills through, but whatever, it's fine. You win it, you survive, you move on in towards the next, and now you can start to build again as a team. So, 2-0 should be made 3 as well without breaking too much of a sweat. This is a nice spot for Sinners to be in. Not really a lot I can complain about so far.
And hopefully that doesn't change. If there's any complaints, it has to be that, my god, Metizport have just destroyed them. We don't want anyone to take a knee because of their own faults.
Also quite an interesting debate when it comes towards, is it better to be the side that has an elongated break and quote-unquote time to prep, or is it better to be the side that is sort of slightly still warmed up just after the back of a game straight into another and has still got that mindset of playing without taking... I mean, what that series was a good, like, 3 hours, so it's a pretty hefty break. But I do wonder, you know, there's always been a debate, and generally speaking, when I've proposed this debate as well, it's always a team that are slightly more warm that seems to be better.
I think if you ask the players, the answer would be whichever team wins. It's like, oh man, it's just so much better for the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, it's an answer that seems so incredibly subjective between teams and players and whatnot as well. Are you an underdog? Are you a favorite? It's such a multivariate analysis.
You're right. Well, 3-0. Which is what we want to see, but this is the round that we take real stock in. All by round that comes through from Metizport, and this is the one that makes all the difference.
And I'm really hoping to see whether there's going to be any sort of aggression requested from Plopsky as he's waiting for the full wall of smokes to come through. A grenade will give him a little bit more access, but there's no one over here to actually spot out. It's going to be a slight variation from what we had from Sinners. A lot more if it was a traditional wall of smokes that they were going for. Kisarek is now hunting, and he might be hunting for Plopsky, if I'm being honest.
Well, Looney.
Oh,
Nice idea, not so nice execution, but thankfully Plopsky will find Kisarek at the very least. So, an opener, let's go the way of Metizport.
a little bit surprising to see Sparta into credit over there, because you are going to have the smokes extinguishing that puts you in a place where you just cannot live if there's someone in mini. So putting yourself between a crossfire is always risky unless you've got a read or something of the sort. But Sinners, all they have is a disadvantage. But now Util comes in, Stresser, and that's sloppy, but he still gets it done. Lumi's low, never forget, so he's always going to be a risk factor. That risk is taken care of. Stressen will not just put him away, he'll also steal his gun while he's at it, but the time is a problem. The CT still yet to allow anyone to breach the bomb sites. Beppo trying to be the first one to make it there. The backstab with the AWP, the double up on the T side is something they're certainly not going to be ready for, but guess what? That means you can't scale. How are you going into the site?
Fail. He's here. Oh, but he gets swung upon. Beastlick, nice find, Jaquinho. No chance for him. I honestly, you just save it if it's Jaquinho. Get as far away as you can, tuck yourself in towards the corner, keep this M4 alive, and that's if you can even do that. Real nice round. That comes through again for Sinister, continuing to prove their prowess here on this map itself. It's looking really solid, as it did earlier.
Metizport, honestly, decent enough in terms of the structure they're able to find, but Lumi not getting the kill actually ends up coming back to bite them in a massive way.
Yeah.
He only dies over there because he's low. He misses the shot earlier on, which is why he's low and whatnot. And when he goes down, then there isn't that extra support that you need to be able to stop fighting into mini as Plopsky. So, rather as male. Not as Plopsky. Plopsky's already dead. So, it is those small things that they have to make sure they're not being punished for. They move into a half buy. But Sinners are looking to start this off 5-0, and that is some impressive stuff.
Yeah. Bills as well. Super deserved in terms of just their approach and how nicely things have been generally going for them. For this inner side. A lot of positives to be taken away from this thus far. But still, early doors and a lot more game to be had. So, not into it too much just yet. Low by Chiquinho. Something quite miraculous going to be required from him if they want a chance in this one.
Smoke number one. Is there number two, or is Kisfrick just hoping to play around? It feels like it is the latter. It's a risky play to go for. That Molotov is not where it's intended to be, but they still will end up going into the crossfire of Lumi +1. Lumi, the one getting all the kills, and Chiquinho will now swap it all out. Never needed to reveal himself, and now suddenly everything going wrong for Sinners. When I said they were going to be up 5-0, I really thought this would be a gimme round, but all that they're being given is shots, shots, and shots, and not in a good way.
Yeah, fair play. Metizport sort of felt like they had no real right to be winning a round like that, but they make it stick, and that is ultimately what that matters. You know, this is potentially where we can start to chain a bit of momentum, start to flip the script a bit, and put pressure on Sinners. I mean, I said this in the last map of Sinners on Nuke, but as with every team, generally speaking, I always say if you can get 5 rounds in your T-side of Nuke, I'm pretty happy with that. And Sinners being so close, that puts so much pressure on Metizport to make something now out of the rest of this. And hey, man, it looks like it's working. Plopsky, confident fight, Stressor and Core.
Metizport are hoping to take that, perhaps, boon that they were granted in that previous round and run with it. Good kill for a diver here. That would certainly be a possibility. Good kill from people. Chiquinho's demise makes it a slightly smaller map for the CT side to navigate. Mail will try and reclaim it. He doesn't want to be strangled. Doesn't want the oxygen to start fading away. Takes position in mini. And with the man inside garage, it will be harder to eliminate him this time than last.
Hey, well.
Another set of smokes. The timing is good over here. This is a real risk for the CT sides. They have to address this.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, Rek. Wait, 35 seconds. You don't have a lot of time here. Shot going to be sent in. He's got at least enough util to work with, and a very important kill.
Inexperience perhaps showing. Mail has now started to be exploited, and the lower bomb side is going to be where the attack is coming in for. Lumi, can you make anything happen over here? Yes, you can. First kill is not the one holding the bomb. Why aren't you crossing? B-stick. You can't be getting caught up in the thirst for kills. The flashes now delivered. No reason to remove himself from the plant spot. Should not be giving Isaac and Lumi a chance whatsoever. It has to come down to Peppo and Chris Sirek, even if they aren't the healthiest of players. At best, you're trying to play for a trade. Great kill from Kisarek as Lumi's taken down as he was still scoped in, watching out for the recession of the planter. Kisarek's demise will be traded quickly, and people still going to be insurance. Incendiary from Blobsky does nothing but get a kill. This bomb cannot be defused. Metizport will not capitalize on that 5v4.
Well, Sinner's good to respond in kind as well. Oh, Peppo. He was trying desperately to get away. Not to be. But ultimately now a spot where we can at least feel like we can build upon a little bit. I feel like now for Sinners, anything else found, you know, the way we kind of put it, it's just bonus rounds. We see attack balls come through. I understand why Metizport have sort of gone for this. It makes complete sense. Tough conversation they need to have as well, because, you know, they are pretty rapidly losing control, so they need to be very, very careful.
Yep. The weird thing is, both of these rounds where it's felt like Metizport actually have a pretty good grasp, it's been this rotation from male into mini that Sinners has been able to really take advantage of.
Yeah, true.
And that's probably the right protocol to have. But it's a very complicated position to play when you're down a man. Mini is very different when you're down a man or when you're trying to maintain an advantage or anything like that. Compared to when it's just a straight up 5v5 early round where you've got a lot more utility to work with. You've got HEs to pop up and smokes and everything like it as well. That's why you generally see some slightly more veteran players being given a position like that. It's one of the reasons why Nuke is harder to adjust to for younger players. Decision tree is very complex.
Gotta have a really, really good understanding of your sort of own innate timings in a way, and how adaptable you can be. Tough for a youngster. Lumi, he spotted one jumping across. I don't know whether he knows about the second, that being stress on. It could be a potential oversight later in towards the round.
Sinners are looking to execute into A without a flashbang. If Beastic can get a kill on outside, that's how you get this to work. But beyond that, it won't be easy. Plopski's still inside mini. Beastic will catch him, but Plopski's ready for the duel this time. They will not be exploited. And you can see that ramp push starting to line up already. It's going to be a very fast rotation out towards A. So the second this side commit is going to be spotted, Jaquinho activates, comes in from behind, and Sinners are lost. They don't even know what to do over here. They're not expecting the push, that's for sure. Stresser will check just in case.
Oh. God, that's such a big find, right? We catch Mel, you take the numbers advantage, and now it's about building upon it, and they're doing exactly that. Brick by brick, all down to Lumi, and, I mean, obviously he has no insight in towards this round. He'll post up and save the same place he's played all round long. Is the player still try to now remain alive?
I don't normally say this, but this was a really poorly called round from Metizport. Just because Popsky is consistently watching out for secrets, so you actually know that there's no one who could have descended. When you're in that 5 versus 4 advantage, the call is really good, actually. It's a perfect call. Jaquinho and Mail, go ahead, start pushing out. Oh, even the knife in the end. Start pushing out towards ramp and be ready to try and fight back versus an A-side hit. Then in the 5v4 advantage, when they know utility has largely been used, they start to commit into the only area of the map where the T-side could be.
Yes.
And they almost catch them off guard, sure, but not really quite. And one by one, they keep going in, they keep dying, there's nothing to help them, there's no real coordinated effort. Isaac is there late on the peak. Mail peaks in about 2 seconds after Jaquinho dies as well. It's a disjointed effort from the Swedes.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It does feel like the idea and the execution are not quite on the same level, but it's looking like a better round, and it definitely is. Mail, Plopsky, Lumi all getting on the action. Stresser's all that's left alone. In a matter of moments, this round looks like it's done very, very quickly.
This is what we thought the last round would be. This is exactly what we needed. Some great coordinated peaks, just getting aggressive, making sure that Sinners who've been getting quite comfortable in their, their Crocs and Peaches out in lobby don't really feel like they can trespass so easily.
At least another round put on the board. However, you've got to look at the 2 rounds that Metizport have found so far. First one, low buy around to save them 4 that they were able to convert. And yeah, it was great, don't get me wrong. Is it replicable as a whole? I think arguably no, if we're being completely frank. That round, a little bit similar. A lobby crunch, idea is nice. I like a little bit of a change up in the pace and the tempo. Can you do that consistently? No, you can't. So they've still got to find ways to win from just default positions. But it has a knock-on effect, right? You can look at the econ and the uncleared angle of Plopsky and the missed flash by Peepo. Hang on. Pressure being put on the shoulders of Sinners.
Game's on, Jaquinho. Reposition is good. Back over towards the B-bomb set, and look at how many players have been able to rotate because of that control on outside that they have. Cinders have no access points out towards the B-bomb set. They will never get the bomb plant without a fight, and help, they might not even get it with one. Lumi's coordinating them off. This is exactly what you need to see with the AWP, but my only concern is there's a minute and 10 left on the clock. Plopsky might push too far. The Tech 9 misses the timing initially, but that could work better for B-Stick. B-Stick spots him, but he's not got the life to go for a fight. Plopsky will be dissuaded as well from overcommitting. This is as good of a position as it gets to be for Metizport.
Lumi in a good spot as well, just in case they try and do anything in the direction of hell. But down here. Nice for the first. Can't quite get the second. Tough angle to play with. There was 2 he had to keep eyes on, and he wasn't too sure about any sort of a flank. Plant will come down. Smoke single door. Plant in front of the smoke. numbers advantage Metizport in the retake.
They've still got to go in to 3 AKs with a good crossfire. This is not easy. This is 50-50 at best, and Lumi's Incendiary is going to be critical because his AWP is not going to be able to do too much. And oh no, Kisarek turns away. His gun will be what ends up covering him off, and now suddenly this retake is on. Peepo needs a multi-kill. He knows it as well. Spots out one. Shock's got the second, and Shock keeps it going. Time's on his side, and he knows he only has to buy some space. With this, the round is over. He even gets the kill. I mean, again and again, Metizport put themselves in really good advantages with the right call in the first 30 seconds now. They had 3 players out on B. Sure, Plopsky moves away, that's fine, but then your rotation from Male is so much further because he goes back, and I think he might have even pushed into Squeaky, not sure about that, but it's just slow to support Jaquinho.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, so well played right at the end there by Shock, and recovering the AWP as well, just as a cherry on top. But that's such a big round. And now, no matter what happens for the rest of this half, Sinners can be happy. They've guaranteed a lead on their T side. Their map pick is looking excellent. We can see why they've gone for it. And it's one of the few maps that actually feels like it's somewhat plausible for Metizport. And it's feeling anything but right now.
The worst part is they just keep giving themselves an advantage initially.
Yeah, you're right. They're making it too easy for them.
Metizport are almost there, but almost 5 times over isn't good enough. Shot miss from Lumi, that could come back to bite him. Kissarek's a dangerous man to leave alive.
Yeah, it's such an important round, again, for Metizport in the sense of you lose this, especially if you don't get any real kills to bolster up that CT econ, you're going to be broke again. And that's where Metizport find that 8th and maybe even a 9th. At that point, we're talking about maybe the map even being chalked up and done by that point. So, I mean, chances are dwindling for this Metizport side here.
Three players down under. Male is low, and he's going to be the first port of call. Sinners start to reface back over to the upper bomb side. This could be a mistake. Kenya's positioning is good, and he's able to find Pepo. Trades are there. Plopsky, however, coming in from Mini, has been able to find a few of his own. It's still a 3 versus 2, so it's not quite done yet. The problem will be the time, as it very often is, but you have to keep an eye out on Shock. He has been awe-inspiring in some of his performances so far, but the problem will be, can he get to Jaquinho in time to allow the bomb to cross? I think Sinners don't believe it.
Shock, we might need a bit of another miracle round from you. And actually, there's one on the cards here. I don't know if he clears close left. Well, now he will, because Kisrek's just fallen. 1v3 required. He has slipped the net, and he fumbles the opportunity there. Well played by Jaquinho. Couple of kills at the tail end that are super important. 3 in total for the round. Metizport, they needed that more than anything, really. Found it. Still, it's not enough, but at least it's foundations to build upon. If they can get towards 5, I think it's still very doable.
It's a minimum, right? 5 seems like it is all that you need to at least say, hey guys, it's okay. We had so many advantages. We're still gonna make this work. Just a pistol round, right? But now it's again Sinners who've accelerated. The bomb's dropped, but it's dropped down under, so it can be recovered. Jaquinho's position, as well, very often it is going to be instrumental though. He's going to be challenged soon back out towards ramp. That's where Lumi's replaced him. The bomb is caught between 2. Plopsky, who's been very active and frankly easily the best player on this team so far in this map, is hot on the heels of people. Plopsky's turned away. Tech 9 could have gotten the better of him.
Angle by Jaquinho. B-Stick has the drop, and the drop that works well. So even despite this being just a Tech 9 round, it's one that definitely feels like it has legs behind it. I say
Nice
that
bomb
when
drop.
Peepo drops, and same with B-Stick, that'll change things.
Plopsky 14 and 7. One of the only reasons why Metizport has these 3 rounds. Isaac makes his way over another bomb that has been dropped yet again. Stresser's recovery does not matter. Sinners might be looking back in dismay at the 4 spies that they go for towards the tail end of this half, because they will now have 3 in a row where they didn't have a proper gun round, and it does feel like they're suffering because of it.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. Fan around of the half, and you know, you look at Sinners now with more or less the exact same buy for them. That pathway for Metizport in the slight recovery has been gifted, but still, like I said, regardless of what happens over the half, just getting 7 rounds, I'm still pretty happy with that as a whole. All it takes is 1 pistol from Sinners in the second half, and they're right back into a position of real strength. I push through this. Oh, this is bold. I love it. It's such a good move. Lobby crunch. It worked for them earlier. That's the bomb drops, no less, as well. This round's dead already.
Metizport. They are helped out, but 5 should be found. Probably. Probably. I said probably. Please. I'm begging you. Oh no, Isaac revealed his position. This time over here. Surely not this one. And Molly, the force back male. He's got smoke to stay behind. People will segment himself off. And they're pushing through it. They've made noise. People's ready. They're trying so hard, and they will finally achieve what they needed. Dropping that package. Oh, I was sweating.
Yeah, that was looking a little uncomfortable. It should have no legs behind it now. 1 versus 3 with an AWP of all things as well. It's walking straight into his demise. One tap from Male to close. 7-5. Not a terrible recovery at that tail end by Metizport, but ultimately such a poor start. And enough that Sinners are still very happy with how that half ends. So, like I said, they get a pistol. Who knows?
Well, it'll still be an uphill battle in many ways, but I have to say Sinners have made it a chance of Metizport. The good thing for Metizport is that you really can comfort yourself by saying there were many rounds where we were 5v4, we had positional advantage, and frankly, we just messed it up, right? Whatever reason it was, the late rounds were difficult. CT side is harder to coordinate the later on a round goes. That's just objectively true. Hey, T side, let's get it to work. Let's get Popski's 15-8 scoreline to be 30-16 if we can.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, either way, you're looking at what is now, like you said, an opportunity for Metizport, a spot for them to really start build upon a bit. They get a pistol, they put pressure on towards Sinners, they start in the same way that Sinners did on their T side, and maybe we can start opening that door back up and believing it. It just all comes. I mean, these first 2 rounds are so important. If Sinners find them, they're going to put up at least enough of a lead, enough of a repertoire, just to feel that comfort again that they're under no real pressure.
People is really hoping for a ramp rush, but that's not one that'll ever be coming over. Metizport are going to go outside the waterfall smoke to try and help them try and cross over. Fight back for hell. Male will be the one to lead the charge. The charge is going to be found, though, by Lumi, the long range with the P250. Who else but the sniper to take down B-Stick?
Well, B-Stick dropping. Now calling from the grave, and Mav's the backlines here. Stress, I'm going to find an important kill. He does a lot of good work with the dualies. We saw him get a lovely 3-piece in that previous series on this map with these guns, and he's going for a lobby crunch, so he's getting information. There's no one here.
These are maybe about to give him information in a way that he doesn't like. Suddenly he hears footsteps behind him. It's either ghosts or it's going to be Swedes. And in this case, I don't know which is worse. Popski Door opened up, positions are good. Metasport's got no reason that they should be letting this one go. There's no kits available either, so it has to be acceleration from Sinners. Jaquinho trying to control that Vents push that's going to be inevitable. Plopsky and Jaquinho both continue to be the ones to really drive them forward. Fantastic stuff, Metasport. Right back in it.
Yeah, fantastic round and a really simple but super effective post plant. They just know that they can play together, play for trades, and just play the numbers. And there's no real chance. So, nice work, all things considered. And like we said, finding a pistol for Metizport does open this map right back up. Just to give us a bit of belief. If they find this as well, it does change the narrative a little bit. You know, we said we were worried about this series and the Veto as a whole, but you find this and there's their map pick of Overpass up next. Signs are relatively positive, and Isaac going to make sure he gets some money with that Mac 10.
Didn't happen to provide that economic advantage to him. Well, happy is a strong word. This was always going to be a risk that Metasport can just clock back into the game, but obviously that next gun round is going to be what really decides things. I do wonder if Sinners is going to start to regret their purchasing patterns towards the end of that first half. The consistent force buys that they went for rather than a save.
Yeah, you're right. Really tried to make it work with not a lot when they could have just taken a bit of a step back to try and go a couple more forward. So you're right. That could even be the point that we come back to at the end of the map if things do go south for Sinners, saying, was this the right call? Genio goes left. Just be careful. Actually, Plopsky sees him off regardless. Flawless round for Metizport, as it should be as well. Low to no buy for Sinners. So a good opportunity just to get a little bit of extra cash on hand. Bonus buy now for the Metizport side. Well, for Sinners, there's still an MP9 in play for Kisarek, who's actually on a really poor map as well, which is quite damning. He's super important towards this side.
Yeah. You need that performance from him. And unlike people who I would almost always say, hey, he will turn it around on the CT side, Kisarek can be a little bit more frozen up on the scoreboard at times. That's what we saw earlier on versus Ruby on Mirage. Oh, Isaac. A little bit of payback for those Mac 10 kills, perhaps. So far, it does still feel like Metasport are going to be setting up for a ramp hit. Shock missed out on a couple of kills. People was very often there to make up for it. Is Shock going to be the one to step up? No, he stepped down, literally. Oh, solid frag. Plopsky is gone, and suddenly any ideas of rotating into that B-bomb side are going to be very limited. People playing up in the rafters. There are flashes ready and available for Metasport to be able to try and blind him out, but the incendiary, and what the hell is that from Stresson? Fantastic lineup. Isaac is gone. Suddenly in the 3v4. A grenade in their face. They're being stalled. They're being held down. And they're being shot down. People continuing to descend into madness and beyond. Metasport does not know what hit him, but its name is Stresson.
Yeah, a fantastic round from him. And again, coming back to what we sort of brought up about this guy, well, he's not always putting up the most heroic numbers in the map and for this side. What he does best is just being a bit of a stable factor and somebody who can have these pop-up and pop-off rounds. And yeah, super, super effectively done. Lot to like there. Nice work. And another building block for Sinners, which they really needed. However, the only pinch of salt you take away from that sort of round, it is still a bonus round ultimately. I think something that is worth mentioning. Now we get the true, proper sort of full buy out for Metizport on the C side, and probably a kind of a much more truer indication of actually what they've got to offer up.
This is going to be potentially a re-aggression back in from Metasport. And sort of the things that actually ended up costing them a few times over when they were on their CT side, but it's being done very well. Sinners have completely evaded capture, though they've started to take lobby control. It's the straightforward ABCs of Nuke. They take outside, you take lobby.
So
That is
Fine.
impeccable. Isaac, you have got to be kidding me. Don't peek him.
Line up.
Don't ever peek him.
Easiest kills you'll ever get, by the way. They just walk straight into him. Perfect. Patience, positioning, just waiting for the opportunity. And my God, does it arise?
But they're still heading up to the B-bomb side. There is still a crossfire here. There is still only 20 seconds. When you start to go into the bomb site, Probski turns away from his eventual murderer. Beaststick and Shock have brought it back, and not just brought it back in numbers, they've brought it back in the entire round. You cannot pass. And this is not wizardly magic of Gandalf. This is just pure hot lead, and it's delivered by the Sinners.
Well, 9-7 now, and a chance. Really start proving their worth. Look at this as a whole as well for Metizport, and there's arguments to be made, you know, have we maybe squandered a chance off the back of a fairly okay-ish start, right? Have we now let things sort of slip away? I mean, we're still yet to find out, but ultimately, rounds like that are showing that Sinners can make anything sort of stick for them, which is a real positive. 2-round buffer, big spot for them to be in now.
This is also such a buy, like a bad buy for Metizport in the next round. Because you've got 2 saved AKs, which will mean you've got basically no money on them.
True.
It's a $2,400 loss one as you're just consigning yourself to misery. And it's not like they had a choice.
No, you're right. They had to do it. I mean, they will have residual cash for buying towards the next, but it's a similar thing where, you know, you maybe even lack that UTIL, which can be obviously such a big deal. Lumi, though, nice shot.
Well, thank you very much. He'll be here all day. I'm not sure if the performances will, but hey, one can hope. I6 found another one. Could this be the miracle? Lumi's going to continue delivering. Stressor almost lines him up, but almost isn't good enough. And you still have Isaac, who can reposition himself while the bomb's being planted. Plopski's recovered an M4A1. If Shock gets a kill on Isaac, Plopski does not have armor, and his position is given up. So somehow Sinners recover. And look, I know this wasn't supposed to be a round that Sinners really lost, but I do wonder, how many man advantages has Metizport given up?
Yeah, valid, to be fair. One of those ones where for them, probably another round, they shouldn't be winning it, but the fact that they even made something out of it, it tempts fate a little bit, saying, you know, can we make this round flip on its head? And actually, if they had won that round, how much does it, you know, affect momentum going forward, affect how this game's sort of panning out? Who knows? But ultimately, Sinners, nice recovery, just to make sure that we can see this in our favor. Now 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. This map, it's taken probably longer than we expected at one point, especially with how well Sinners were playing, but they're starting to look a lot more prime time, a lot more what we know and love about this side. And actually a lot more like the previous series against Ruby too.
Metizport are potentially on the last chance, and the last bomb plant does certainly help with that problem of, you know, saving 2 rounds ago that we discussed. But
yeah,
this could very well just be the end of the game if they lose here.
I think that's super valid. You know, you lose this, money completely shattered, but I think also it's just like, you know, morale and sort of the externalities that are so difficult to quantify. But you start believing that really are our chances dwindling here, and you know, maybe that could be the case. So I'd say this is such an important one. Got to make something out of this. Question being, what have you got?
A little bit faster, that's the play, and with Mac-10s, you don't blame them, but the problem is you don't blame them for dying to Stress-on and Kisarek either. This is just an impenetrable defense if you're trying to go early. If they are not blind, they are not Molotov, they will win the fight.
Yeah, that's pretty damning of a round. Again, you know, it's one of those rounds, but the thing that makes it even more damning than anything is just the fact that it's another round which feels like it's on relatively level terms. And look at the end result of it. Quite dominant as a fact. So, 45 seconds. Anything left in the locker for Lumi and Jaquinho. Yes, apparently.
Maybe for them, but I'm more worried about the team. Jaquinho will fall. Lumi still fighting. These last rounds have been pretty good from him. He's been an important part and will be able to actually get the bomb planted as well. The fast descent out in towards the B bomb site. It's even time to go for the full Astralis plant. So he's got defensive positions. He's going to be welcoming the re-aggression, but it's just a bait. That's all it is. It's multiple angles. It's everywhere all around. But he's done well to get the bomb plant.
Yeah, brilliantly played as well from Sinners on that retake. You know, it's one of those where you just want to have that guarantee. You just want to make sure that there's no doubts about it. Make sure we're all fighting at the same time. And the timing is excellent. Good work. But yeah, you are right. Getting a bomb plant out of that, it's a silver lining. But there's maybe an argument to be made that we're getting towards the point of being nearly even past silver linings. This is getting damning. This is getting dire. There's only a couple of rounds away now from seeing this map in their favor. And granted, I think maybe expected. It is their map pick and also a map that there's been distinct troubles for this Metizport side. But, I mean, look where we're at. Odds favor them. We favor them. And they had trouble closing out Mirage a little bit, sure. I don't see that happening here. Something would have to, you know, drastically go wrong for this to falter. Metizport, they look a little checked out. Economy's also rattled once again with just an AK for Lumi to work with. All signs point to a 1-0 start for Sinners.
Lumi, if there's ever been a time, this would be it. Now, you believe in manifestation?
It's a great question, and I don't actually know. I'm gonna go with that. Maybe yes, a little bit.
Okay. I hope Lumi's a subscriber.
Yeah, you're manifesting a bit here.
And I can't manifest for someone else. They have to manifest for themselves.
True. Valid.
And right now, Lumi, he's got the hero AK. He's got the tights on. He's got the cape on. But can he find a target? The attempt is to put the man in manifest. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be there. After you miss out that first opportunity, there's 20 seconds left. There's a call that's been made. They're coming. They are gone. Kisarek can't turn around for the spinning shot, sure, but the amount of time he's able to buy people, even missing that shot, doesn't feel like it matters too much. Jaquinho finding one, though, could be a problem. Rotations will be slow from the CTs. You have to watch out for Shock coming in from behind. Shock's good for the first. He's lost a lot of life for it, though, so he's going to be relying on his HE and his Incendiary to start moving them back. Mail and Plopsky, last one standing in a 2 versus 3, but People's taken down the man with 1 HP. Mail all alone. The prodigy of Sweden, can he put his hands and head together to find them? No, he cannot. Wow. Sinners will collect on number 12.
And that might be it, right? I mean, again, nice to get kind of a bomb plant as a whole in terms of the finances, and it will facilitate a buy, which is fantastic, but does it make a big difference? It doesn't really feel like it matters right now. With buys or without, Sinners are coming out on top. They've got great ideas about how to play these retakes. They've got great ideas about how to break down Metizport and gather information. I mean, look at the spot we're in. It's looking like it's end of the road for Metizport here in this map, if we're being completely honest. Chances of them recovering pretty slim, and it sort of happened. saw it on Mirage how they fell flat. It just doesn't feel like right now Sinners can fall flat. Everything's going right.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Even things that are going wrong go right. Utility from Metizport. Not at the best of places. Bobsky is gone, and well, that smoke's still there. Stresser only felt like he had to reposition. He wasn't ready for the hot push. Isaac gets 2. This should be Metizport fighting back for the first round ever since they won the pistol and the forthcoming one immediately after.
I don't think it's even one of those ones where it's worth sticking around, really. As you see, the Sinners, they've got plenty of time, plenty of chances. You're not in a worry. You don't need to stress about seeing this one over the line and giving this sort of round a go. So maybe play for some sort of X's. I don't think Metizport will even look in. It's not really worthwhile. So an 8 on the board, much better. Bit of a tempo change as well, getting up in towards the face and fighting. Still hard to be convinced. I don't think I really would get to a point of being convinced until it would be something like a 12-11. That's just how good Sinners looks from the CT side. Well, maybe benefit the doubt in some cases. Metizport chain a little bit together. Going to go for their third and final attack pause as well. So Coach Abdi on the mic to try and rectify the situation. See there's life still on this side.
You are now the coach of Metizport. What do you say to them now?
I mean, it is basically about when you're in a deficit like this, you just got to take it one round at a time. I think the worst thing you could possibly do is look long-term and say, like, okay, if we can get 4 rounds in a row, then we can take it to OT, and then we can take the map and yada, yada, yada. I think the way you got to go is, right, this is what we're doing this round. Don't think about anything else. Who cares about the map or the series? One round at a time. Focus purely on the micro side of the game. Your position, your tempo, how you want to move it, and kind of maybe where the gaps are, where you've seen players you want to punish. I think, you know, even looking towards getting in the face of Kisarek seems to be an idea that's sort of working for him. Is it a risk? Yes, but he plays good positions, so make him uncomfortable. But yeah, I just think the worst thing you do here is look long-term and talk about, we can do this and we can make a comeback. No, one round at a time, very, very micro sense.
If I was the coach, I'd just say, sorry, boys, I don't know how to speak in Swedish. I prefer you answer.
There we go.
Kisarek said they can look to target him. You might be right for that one. Kisarek's already gone, but Stressen is there right next to him. Lumi's been an impeccable man, but the Becks have been found. Shock. Taken away. And now it's a 3 versus 2. Sinners will recollect and take their time. That time rewards them. Jaquinho is gone. Male. A 1 versus 3, a man we highlighted, but maybe the lights are too bright and he cannot live up to them. People puts him down and out. It is 13-8. Sinners on their map pick looked untouchable.
Yeah, brilliant work. There's so much to like there from the Sinners. Actually, in both the nukes that we've seen as well, right? That's the real positives, is that it wasn't like a flash in the pan. It wasn't just a one-off here or there. It's actually back-to-back maps across, 2 different series, 2 different teams, and 2 different completely, styles of play where they've looked excellent. So real nice things to be taken away from that. I think, you look at the flip side and you look at just how, I think, lackluster, especially the second half of Metizport. Not good signs. Sure, it's not their map, but it's actually one of the few maps they've got in the pool that, they've at least got wins on. But like I said, I wasn't taking a lot of stock in the wins, right? You won over NIP early in the tournament. I think the other one was over Alliance, I think. And again, not taking too much stock in really either of those because it was different teams and different life cycles. So, it does open some really awkward conversations now. I mean, we're going to Overpass next, and we have no idea what to expect. Both of the sides debuted that map earlier, so it's so up in the air, which doesn't paint a nice picture for me in Metizport.
I think the scariest part for Overpass for me is just how reliant it is on those late round calls, and the idea that I think Metizport actually lost maybe even 5 or 6 rounds where they had a significant mana and positional advantage, where they just died immediately after, maybe overthought it very often. Overpass is the kind of map where that can happen a lot. So I'm definitely concerned, but also on the flip side of things, there were about 6 rounds where they could have actually converted. And Overpass also a map where there's a lot of early round play to be made, and that's something that maybe was missing from Ruby. Maybe they'll have it over here versus Sinus. We have to wait to find out, though, because right now it's a short break. We're going to be back very soon to see whether they can creep past Overpass and take us to a decider. Metizport versus Sinus could be coming to a close. Let's find out after a break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back. We're heading on the way in towards map number 2, and Sinners looking to go 2 for 2, and it stops well with a shock double. We are right in towards the action here. Shock off to a flyer. Stress on lab 2 of his own as well. Oh, Metizport, this is not the way we wanted to see you start off your map pick. The map that we have so many questions about. Tea time.
Speak for yourself. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Shock and Stress are doing the exact same things. They both had a fantastic time on Nuke. Maybe Stress and taking things over a little bit more so towards the tail end of things. But Shock was incredibly important at the initial phases to keep Sinners powering forward. Hey, man. This is going to be a good game. That's all I know.
True. Very, very true. For Sinners, we need stability in terms of a real nice foundation on the CT side. This is a map in which has slowly started to grow more and more in terms of that CT, and I feel like for Sinners, if we can get, I mean, generally speaking, anywhere in 7 or more is sort of fantastic, but I'm talking like if we can get 8 to 9, that's where you really lock yourself into place. We saw a fantastic overpass from Sinners as well earlier, and sure, Metizport, I'll give them credit, they also had a fantastic one of their own, but yeah, it feels like a big ask.
And that big ask will come through with 5 players coming up toilets. It is TPu to try and cover up the cross in the late big B-stick. TPu stressing, just cannot be touched right now on this side. TPu turns around, head on a swivel, and Luby's head on the ground. I feel bad for Mail. We rigged him up. We gave him a pedestal to stand on, and that just made him a target.
Yeah, unfortunately, the youngster, he's just not really stepped up just yet. But then again, obviously, I kind of think like nobody really has for Metizport. It was, you know, that first map we're looking at. I think individually,
Plopsky was pretty good.
Yeah, Plopsky had some nice moments. I think Lumi hit some nice shots. They weren't always the most impactful, I think, is the only issue with his. But yeah, Mail really did struggle. He's meant to be a real facet of firepower for Metizport, and we just couldn't quite find it. We couldn't see that level we needed from him. So we'll continue to see whether we unlock it in towards Overpass, but still, they'd actually might go a little deeper here and actually won't do as much damage as wanted. But this one should be a freebie for the Sinners.
Yeah. Nothing really to say about this one. For Metizport, I am hoping that we do see some differences to obviously what Ruby displayed earlier on. What Ruby had going for themselves, guys, if you weren't watching the previous series, Ruby had a lot of reliance on just getting the kills in the first 35 to 40 seconds. Their late rounds, they just didn't really have much planned. We didn't see anything that was too complicated in terms of protocols from them. So, you know, Metizport, generally speaking, I think we saw a lot of really good, well thought out first 30 seconds of the round. Even in Nuke, it was a late round where they struggled. So I am looking forward to seeing how they adjust into Overpass as their own map pick. Now, they will have a lot to work against. Stressern is continuing to tear that thing up, as the kids say these days.
Easy round, though, as a whole. Only the one casualty. You're pretty damn happy with that. So, first gun round for Metizport. Very important one, too.
TPu has an op.
Yeah, very true. Very true. It's technically still a bonus buy for Sinners, but the AWP makes it kind of like not a bonus buy in the response. But if you're Sinners and you convert this round, you give yourself such a leg up in the early part of this map.
That's your economy just set for life. That's what it feels like, at least. A missed smoke, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. Plopsky is still just going to be going out into playground. It's a fast ascent, and he will have the better of the angle over people, but people's gone all the way wide, and that's dangerous. Plopsky could have had a moment. Gisarek playing jump spot to try and allow for Shock to make a move. And that deep long control was what allowed them to feel comfortable in going for such a heavy B-sided stack, but now that long control's gone away, and 2 players in connector is certainly making them think twice. Shock is dead. Flash was good from Jaquinio to be able to enable them to get B short control. This is exactly the kind of thing Ruby was missing in Sinners. is being punished. This is a very good place to reset for Metizport.
All right. So, they're looking for the boost. I don't think they'll give it to him just yet, just judging by the positions they're in. 40 seconds, and this feels like a split A going to come through. There's only really one player to meet them over towards the A site itself. It is that AWP, so this could be a little funky.
Hey, just throw this one for me. You're okay? Beepa's got a lot on his shoulders, and right now the AWP is not the weapon for the job. He's been mollied, smoked, and pushed away. This is a safe call. 10 seconds, Metizport has put Sinners in an uncontestable position.
Yeah, also sort of one of those where forcing us being this a bonus buy. Let's just keep the econ ticking over, right? We've got plenty of time in this first half. We're not in a rush, and a round that doesn't really have any legs behind it, especially because we just lose the opening fight. Let's just call it. That's as simple. There and then. Fantastic start for Stress On. We're hoping that he can keep it up as well throughout this. If people can also join him with that AWP, that's really going to help things out. But that's a nice round for Metizport. No casualties too. Also going to help out that C-side econ start to build up, start to find form. As a whole, first round on the board is good. Needs to be the first of many. Can't be a flash in the pan. Can't just be a one-off. We have to start putting pressure on Sinners who, if we're being frank, they felt like they didn't have a lot of pressure at all in map number 1.
Yeah. Weirdly so.
Yeah.
Now look, like you said, money is really good here, and money will continue to be good for a while. Metizport, that first round win, very often you use it as a rallying cry to say we can catapult ourselves forward with one more. That is not the case over here. It'll have to be an honest 2 in a row for Metizport to have a chance to reset that economy, but Sinners are not going to make that easy. Metizport doesn't want it easy anyway. 3 players finding space next to the fountains are going to be put at risk should they try and go back for a long play with a deep flashbang. People will not be blinded by it, so they'll concentrate their forces into middle instead, and that's where they could be getting a rude awakening. There's still 2 more riflers where that came from, Beestick and Stressern. No one is in connector. B's been left light.
Yeah, this could get a little funky. Still. Heading back towards that top site. Worked for them last round, so why not again? The only difference is that double stack long is pretty deadly to break down. Stress on. Even just going 1 for 1 hit goes a long way. There's one. The second.
Nice.
It was on the cusp as well. The damage down towards Plopsky. Just one more bullet.
The headshot's enough because it also does identify the bomb and see where it's coming in from. People misses a shot that is critical. That could be the round over. If he's been molotoved away and goes down, that's a problem, but he stays alive. That's what they needed. He's the only person who can actually defend this A-bomb site. No one else is nearby. The rotations have been called over, and Metizport, despite having control of the connector, will not be exercising it. This is a great push from Beestick while Peepo continues to find kills. People will find one more in the meanwhile. Plopsky falls, and Isaac, who's being stabbed in the back, is not really able to pursue on the upper. 15 seconds, and where Metizport found salvation in the late round, now it is only going to be another port of death.
Okay. 4-1. Metizport as well. Thankfully, no one dying in the round prior meant that there's money to work with here and plenty of it. But it's not going to help the mental, I don't think, a lot at all. Definitely going to make things a little awkward, and hence why we get the stack balls come through, right? Want a brief moment to converse and again bring Abdi back on the mic. Still a spot where the Sinners, I haven't seen them really feel uncomfortable yet in any kind of real way.
I do wonder what the adjustment is going to be. Metizport have found fountain control and tried to work off of it faster. They instead go back for connector. It's Jakino to be quickly out for B short. He's the one leading the charge, but There's no one in front of him. And with a flashbang to try and retake, the second one's the one that gets him. Jaquinho is a goner. What a response from Sinners. Impeccable.
Yeah. For real. Oh, hang on. Hey, all right. I did. That is a absolutely beautiful flashbang. Poor Mail. Like, everything he's doing is right. Repositioning, trying to find a kind of advantage back, and then it's a beauty of a flash from Shock.
Dude, I want to know what their scrims have looked like. Because Sinners are just coming in with such good protocols to play for like an anti-B short take. They have the right read on how it's going to be played because the connector door has been popped open and they've heard the footsteps going down under. It's still around where they've got a lot to do. There's still 3 players coming over with a lot of utility. But Shock does feel like he's done it all, and with that Molotov being extinguished by their own smoke, he has. Kissarek's demise is only going to find more space for him. I don't know if they've really clocked the fact that Shock's been the primary anchor, and even when he gets his position revealed, Stresser and Beastick are nice and nestled behind him. So Shock's death is only going to be consolation for Isaac. It's pin consolation, if any. He will still fall. Sinners will still pick up the round with 3 alive.
Yeah, and I guess that's sort of really where we're now starting to look at this Sinner side and say, not only are they finding rounds, but they're finding rounds with relative ease as a whole, right? And this is starting to, once again, sort of sow the seeds of doubt a little bit. I'm getting very concerned for them. 5-1. Metizport. You know, a half buy in which doesn't feel like has a lot of legs behind it. It's a bit of a gimmicky round, and sometimes they can be difficult to deal with, but I don't know, Sinners feel fine for me.
Well, Beastick, careful now. Gets wrecked with the flashbang, will be completely blinding him. He needs to start spamming. He still gets one and the headshot. Maybe not a headshot, actually. Jaquinho doesn't have armor, so he'd have been dead if he was shot in the head. Beastick still set up for more than success. It's 2 kills found. 2 for 2. At the end of it, Sinners are still in some trouble. These are recoverable weapons.
Yeah, not wrong. 4 in play for Isaac is huge, and it's a 1-1 split across the side, so up close here. I need something pretty stellar from Stress on. Oh, he's got the right idea, but he turns away. Oh my god, no, he's turned away at the worst possible time. Oh, that is so unfortunate. He was trained ready for that.
Lumi is thanking his lucky stars for the timing that they have given him. People has to go back and save. There's no reason to put your AWP at risk. You're probably not going to be able to win this round out of a hit, even with the smoke and the kit, but I don't know if he agrees with me. Yeah, he's just hunting to see if he can find anything just in case, but are you going for the ninja?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my days. He's spotted, he's taken down, and yeah, that's a little bit too cheeky.
I kind of commend him for giving that a go. You got money to work with anyway. Fair play, but yeah. I kind of love the idea. I don't hate it. But second on the board for Metizport. It does actually look quite similar to how we were in the early part of map number 1, where it's the rounds that are being found by Metizport are slightly gimmicky rounds, right? Where it's, you know, a low buy or half buy or something of a tempo shift that isn't super replicable. And I think that's the case in that sort of round again. I just need to see Metizport find a round in a real default full buy versus full buy, one that they can really, really build on, and poor Mail spammed down by Shock to the smoke.
Tresson. Down and out, has been the raid boss more times than not, but People is on a mission. A mission of misery for Metizport, and he has been delivering.
All right. People on the crack angle, but it covers sort of both spots. Banana from bathrooms. Do they clear him? Yes, they do. Just a shoulder. That's all they require. A molly that'll come down instantaneously. Versus 2, and they know where both are now.
Shock is the insurance policy. But this might be a policy destined to fail. The double swing coming over. Oh my goodness, never doubt big insurance. Never doubt him. You can't beat him, you really can't.
Yeah, valid Shock. Big double from him. Really, really nicely played. Another one of just making sure. 6-2. Already, worst case scenario, you've guaranteed yourself in a spot where it's a tie game at the half, but it's so unlikely that this is where we stop. Sinners looking fantastic and absolutely looking at the better side.
Metizport down 2-6, likely going to be 2-7 with the way their buy is looking like. They've got one area of the map that they can attack, that is the B-bomb site. They've got 2 Molotovs. One goes up back toxic. One out water late. We know the drill. Is it going to be enough?
All right, well. Utah coming through as well, and a nice way to stop the first 2. Kisarek and Shock combined. This is such a deadly setup outside of Monster. Real nice work. Just making sure.
It's at Shock and Stressor and Show all over again.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the cool things that I was just checking and I found out right now, the coach for Sinners, Jacob Beeful, Kokoshka, I probably pronounced that second name wrong.
Good effort.
When he was coaching Sampi, Overpass was their second most played map and their most won map as well across all of 2023. I didn't check for years after that because obviously, you know, Overpass got removed and whatnot as well. He might be a bit of a lover of the pass.
Yeah. Good ideas, good protocols, and, well, all the rest. And so far, so good. 7-2. Mail does catch Shock on a bold move to push through Monster, though. That feels like a slip-up of maybe just a slight bit of overconfidence. However, Stress on one of his own. Molly come down to follow it as well. Ooh, Lumi posted crack angle. Not really a fight you want to be taking. It just advantage Lumi in every way there.
I do like the play that Betclic is going for over here, though. He could actually get a good flank out from Fountain into anyone coming up Divider in a position like this, and that's what they're relying on. A backstab that'll turn it into a 3 versus 3 should it end up being an A-side commitment from the P side. Betclic, though, that backstab comes in early. An incendiary that should convince him that this is going to be a B-sided hit. A smoke as well at the mount of Connector. He starts the flank out from Monster. The smoke does not clear, and the flash is good, but it's not good enough. People still recovers enough for the quick kill. Stressor only needs to stay alive. He takes the duel instead.
Wow.
14-3 right now. Stressor is untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, he is on fire. There is nothing we can really say in a bad note right now for him individually, but actually kind of serves as a whole. 8-2 in the second attack pause that'll come through. Metizport are reeling right now. This is not going to plan. This is not going the way that they would have hoped. And as they take another attack pause, they've got to recover the last couple of rounds of this half. Honestly, if they want any chance, sure, we can lean on this map being quite CT-sided, but this is just a side that are not present at all, and that was kind of the case in map number 1 as well. It feels like Sinners have their number completely.
And they just keep dialing it in again and again and again. I don't know what you do as Metizport. I'll be very honest. It just feels like they're getting outmaneuvered every time. Metizport, this is also, by the way, I can clearly tell you, this team looks like they're better than Ruby was on Overpass. Don't let the scoreboard deceive you. We've had some interesting, good protocols coming out to try and take map control. It's just that Sinners has been better every time.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. You know, there's more ideas here for Metizport than what we saw from Ruby. Ruby was very basic and, you know, pretty lackluster. But this is lackluster whilst also being, you know, little complications and obviously, you know, things they've cracked. You can see that there's ideas here by Metizport which they've obviously scrimmed and have worked, but ain't working now.
Not one bit.
And this round as well, I mean, you know, it's a half buy, not the greatest. And the closer Stresson gets here, the worse this gets for Metizport. Now he's tucked as well. Oh, and he's heard the noise to make it all the more sweeter. There's 2 Deagles to clear him. I don't see them drive-buying him, if I'm being completely frank. So this one should be fine. And there's both. Of course, Stresson's not going to mess that up. Not in his current form.
Kind of haphazard shooting as well, if I'm being honest, from the other side. A little bit of the Veto business, but Pepo as well is not going to drop the ball when Stressern has kept it so high consistently.
Oh,
it's okay, Kisrick. It's all right.
consolation, mate. That's it. That's it. Tech 9, making sure people sees it off. Man, this is such a good first half by Sinners. There is so many different rounds that we can take out of this and say this was so excellently played, and we just can't do that for Metizport. You know, there've been gimmicks and there've been kind of just little speed bumps that have slowed down Sinners briefly, but in the long run, not really at all. What a showing. There is a lot that we can come back to tea time of this half and say, I mean, this is how you should be playing Overpass.
The double... Did someone drop a molly for Isaac over here? Huh. So it's first molly out for connector floor, second one likely for top connector. In the meanwhile, they're going in for a commitment to crunch into toilets. They're hoping that this double molly setup will maybe distract, but Stressern's been forced away. The flashbang is dodged, and he just gets 2 kills again? I thought we had to have human beings, not boogeymen playing Counter-Strike.
Oh, man. Metizport looks so checked out. There is just so little on offer, and it keeps coming back to bite them. Pop shot, Lumi, ineffective. I mean, there's nobody really we can highlight, but he's struggling individually. Mel will find his 4th kill of the map. It's only Isaac who's put up anything, and granted, he's still alive, which is a good sign. Oh, Lumi. 2 opportunities there, both squandered.
Shock is alone. Not for long. B6 starts making his way over. But it'll be contact made by the monster players who now reveal position and intention as well. Isaac clear. The bomb still has to make its way over. It has been shocked through. Isaac is still looking for a fight, and Pepo and Stressern both have had pretty hot hands. Pepo now with the Tech 9 that he's not been... He's had this Tech 9 for like 7 rounds.
And continues to be such a threat as well, right? Just having that as something you can fall back on. I mean, the 5-7 is also super valid as well, but that running ability of a Tech 9 is sick. I mean, 10-2 half T. There is such a good showing here from Sinners. And on your map pick, and it comes back to the conversation that we brought up in the pre-show. Why have we picked in towards Overpass? What are the positives of this map? What are the reasons for going towards it? And ultimately, is this a risk that you really want to take off the back of how good Sinners looked earlier? And it looks
I
like
genuinely think they didn't watch that map. I genuinely think Metizport could not have watched that Sinners map and thought, yeah, we should pick into Overpass instead of Mirage.
I think it also comes back to, again, just how lackluster the map pool is for Metizport, right? You know, it's the other thing of them just not having a lot of choices, if we're being frank.
I will be a little bit more fair to Metizport and to Ruby now that I've seen Sinners on this map twice. Dude, this might be the best Overpass team I've seen in Tier 2.
Yeah, definitely up there. They've actually looked really, really solid.
And considering this is the first time they're also playing it today, Metizport might have thought, haha, about our secret weapon, and then Sinners pulls out a nuke.
Yeah, and this is how actually a lot of teams within the Tier 2 have really, you know, climbed up the ranks and flew up is by incorporating the new map in towards their pool and making it a strong part of them. I always look back to Copenhagen Flames, then we're climbing through tier 2 of Ancient when that was brought in towards the pool. They played it like, I think there's one time I cast it, they played it 27 times in the last 2 months. And then you look towards last year, I mean, Zero Tenacity with Anubis, they played it over 30 times in a month.
Eternal Fire with Vertigo.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's just ways in which you incorporate new maps and how it gives you a leg up over newer teams. And I think even another team that's worth shouting out, Power Vision on Train. When Train was incorporated into the pool, they look great on it early doors. So I don't know. This could be the beginning of the end, but we'll have to find out. Mail's going to get 2 to give them life, though. So not done just yet, maybe. Plopsky needs to hit this, and thankfully he does.
Okay. Game on. Metizport at the very least should take away this pistol round pretty comfortably so. The bomb starts to rotate back over towards the A bomb side. If Shock can find a kill over here on a player who is pushing forward, you still have a chance to make this 3 versus 2 work, but you have to win the 1v1 versus Plopsky, and that's not going to happen.
Well, at the very least, there's a start. There's something for Metizport. You get a pistol. No bomb plant means that you probably have a little bit of an easier time into round number 14 as well. So it should be up to a 4th. And then, you know, slowly but surely making something out of this. But, you know, in a similar vein to what you asked me in that previous map of, if I was the coach, how do you kind of talk about this to Metizport when you're at a deficit? All you can do is 1 round at a time. I don't think you can look long-term, especially not anymore with them being not only a map down, but this big of a deficit. Just 1 round at a time, see what you can do.
And if I'm a coach, I'm not even calling for a timeout. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, valid.
I don't think this is a case of Metizport having comms issues either, right? I don't think this is one of those things where you can pinpoint a player and say, hey, man, you can really step it up and we're going to be fine. Right now, there's only one thing you can hope for as a coach. Metizport get their way up the 6th round.
Yeah.
If they do that on their own, if they win that first gun round and the follow-up after that, if they do that, now I become relevant as a coach. Before that, I don't, the tacticals don't even matter.
Yeah, well, couple more rounds. Spot, they've got to overcome this gun round. If they do overcome this gun round, then they get to the position you were talking about, where you can incorporate the coach and you can start to digress in that sort of a way. But let's see. Step 1, right? Like we said, 1 round at a time, and this gun round important. If it's a flash in the pan and you lose this one, immediate bad headspace, I think, back on your shoulders.
Sinners don't start off with the best utility, and they have used a lot of it. So they're left with 0 flashes. That's a very solid consolation.
Yeah, very true. Unorthodox angle by Plopsky. If they did have a flash, they could clear him quite easily, but without it, a dry swing on towards this can always be a little janky. So from a scoreline they just had, the percentage of losing so low.
Yeah.
For Sinners. They just need to make sure just not to panic in any way.
Double setup behind Monster is really good when the other team doesn't have flashes. This should just be Metizport mincing them up on the ascent into B. Oh, you even have an incendiary? That's crazy. There's no way Sinners gets past these. Surely not. Surely not. Oh, surely not!
Oh, no.
Beastic, what have you done? Loom is still on the bomb site. He's still fighting. But he doesn't know where to look. They're all around him.
Yeah, he gets tunnel vision in big time there as well. Nice little trade as well. Plopsy gets 1, but an instant trade from Peepo gives you everything you need. Molotov, non-existent. Nade as well. Actually will land on Peepo, but it doesn't expose him. Planted the bomb. Oh, Jaquinho. Given a bit of a chance. Hang on. Knows where Shock is around that pillar, and he is out of there. He knows he's got so much time to reposition. No kit for Chiquinho as well. Keep an eye on that.
Is there a kid on the ground behind Monster? I think there might be, but even crossing over to collect that would be so risky. Chiquinho peeks, spots out the leg, but Shock on the other side is happy to kick him with it. Beastic. I have no words for what just happened.
I'm with you. That's a ridiculous way to entry. Quite selfless in the way he approaches it as well. I think he's sort of going in with that, like, die for the cause type thing. Maybe go 1-for-1, buy us some space. But instead, some pretty big heroics that come through. And he just doesn't expect the third. It's fair enough. And thankfully, there was more than enough numbers around him. 11-4. Metizport left reeling. They're 4-sport here, fully understandably, but let this one slip, and they are done. There's 2 spotted, and the Galil had a chance at a double. Mail does get traded, though, so it keeps the numbers in Sinner's favor.
Shock can back off comfortably, and with Sinners having taken a very slow approach up playground, there's actually a world where Plopsky flanks them. But he's going back over towards the B bomb site. That's where there was a player last spotted in Shock, so he wants to go for the surefire kill. Maybe you pick up some rifles with it as well, and game back on to try and retake the A bomb site. Shock will die here. Plopsky thinks it might be a short commitment, though. He's taking so much time, and the more time he takes, the better it is for the T side. Sinners are going to be able to scale into A when they see that it's Plopsky who got that kill.
Yeah, you're right. And they come. Question whether they plant here. If they can set beats, they got up in bank. They can just plant 4 bank. It's such a good post plant to hold, and it's actually a really nice angle he now plays. And it looks like they actually might not even be looking. No, that's a lie. Plopsky's coming back. I mean, surely you've got to give this a go, right?
They're coming in from Divided. That's a real offense, but that incendiary is great. If you can follow that up with the smoke as well, Stresser is the only one you have to take care of. The problem is, it's goddamn Stresser. And he's going to be able to find that any day of the week.
Yeah, too easy, huh? Way too easy. Nice work. Real nice work. Just like that. Map series points, Sinners. They might be about to be doing it in a bit of a speedrun fashion as well. Just how solid this side have been looking. Really is great to see. 12-2-4. And unfortunately, T-Time, there's nothing that Metizport can bring to the table. There's no point even going for a pause. I feel like we all know the inevitability of Sinners seeing off this map now.
They can bring, like, I don't know, a white flag. It is unreal how good Sinners has been on Overpass. Like, I genuinely think Metizport might have in some ways been the better Nuke team, but just really fudged up things in the late rounds. It's not even a question on Overpass. And sure, it's superpowered Stressor, I guess, but it's a lot of really good protocols as well.
Yeah, valid. Isaac's off HP, so chances feel slightly unlikely here. I think it's safe to say. Plopsky up close, and people he's waiting for it as well. He's waiting. He's actually going to set up for a Molotov in towards back dumpster. Plus, actually, Plopsky's recovered a weapon now as well. That's an AK scooped up, and he drops a smoke, but there's no escape from this spot. And the flank held for 2. Yeah, there's nothing he could do in that position. Chiquinho and Isaac, all that's left. 2 versus 4, both of which have only got 5-7. So I say that Chiquinho now has an upgrade available.
The lack of the kits is going to be what really makes this more difficult than even the 5-7s. Chiquinho will not be given anyone to fire at. This is going to be a double Optimus setup. And with Pipo likely soon to eliminate Isaac. No, Chiquinho comes in from behind. He will fall eventually. Of course, it's Stressor to put him to bed. 23-6 for him. Sinners will have this man to thank for a fantastic series. And honestly, Sinners themselves have an amazing series overall. Nuke and Overpass, they look convincing in both very different fashions. Overpass was dominant in ways that I did not expect at all. This is a team that if they start first picking Overpass going into the playoffs, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think it's super valid. That's two fantastic maps. There's so much stock to take away from how they've approached Overpass there, and real signs that obviously whatever they've been doing in the scrims and the prac is obviously working, and it's paying off in dividends. So I think you're spot on. This should be a map in which I really want to see this side pick into more. It's, like you said, it's actually one of the best Overpasses I've seen so far played within the tier 2. Really positive signs for Metizport. You got to come back to that question that we proposed right in the pre-show. Why are we picking this, right? And I think ultimately, sure, you got one win over SPARTA. It's not enough stock to fall back on. Something must happen in the scrims, which obviously didn't happen in the official here, and they've been completely shut down. So credit where it's due. Fantastic performance from Sinners. And this new team looks really, really effective. Kisarek being your main point of firepower. And if he doesn't step up, then having Stress on, he could put up maps like that. And then you got Peepo who's been looking good. Then you got the experience behind it. It's actually, for the first time in a while, a Sinners side that feels kind of exciting to watch.
I'm really happy about Peepo being more than what his numbers on HLTV suggested as well. Like I said, I hadn't really watched much of him before. And sure, he could be having a very good day, but even if his very good days look like this, I saw some good decision making. Yep. I saw some good utility usage when he wasn't taking point of first contact, and he played off of his teammates very well. Those are all signs of a player that's going to grow to be more than he already is, and what he already is pretty good. So I'm right there with you. Sinners is going to be an incredibly exciting team to follow into the playoffs, but we still have more teams to find out who will be going forward in the playoffs, and that'll be down to tomorrow. The Group C and Group D losers brackets and deciders will be played out. We will be finding out who the remaining teams to go into the playoffs will be, but for that we have to wait for a little while longer. Right now it's me, tea time, and Neokai. We're going to be signing things off. We'll see you again tomorrow, if not on the broadcast, then in the Twitch chat.